I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
All right. Morning, y'all. Morning. You see the disclaimer right here in front of you because I'm about to go a little bit into this. And I want to say a shout out to AT2. Shout out to AT2 because I laughed at this early this morning. I wasn't aware Nancy Grace had Brandon Tatum on her channel. I'm going to say it's sad where you got media types, and this is what I'm talking about, right? I gotta make a small rant. I gotta make a small rant. People like Tommy Sotomayor, Kevin Samuels, Brandon Tatum should have been stopped a long time ago, and Candace Owens. Those four should have been stopped a long time ago, and a lot of y'all prevented somebody like myself from stopping him. Now, look what we got. Anytime when a black person get killed or face some type of injustice, one of those four, any or every one of those four, always come on Fox News or some cable news network putting out pollution about you as per, and then y'all host these people on y'all's panels, and that's why I have a problem with a lot of you black content creators who allow these clowns to represent you, and y'all over trying to promote them. But I got to talk about it now. Since we're here, I'm gonna go back in time, right? And the point is, shout out to AT2. And let me do this one better. Yeah. So here is what what was so funny about last night when this occurred. And yes, this is so funny to me. Nancy slightly roasted Brandon. And I'm gonna say this, like I said in my last live stream. I think this is about to be, and this is me praying. This is about to be the beginning of the end for Brandon Tatum as a content creator entity. I don't know. Know what? I know who encouraged Brandon Tatum. That was Joe Pags, who's a talk show radio host. He's the one that propped up Brandon Tatum because they need Brandon Tatum to be the black conservative face during the Obama years. So they needed a black face to, to take the edge off of the racism because they kept going in on President Obama. So anyway, let y'all know who actually created Brandon Tatum. But I'm not going to play AT2's channel. It's in the description box, by the way. Go check it out. But this is really the problem right here. Now, a few days ago, like 3 days ago, and I'm not going to play this. This is very problematic right here. Nolan Wells' best friend, who was there at the night of his disappearance, the night before he was found dead, was interviewed by Officer Tatum in Mississippi. And then what's so odd that it contradicts what Brandon Tatum going to say later on because he is decided to attack the mother and attack Benjamin Crump. And let me sit here and say this. I am no fan of Benjamin Crump. I'm no fan of Jesse Jackson. No, I'm sorry, not Jesse. Jesse's no longer here. No fan of Al Sharpton, right? Are these so-called modern day civil rights leaders? I'm not a fan of them. So Brandon Tatum trying to make it all about himself versus Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton, and using this young white man who's supposed to be the friend of Nolan Wells, and then he tried to use the white kid and the white kid's parents to go after the mother of Nolan Wells, especially the mother. So this is why I said this is part of witness tampering, and also he should be sued as well. I don't know why y'all don't put your boot on Nolan, on Brandon Tatum, Candace Owens, Cynthia G. Yes, Cynthia G. had to bring her nonsense into this too. She need to be sued behind this too. Yeah, I said it. It's called witness tampering. Put out false information out. But I'm not going to play this, right? What I am going to play is this right here. When Brandon Tatum showed up on the Nancy Grace channel. Let's play some of it.
Officer Tatum.
Ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Speaker, this is a...
I know. I'm cheap.
Officer Tatum, thank you for being with us tonight. Question to you. You interviewed, as we played at the get-go, several of Nolan's friends. Did they show you photos, videos, snaps of that day on Horn Island?
Well, Nancy, thank you so much for having me on. I spoke to 4 of the boys that are.
Let me stop right here. Let me tell you something. Tulsa, the police department. I'm going to say this right now. Y'all need to hire a private investigation company and see how many black people been abused when Brandon Tatum was a police officer in Tulsa, Oklahoma Police Department. Y'all need to start doing that now. Let's keep it moving.
Originally accused of being involved in Nolan Wells' death, and they did show me a lot of evidence. I want people to be very clear with this. I spent my career putting people in jail. My career is based on getting justice for people who have been done wrong. I've never been a defense attorney. So me going out and doing this was to find out what happened to Nolan Wells. And in talking to these young men, the burden of proof is they're going to have to prove to me. I'm not going to listen to what they say out of their mouth. They're going to have to show me. And in many cases, they showed me videos of Nolan on the island. They showed me videos of the boat when they were getting towed out, which is consistent with, kind of similar to what the phone call was. I mean, they showed me pictures of them with Nolan. They showed me phone records of them calling Nolan's mom and all of the above. So they seemed very consistent. They seemed very genuine. And they also proved to me some of the things that they had told me in the interview.
See, notice what he just said, y'all. Now, he already put out a glowing picture of the suspects. Oh yeah, yeah. It's time. See, this is why I have a problem, George. This is why I have a problem with Black YouTube. You see this happening. They don't want. They want to do cash apps and they want to do roast sessions. Surprise me in creating a fund to go after Jason Whitlock, Candace Owens, and Vince Ellison, and people like Officer Faulkner and April Chapman. Make them pay for the disrespect and witness tampering by putting out false information. Now, he already put a glowing picture about the kids and the kids' parents. Didn't Tatum defend the killers? Yeah, exactly. So was Candace Owens. So was Cynthia G. Get them up and out of here. That's the point.
Interview that I had with them that I have uploaded on my YouTube channel.
Officer Tatum, are you telling me that they had reception on Horn Island? Because many people are saying, well, the reason that there's...
Oh, pay attention to what Nancy just said. Reception. Did they have reception?
Nothing on Nolan's phone of that day. Like, there's no pictures, there's no snaps, there's no text, there's no anything. Not because it was deleted, but because he didn't have reception. But you're telling me the other boys did have snaps, photos, videos, and reception?
Yeah, no.
How are you supposed to have pictures and you don't have receptions? Now, understand, like what AT2 said on his channel, where, even if you might have weak reception, there is a buffer until you get closer to the mainland. Yes, it's buffering, and then it uploads to the device, to the cloud. So let's be fair about that, right? But still, how many pictures was taken? That should be the question, though.
No, Nancy, let me clarify this for you. It wasn't that they uploaded this online. They showed me videos and things that they took from the boat during the outing on 4th of July. I was personally out at Horn Island. I rode out there on a boat, and I didn't have great reception there. And I left my phone in the boat when I got into the water and we were actually going out to do interviews.
Objection.
Y'all see this? Am I the only one talking, y'all? Am I the only one? See, hold on. I hope I'm not on mute. No, I'm not on mute. So him being a cop means nothing. He could be sacked as an officer. Yeah. Now, anybody seen it? Let me rewind this so like y'all can understand. Nancy caught Tatum into a lie. Let's go right back. Let's go right on back. Let's play this again on the 9-minute mark.
And all of the above. So they seemed very consistent. They seemed very genuine. And they also proved to me some of the things that they had told me in the interview that I had with them that I have uploaded on my YouTube channel.
Officer Tatum, are you telling me that they had reception on Horn Island? Because many people are saying, well, the reason that there's nothing on Nolan's phone of that day, like there's no pictures, there's no snaps, there's no text, there's no anything, not because it was deleted, but because he didn't have reception. But you're telling me
he doesn't have reception. Put a pin in that.
other boys did have snaps, photos, videos, and reception?
Yeah, no, Nancy, let me clarify this for you. It wasn't that they uploaded this online. They showed me videos and things that they took from the boat during the outing on 4th of July. I was personally out at Horn Island. I rode out there on a boat, and I didn't have great reception there. And I left my phone in the boat when I got into the water and we were actually going out to do interviews.
Objection. Objection. You've been in court long enough to know you're going to get objections. You said you didn't have great reception, but you did have reception, did you not?
Oh man, yo.
No, there was reception there. It just wasn't great, and it wasn't great enough for people, in my opinion, to upload. You can make a phone call potentially, but you wasn't gonna upload data to a social media account. Now, could people take the steps to do it if they're dedicated enough? Yes, but it doesn't appear that would have been a frequent thing, given the fact that you probably had 1 or 2 bars out there. And I heard evidence of that. Not only did I see evidence of it when I went out there myself personally with my cell phone, when I listened to the CETO call, you could tell that the call dropped out several times. It seemed like they were having trouble at times hearing.
But wait a minute. Yeah, you said you left your phone in the boat. Brandon? You said you left your phone at the... Bruh, you said you left your phone at the boat when you went on the island. How you know there was 2 bars, 1 or 2 bars on your phone, on your device? We left your phone in the boat to be on the island.
Each other. So it is consistent. And anybody that travel out there that have gone to the 4th of July celebration, they know that the reception is not very great. So the videos that they showed me in call logs were things that were not associated to social media, that they never posted on social media. It was, pictures and videos that they took on their phone.
Okay. Let me refine my question. I take it from your last answer that the answer is yes, you had reception on Horn Island.
Yes, I did have reception on Horn Island.
This is embarrassing.
We just played that CETO call. It's 2 words, SEATOW, and it's kind of insurance that people have that are boat goers. And if you have a problem, CETO will come and tow you back to the mainland. They said they had a problem. They said they were taking on water. One of your takes is that all the chatter that we're hearing, wake up, Nolan, are you dead Nolan, wake the F up Nolan, could be referring to the battery, the bilge on the boat, that it's all unclear. Regarding the boat being disabled, apparently it was not.
What is a virtual?
Yeah. Get this over with. Yeah. I'm broke, y'all.
So first, at 9:56 a.m., the boat leaves the original dock. It arrives at Horn Island at 11:14. So at around 4 o'clock, there is a call to the Coast Guard about the boat. NBC News got a hold of it.
We're sinking. Can you all please come?
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's on board.
Everybody's on board. So does that mean Nolan is on there?
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's get right back to the timeline. The timeline matters. Okay? The timeline matters. So this is 1 hour and 13 minutes of within the time. No, I'm sorry. Anyway, let me just play this, because I ain't seen this part. But somebody did this timeline goes. Anyway.
To the original dock, okay? They arrive at 5:44 p.m. So it looks like this is where Horn Island is, and this is where the original dock is that I am referring to. I looked it up, and El Camino Real Road is in Gulf Hills, Mississippi, which is right above Ocean Springs. So I'm wondering if this is the house where they got the phone. Now, the boat travels to Fort Bayou. At 6:06, the boat returns to the original dock. Then, from the original dock, the boat goes back to Fort Bayou, and then they go to the boat launch, and it is put onto the trailer and moved by the vehicle. Did they drop people off at the original dock, travel to Fort Bayou, pick somebody up, and go back to that original dock? And then from there, why was there an hour and 13-minute time gap? This boat was sinking hours before, and then they're just having it docked for an hour and 13 minutes.
Ooh, 13 minutes. An hour and 13 minutes. Oh, and by the way, my Nightbot will return to my channel, because anyway, let's keep it moving. Hour and 13-minute gap. Okay.
You would think they'd want to get that boat out of the water ASAP.
That from the Real TikTok Detective. The boat wasn't sinking. They told Cito it was sinking. What's the truth? Was it sinking and they repaired it? Did they have a leak and they repaired it and kept on SOP? Brandon Tatum joining us, former cop, now star of The Officer Tatum. Did the young man explain those travels we just identified?
Yeah, 100%. They did that. I wish that people on the internet would have had an opportunity, and they can go look at the interview that I did with Warren, but they had an opportunity to actually talk to these young men to get this in perspective, because some people have no idea how boats function and how they work. They explained to me, they took me on a boat and showed me exactly where they went, where they docked, where did they, stop.
So because they took you by themselves to show you, rather than you doing your own independent investigation of doing it by yourself without them around, because they, see, again, you're being dishonest, because they show you something, that means you're going to believe it, right? Just because they with you and they show you, you mean you're going to automatically believe this. This is what I'm talking about, tampering with the evidence.
I bet, how did they get the bilge pump and the water out of the boat and all of the above? So they were sinking. They were taking on water. The water came up high enough that the batteries weren't working. They had to get a tow to kind of tow them out. Where you can see the young lady saying about 3 miles out. It's a complicated boat's jargon, but they ended up getting the boat out. They ended up getting it to the point where they could run the water out of the boat through a hole in the boat that they ended up plugging. They explained all this. Anybody that does boating know exactly what they're talking about if you hear them explain it on the interview. So they have an explanation.
Wait a minute. But then you didn't ask an independent person about boats. So you want to take their word for it, right? You're not that bright. Brandon Tatum is not that bright. So you're going to take their word for it about a leaky boat when you could ask somebody else who's an expert on boats and gain independent information from them. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. You're going to believe because they said they plugged the boat. That boat couldn't have been plugged 2 weeks ago. Or yesterday, or last month, or 2 months ago. And then on top of that, the question is, and I don't know if Nancy asked this yet or not, but why not ask, okay, if you had a leaky boat, why go back a few hours later? Just saying.
For all of these things. And not only that, Nancy, they showed me video of them on the boat, and Nolan was not on the boat. Nolan was not on the boat log. And there are people who saw Nolan on the island closer to around 6 p.m., which is far after they left, far after this phone call was made. I saw text messages from the young lady that Nolan was with, the young lady named Katie. I saw her text messages. In her text messages, she say that she heard the boys yelling for Nolan to get on the boat. He did not. She said in her text message that she did not see Nolan get on the boat he came on, which was Wyatt's boat, which is the boat that was sinking and they ended up leaving on. So it wasn't just a statement that they made on a podcast. They were actually showing me evidence to the contrary of what the mainstream YouTubers and some media outlets are putting out to people at large. And so I wish that people would go watch the interview or at least take some time to listen to these boys' statement. And I'll say this, Nancy, too. I wish that the family would have taken the time, or at least Benjamin Crump would have taken the time to reach out to the lawyers or reach out to these young boys to get their statements so they're not wasting their time sending everybody on a rabbit trail when they could have just talked to these boys. And they could have, but they refused. Because I saw a message from Warren where he called Nolan's mom twice. I've seen messages from Warren's stepmother, Ashley, where she sent Nolan's mom a text saying, please reach out to me whenever you're ready. I would like to talk. Other parents.
Then well, how come, right? Then how come the text messages was deleted? How come some of the information on these phones were, let's say, deleted? Explain that. Explain that, Tatum. How come one of the boys' parents, who is a judge or a lawyer, has been shutting things down, trying to tamp down the conversation? Explain that one, Brandon Tatum. Oh, by the way, let me do a shameless plug real quick. Let me do a shameless plug. Yes, just go on my Cash App. Okay, go on my Cash App if you want. QR code right here. QR code is right here. But anyway, let's keep it moving. Okay.
I saw messages from who reached out to Nolan's mom saying, we need to talk. Can we talk? I'm available if you need to talk to us. I do not understand at this point why Benjamin Crump would go out and put misinformation out online when he had the availability to talk to these kids and clear these things up like I did before he presented this to the public. We also reached out to Benjamin Crump 4 times. And on the 5th time, they come back and tell us that the family is not doing interviews. We didn't ask to talk to the family. We asked to talk to the attorney, Benjamin Crump. Why? So we can come together as a community and solve what happened to Nolan Wells.
You really think Benjamin Crump or anybody, right, is going to talk to you? You think that Benjamin Crump or anybody black is going to talk to you when you've been anti-black for the last 12 years? Ever since 2015, you've been anti-black. When you played for the NFL, you was anti-black then. Or was it college football? No, it was the NFL. When you was in the NFL, you've been anti-black then. You think those black people going to sit there and listen to you when you've been anti-black ever since during the Obama years? And you press this white woman around who your wife and she, and you're denigrating black people along with it. You think people are going to trust you? We already seen what you had done to what's that homeboy from Texas? You trash talk Trayvon. You trash talk Kamala Anthony's parents and Kamala Anthony himself. You think that the Wells family, Nolan Wells family, is going to give you the respect, and you think that Benjamin Crump will give you the respect when you trash talk, when you spent the last 12 months denigrating black people along with I got the white guy's name, with Steve and Crowder and them and Charlie Kirk. You really think those people gonna let you slide? Come on.
Not create and stoke division, which is what I've seen
Mr.
from
Tatum,
Benjamin Crump.
That is exactly what we're trying to do. And I hear everything you're saying. And, I think like a prosecutor, my main goal is to find the truth of what happened to Nolan Wells. And one thing I cannot get away from is the medical examiner. I'm trying to get to tonight's news, which I'm going to get to, but you were seeing a video from WLOX. Speaking of sinking, is at an alleged issue with the boat bilge. Well, Randy and Bunny on TikTok have their interpretation of that. Watch this.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down there.
That from Randy and Bunny on TikTok. Joe Scott Morgan, very quickly before I can get into why the family believes they need support.
You see, oh man, hold on. Is Brandon Tatum? Hold on. You see, I think he left. Hold on. Is he still on? Oh yeah. Hold on. Yeah. He's bringing the miracle cell. Yeah, hold on. Let's talk about this real quick.
Get that again. Put it back up. He has deep reddening subcutaneously on the back of his head. Nowhere else. It's not on his neck. The back of his neck anyway. Don't see it on the back. Don't see it anywhere else on the body. So I really don't want to hear a lame explanation that it's lividity of the blood sinking to the back of the body. Number one, the body was on its face. But that said, they kept the neck, and the lungs. Lungs to see if he drowned, neck. Why would they keep his neck? I can't get away from this, Joe Scott Morgan, and I don't care how angelic the friends appear, and they may be angels. I don't know that yet. You can't get away from this, Morgan.
You know, I'm going to say this right now. Notice that the white people involved in this, I'm talking about Nancy Grace here, in this, she's more worried about the evidence than Brandon Tatum. She's more worried about the evidence than Brandon Tatum because she's trying to say, well, what about the back of the head the blows to the back of the head, and the body was face down. But Brandon Tatum ain't talking about the position of the body and everything else. You ever notice that? Have y'all noticed that he ain't talking about the position of the body of what the medical official said and the autopsy? You ever notice that he ain't bring that up? But he talking about what the white boys were saying, and got on the boat with the white boys and went to the island. You ever notice that? Am I the only one on here who noticing that? Just saying. All right. Just saying. Let's keep it moving. I mean, pass all of this because because the focus on Brandon Tatum.
I'm
broke. I'm cheap. I don't want to pay YouTube Jack. Okay.
on YouTube. Have the friends taken polygraphs?
Oh, y'all gotta watch this. Y'all gotta watch this part. This is getting good. Watch this. This is funny right here. Y'all gotta watch this. This right here is funny to me though. Oh, and let me do this real quick. Real quick. Yes. It's fair use. And let me do this real quick. Let me check my email real quick. Let me check my email. Okay. Anyway, let's get right back on the focus. Wrong video. This is when, okay, I played the wrong video, y'all. Anyway, here we are. Let's take this out. We're back. I want y'all to pay close attention what Nancy Dre said and what Tatum said. Pay close attention.
Well, from my understanding, all but I believe one took a polygraph, and from what was told to me, that they all passed. And all of the ones that took a polygraph took one without a lawyer. And they cooperated with law enforcement. So from my understanding, everybody took a polygraph test.
Why do you say that's from what
one.
You understand? Did they tell you they took a poly and passed?
Yes, ma'am. They told me that they did it. I wasn't there. So
Wait. Do you see how stupid that was? So you going to believe because they told you they did it, and you said, yeah, man, they passed it, but you didn't see it? Polygraphs are admissible in court. Thank you. I forgot about that, George. I forgot about that. But anyway, let's keep it moving, right? Oh, you said Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. You mean polygraph. But George, understand what this Negro just said. So because they told him they took it and passed it, therefore it's true. But then he wanted to argue about Benjamin Crump not being dishonest. See, y'all should have stopped him a long time ago. Y'all should have stopped him and Tommy Sotomayor a long time ago, and y'all stopped me from doing it on them panels. But anyway, let's keep it moving, right?
That's what I'm saying. From my understanding, they told me that all the boys except one, which is Warren, I believe, took a polygraph test. All of them did not have lawyers and did it and cooperated with police. Warren also cooperated with police. I just believe he didn't take a lot to take the test, but Warren is the young man that I.
Wait. Say that again. No. We're going to replay this again. Because he just lied in 2 minutes. Brandon couldn't get his story straight.
Told to me that they all passed. And all of the ones that took a polygraph took one without a lawyer. And they cooperated with law enforcement. So from my understanding, everybody took a polygraph test. Why do you say that's
from what you understand? Did they tell you they took a poly and passed?
Yes, ma'am. They told me that they did it. I wasn't there. So that's what I'm saying from my understanding. They told me that all the boys except one, which is Warren, I believe, took a polygraph test. All of them did not have lawyers and did it and cooperated with police. Warren also cooperated with police. I just believe he didn't take a lot to take the test, but Warren is the young man that I interviewed. So according to what they told me, they all took a lot to take the test and passed. And it's an equivalent of a lot to take the test. It's not a traditional lot to take test, but it's the same theology of trying to get to if a person is lying. I don't know the name of it. It's an equivalent of a lot to take the test. It's a different methodology.
Hold on. Wait. I'm confused. They took a poly test or didn't? Or have they? This is how see how stupid he sounds.
Yeah, I don't believe it was a polygraph test. I believe they took other stressors in order to analyze if the people were telling the truth or not.
Did they take a polygraph would be no.
Well, yeah, I think it could be semantics because they took a test to analyze whether or not they were being truthful in their statements, and that certified test, they passed it. It just wasn't considered a traditional polygraph. I think it's a more advanced way of doing it.
Brandon Tatum.
Are y'all embarrassed? Are y'all embarrassed by this? Are y'all embarrassed? Aren't y'all embarrassed by this coon sexual? Oh, all of them took the polygraph test, and man, and he said, "Well, what's a polygraph test?" But they didn't take the polygraph test. It's something similar to the. Well, is it or is it not? Y'all got to start suing people like him. Y'all, I'm gonna tell you something. Black people, if y'all want to make an example out of somebody, y'all need to create a fund to get a lawyer and take Brandon Tatum to court. I'm being serious about what I'm saying. I'm being serious. What's going on, Mr. DJ Music? I'm being serious about what I said. Sue the shit out of Cynthia G and sue Brandon Tatum. I'm telling you, y'all gotta get Brandon Tatum up and out of here. Y'all gotta get his ass up on out of here. I'm being deadly serious on this. Stop playing. Stop protecting idiots like him and Anton. Him and Tommy. Just saying. Y'all gotta stop this. Okay. Yes. Yeah. I'm going to start fun. It's right here. It's right here. SKC. It's right here. SKC. It's right here. Okay. Here's the QR code. If you want me to go there with it. I'm for it. Get these niggas up on out of here. Get these coons up on out of here with that bullshit. Yeah, ain't nothing worse than a paid yes sir boss he needs to be charged with a perjury of impediment of an exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly what the hell I'm talking about. He should be charged with that. But Black YouTube, because he came from Black YouTube, y'all gonna allow him off the hook. Because it's entertainment. Because y'all want to see kerfuffles, right? Anyways, keep it moving.
Hold on. In a nutshell, Joe Scott, there is a difference between a polygraph, which measures all sorts of body signals, your sweat, your breathing, your heart, your blood pressure, all sorts of things, and an audio verification test. Big difference.
Yeah. So the audio is, you're looking for stressors in the voice, and these people are highly trained that do this. And I'm, look, you know how the courts feel about these tests. Are they admissible or not? But I think that, going to Brandon's point, the fact that they have taken these, at least those named allegedly have taken these, according to him, I think that that's significant. Now, whether or not that this is going to be usable, a usable investigative tool, is hard to measure.
I didn't ask you if it's going to be used in court. That's a whole nother animal. We'll burn that bridge when we get there. Okay, there may never.
Most likely, it will not be used. Most likely, it will not be used in court. I give a 75% chance it will not be used. But anyway, let's keep it moving, though, right?
Never even be a court case. First, I got to find out what happened to Nolan. Okay, so let's not put the cart before the horse. You've got eye detections tests. I don't put any stock in that as to whether somebody's lying. You've got nonverbal communication experts claiming they can tell. You've got brainwave analysis. You've got all sorts of things. I want a poly. Right. I'm not saying they did anything or they didn't do anything. Go, strap up, take me a poly. Officer Tatum, star of the Officer Tatum on YouTube. I've been told, but I can't verify, that the boat in question has been searched by scent dogs and cadaver dogs. Is that true?
I'm not familiar if that's true. Let me just clarify. The test that they took was a voice stress analysis test.
Oh, so now all of a sudden you going to sit here and talk about what is the test? Yeah, man, Queen. I saw this morning. AT2, shout out to AT2. When listen, y'all go to AT2's channel because this is so comical. Don't even know what a lie detector is. This Negro got on this woman's channel, a woman who's been on CNN and HLN for the last 25, 30 years at least, who's very well known, and he made a complete fool out of himself yet again. Black folks, sue this Negro. I'm being truthful. And yes, Mr. DJ Music is right. Let's scroll this up. This is what he should be sued for. Perjury of impediment of an official investigation. This is what he should be sued for. And yes, charged criminally with this. But I want him to be sued. Take his YouTube channel. Take all that. Take all of his shit. Okay? Take it, all of it. Listen, I'm not part of the community, SKC. I'm not part of the community. But anyway, let's keep moving. I'm not here to entertain. I'm not really here to entertain. I'm here, y'all, to get this nigga up out of here. That's the point. I want Brandon Tatum gone. That's the point.
instead of what we call a traditional polygraph test. But I'm not familiar with the cadaver dog searching the boat. I wasn't informed that that was the case. But
wait a minute, you're supposed to be a police officer. They always bring cadaver dogs when there's an unnatural death. When somebody die from a death that's not of unnatural causes. See, and you're supposed to be a police officer of a major city. Of course, they're supposed to bring that in.
I was told by the boys that they did not wash the boat off or do any of those things that they were accused of doing, after this incident.
Right.
And I say, based on all the things that I've heard, it appears that they've been very truthful with me. And law enforcement, they've already communicated with law enforcement very early on.
They're very truthful with me. They've been very truthful with me. They're suspects. How you gonna tell they're being very truthful with you, but then you said something about the lie detector test and all that? Oh, I know why, because white is right. Huh, Brandon? See, let me tell you something. I'm talking about myself. See, I grew up with white folks, right? I hang around with white people, just like Mr. Nolan Wells, right? Let me help y'all out. You leave when they do that. Yep. No, get up and leave. I remember that time. It was me. We were the only two black people there. No, I'm sorry. It was like 3 black men there, myself and two other black people there, right? When we start hearing that sound, yep. We got to get up. We got up and we left. Why? Because why? Our mothers told us to get up and leave. Taught us, you hear that sound, leave. And we leave. We was taught, if you hear some stupid foolishness, get up and leave. We can't tell y'all who you can hang around with because y'all are 18, you're 17, 18, 19 years old. We can't tell you to, but because, we already grown, right? But if you hear that sound, get up and leave. I was taught that. Get up and leave. I'm from a small town. Most women of my race, I'm cousins with. So we go over to the other side, right? So we hang around with other people. We hear that sound. Oh, well, it's time. Let's get up. Hold on. He said what? Yep. Woo. Okay, Thomas. No, we packed our beer and went home. Why you home early? Well, somebody doing that yep sound. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep it moving, right?
Okay, Officer Tatum, coming from you, I do give that credence because you were a Tucson PD. I've had people sit down, look me right in the face and lie, and they are so convincing. So I don't know who's telling the truth.
Nancy Grace is more pro-black than She's more pro-black than Brandon Tatum, and that's sad. That's sad.
I don't know what happened, and that's why I really resent people suggesting the investigation be shut down. We're not doing that until we know what happened. Officer Tatum interviewed multiple of the young men on that boat. Now, let me address what's happened in the last hours. The family is not buying what they are saying, that nothing was deleted. They're not saying they're lying. They're not saying they're telling the truth. They have hit social media giants with subpoenas once and for all to get everything there is to get about Nolan Wells Digital. Okay, straight out to Dr. Jim Jones joining us out of Virginia. Jones, Dr. Jones.
Oh man! When he said Jim Jones, I thought, whoa! Are we going to, you know? Oh my! Oh, never mind. No, I'm sorry. When he said Jim Jones, I thought, man, we about to have a rap battle. But never mind. You keep it moving.
Cybersecurity digital forensics expert, digital forensics program director, associate professor, George Mason University.
Okay, we're gonna skip all that because, again, this is about Brandon Tatum. Because Brandon Tatum, hold on, is Brandon Tatum? Oh, hold on. Okay, let's see what this brother got to say. Let's see what this brother got to say. Oh, okay. I know. I'm cheap. I'm cheap with these ads.
Science.
Everything. That's what they want. And I've been saying this from the beginning. These are the types of things they should have been doing from the beginning. Not press conferences, not grandstanding, not the all show no go, but getting the actual data from the phone so they can get real answers to put all the information regarding what happened in context. They will know if anything was posted, if anything was deleted.
Okay. Yeah. Whatever. You getting right back to Brandon Tatum. I'm sorry. I hate Brandon Tatum. Okay, ballin'. Yeah. I expect Jim Jones coming ballin'. No, I'm sorry. That going back to 2005. I'm going back to 2005 with that hit. Anyway,
Officer Tatum on YouTube. Did the young men you interviewed, I believe it was 4 of them, state that Nolan did not have reception, or did they explain why there are no pictures, text, instance, nothing on his phone? Did they have an explanation for that?
Yes, ma'am. They didn't mention anything about whether Nolan had service or not, but they articulated the reason why Nolan may not have, certain pictures on his phone. And they had mentioned because Nolan spent the night at their house the night before, because it's traditional for the last few years that they actually went to Horn Island together. But they were saying that they had taken pictures at the house. Some of the pictures that you've seen floating around online were pictures that they took on the boat, but they didn't take those pictures when they got out there to Horn Island because they were having fun. And I would argue that they were drinking, and I couldn't imagine that they want to get underage drinking on camera.
oh my God, yo. Oh.
So what they had articulated to me that it wasn't abnormal for people not to snap and not to do a lot of pictures and things like that because they were focused on
But you
being
told me
off of the
they
mainland.
showed you pictures and videos.
Ooh. You see how stupid he sounds? It's the complete opposite what he said earlier.
Yeah,
So
but
they
it's
did
not
take pictures
uploaded.
and videos.
No. It's not a lot of pictures and they weren't uploaded. So when you're talking about Snapchat, you're talking about a platform where people are uploading images and pictures to produce to the world. What they showed me were things that they had recorded on their phone, and it wasn't a lot of different things because most of what they did was drinking and having fun in the water. And so, what they had articulated to me as well is that it's not abnormal for people not to snap. It's not abnormal for you not to have your phone. And Nolan wasn't the only person that left his phone on the boat. They all
right then. Oh my God. You know what? Do y'all want to continue this, or do y'all want to go to Brandon Tatum's YouTube channel where he goes ballistic. Because this is sad. This is sad. Like I said, the links are in the description box. Check those 3 links. I think I have four links. I got at least 4 links in the description box. Check it out, okay? Because we got to go up and break on the aftermath of this channel, the aftermath of Nancy Grace. Because Brandon, no, wait, hold on. You know what? Let me continue this a little bit more longer, because we're gonna go in with what he said on his own channel. But let's continue a little bit on Nancy Grace. Then we'll go on Brandon Tatum's channel.
Also mentioned to me, and you can see it in the interview that they did, was that they had no reason to touch Nolan's phone. They weren't thinking about Nolan's phone when they thought the boat was sinking. And when they got to the house, it was no incident when it comes to Nolan getting the phone back to the friend and parent.
You're going far afield from my question. Let me redirect you back to their phones. Nolan has nothing on his phone. They have pictures and videos on their phones. You told me that they exist, whether they posted them or not. So they were taking pictures and videos. Don't you see why the mom, Nolan's mom, is concerned there's nothing on her son's phone?
Well, Nancy, it's unclear exactly what the mother is articulating.
See, now though, what he is going to do, he's now going to try to stick in and attack the mother. Because he's about to do this on the other video. Later tonight, last night, he's going to attack the mother and attack Benjamin Crump. Shout out to AT2. Shout out to AT2 channel. Okay?
Because at one point, she's concerned that there's not a lot of Snapchats or social media posting. She did not articulate, or the Benjamin Crump did not mention that there's nothing on his phone. So they're not saying that the phone was wiped and there's no images or anything. She was concerned about his social media frequency, which I believe, after talking to the boys, it was consistent with what they said, and it was consistent with basic deductive reasoning that maybe he didn't post a lot on that day.
In other words, I don't give a damn. That's what it's saying. In a minute, Femi. In a minute, Femi. Because see, I gotta go here because he's trying to create a narrative about the mother. Now, notice what they're going to do with him and Anton Daniels going to do. Him, Anton Daniels, the Black Manosphere, Angry Man, the MGTOW guys. They're going to create a narrative just like they did with Kamala Anthony. They're going to create a narrative, and Brandon is going to be the main ones trying to create this narrative. Oh, it's the mama's fault. Oh, she's divorced. Oh, where's the daddy at? They already started the whole "where's the father at" argument. They already brought that up already. They already brought that up.
So what remains a focus for me, and if I was investigating this
not
case,
talking about
I
posting.
would want to know.
Not talking about whether he posted, officer.
No,
he didn't even take anything. There's no pictures. There's no anything.
The reason why, though, there is no pictures because he was already dead. Most likely, probably, maybe he was already deceased. He was probably up in the upper room already. He probably was up in the upper room already. That's why he couldn't post any more pictures. That's what Nancy trying to convey to this shine named Brandon Tatum.
That's what the mom is saying, but we haven't had an opportunity to either see or hear exactly what she's trying to articulate. Some of the things that she said in the media is that she's talking about posting. I don't believe she said that there was nothing at all on his phone, no pictures, no nothing. But I wasn't able to verify that. So if I was able to see Nolan's phone and the mother was able to show me exactly what she's articulating, I'll be able to have a better perspective in comparison to what Warren and the other boys were telling me. So at this point, I only have one side of it, and then I have a fractured.
Yeah, the white side. Yeah, the white side. Anyway, let's keep it moving.
Perception from what the media or what the mother is saying in the media. So when the police officers look at his phone and they do a forensic extraction, if they're allowed to do that, they will see plainly if Nolan was on his phone, if he had taken pictures, and if they were deleted. Now, I'll implement this as we begin to try to guess and figure out what was happening on that day. It doesn't seem to be reasonable to suggest that the boys were in his phone deleting things. Now, after hanging out with the boys and getting to know them well, they're very intelligent young men, very savvy, and they were raised well.
They was raised well. I want you to notice something. These fine white boys was raised well. These good old boys was raised well. According to whom? Brandon? According to whom? But if these were some blacks, the blacks, I'm going to use, what's his name? John Galt, the blacks, right? If these was the blacks, right? Wouldn't you say they wasn't raised right? You were talking about the single mothers. Oh, I think the judge is a single mother. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. You know, I think one of those sons, one of those boys came from a one-parent household, female-led household. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. You ain't bringing that up? They're supposed to be raised well, right, Brandon?
I would project, if I were to make an assumption, that if they were trying to cover up something that happened to Nolan, I would perceive that they would throw the phone in the water or something where it never would be recovered. Or if they had access to get into the phone, they wouldn't just delete, they would just completely rewrite the phone or, do a hard reset. Or they wouldn't give the phone back to mama or the family anyway. So with those factors put in place and what I've talked to them about, it seems as if their story seems consistent to me, that they did not get in the phone. They did not know his password. They had no reason to believe that there was a necessity to get in the phone.
Officer,
and they gave it over to the family. I'm not saying
you're wrong. I'm saying I'm not taking anybody's word for anything until I investigate it and corroborate it. Again,
that's fair.
Maybe they're completely innocent. Maybe they're not. I don't know. Or maybe someone else had something to do with Nolan's death. I don't know, but I will find out. And you said, I don't know what she said exactly. Well, here is what Nolan's mother said.
When we opened it up, there was nothing. There were no saved pictures. There were no snaps from that day. And we did open it before the 24-hour expiration. So we found that very concerning, only because anyone who's ever been around Nolan will tell you at social gatherings, he's taking videos, he's taking pictures, he's even come up to me when I'm getting ready to go to bed. Hey, Ma, come on, take a picture of me. Like that was Nolan. So that's why we feel that things may have been deleted, was because of the fact that there was nothing in either one of his accounts.
Okay, to Tanya Jordan, Bark.
Hold on. Is Nolan back? Hold on. Is I guess Brandon Tatum's done. He's done. He's done for on her channel. So let's go to here. Let's go over here because he's upset. Okay? He's upset
that this young man lost his life and his legacy is being marred by
Thank you. The judge is a stepmother. Oh my goodness. We got a white single mother, y'all. You know, where's the father at? Where's the, come from a single parent household? John Gott watches 12 Years of Slavery in reverse because he wants a happy ending. Oof, 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 oof. Anyway, since we're on Brandon Tatum's channel, I'm gonna put this right back up here for fair use. Yes, we put it right back on fair use. Yeah. Yeah. Cash at me, y'all. Cash at me if y'all would like. Cash at me. Oh no, Queen, no, Queen. That means his dad remarried to a different woman. Oh, you see, where's the father at? Like how these SYSBM Black Manosphere MGTOW SYSBM Negroes be saying. Where's the father at? Okay, when now since it's a white woman, where's the father at argument? Where's the, they came from a broken home, welfare policies, DEI. Yeah. Where's RBR when you need where's RBR at? Because when you need him, rest in peace to RBR. Okay, rest in peace to RBR. But let's keep it moving, right? Let's start from the beginning.
That this young man lost his life and his legacy is being marred by lies and grifting.
New at 9, parents.
He just got off the air on Nancy Grace to do this hit piece on the mother. Y'all better sue the living shit out of Brandon Tatum. I'm telling y'all right now, y'all better call anybody from NAACP, the national whatever Al Sharpton's thing. Y'all need to pressure them. Hey, sue Brandon Tatum. Sue Brandon Tatum for messing up, for disturbing the investigation. Y'all need to start doing it now. Okay? I'm being serious. I'm not entertaining. I mean that.
Of Nolan Wells' friends and local officials were reportedly sent notices of intent, informing them to expect lawsuits in connection with the investigation surrounding Wells' death.
I want to tell you guys about Synergy. If you're looking for energy,
you see that he want to talk about grifting. Here's him grifting for some drinks, trying to sell you a product, trying to grift. Yeah, he over there trying to talk about something else grifting. Come on, get out of here with that.
Because we care about your overall energy and health. So we created an energy drink and a night drink.
Yeah, you're grifting. That's what it is.
If you're looking for
you're grifting. You want to talk about bitching Trump grifting? You're grifting right now.
.com has you covered, and then we have a money back guarantee. You take the product that don't work for you, we'll get your money back. All right, let's get to the Nolan subpoena update. So we've been privy to this for a while. We saw the writing on the wall. It's very disheartening that this young man lost his life and his legacy is being marred by lies and grifting.
Wait, whoa, lies and grifting. But wait a minute. What about, yet you said on Nancy Grace that you believed that the boys were being truthful. Based upon what? Brandon, based upon what?
Nolan Wells, this is the thing that kills me about what people say about Nolan. white man bad. These white boys are evil. They had killed Nolan. The history of racism in Mississippi. But Nolan didn't think they were racist, did he? Did Nolan think they were these people? Clearly he didn't. These were the people he kicking it with. Show me the picture of him and the other kids on the lake.
Oh, wait a minute. So now we because just because there's some pictures of me, you see, do you see the gaslighting? What he's trying to do? Does anybody see the gaslighting? You're in a small town. You're the only black person there. Somebody is going to say something that's very offensive. Watch Brandon Tatum try to gaslight himself out of this. Try to virtual signal.
He with these kids. All his pictures on the Lakers with them. They the ones said, come back with us. We got to leave. We need you to come back and get on the boat. He said no.
And watch what he's going to say. He's talking about, what about the black kids? Watch it. Watch it. It's coming. It's like clockwork for these Negroes. Watch it. He's going to talk about black people here in a minute. Watch it. Brandon about to talk about black folks in a minute.
Y'all don't question the other friends out there? What about his black friends?
Ding, 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 ding. What about the black friends? See? Like clockwork. You know.
Did they make sure he get home safe? Oh, they don't count. Because you need it to be the white boys. White man bad, white man bad. Y'all got a clip out right now. Playing a clip, putting fake words on it. Nolan, is he dead? And then y'all have witnesses and evidence that people have seen Nolan alive on the island far after Warren them left. And now what you're going to do with that?
What about what you said? What about the polygraph, the so-called polygraph test? You said they did, and now you say they didn't. Take it, Brandon.
You're going to double down and say people getting paid to say that.
Yeah. Yes, y'all. I'm cheap. I'm broke. Y'all. I'm broke.
You can't make this stuff up, man. Let's get the first.
Wait, hold. You can't make this stuff up, but then you believing. Oh, good question. Was the black friends on the boat? No, there was no black people on the boat except for Nolan Wells. So you see how stupid he sounds by saying that? What about the black friends? That's one of the dumbest thing I ever heard, Queen. That's one of the Queen. That's a good question. Brandon Tatum said the most stupidest thing I ever heard.
Clip, roll it.
New at 9, parents of Nolan Wells' friends and local officials were reportedly sent notices of intent informing them to expect lawsuits in connection with the investigation surrounding Wells' death. According to our media partner, the Sun Herald, those letters were sent by a Richland law firm, Carroll Bufkin PLLC, who is working alongside civil rights attorney Ben Crump. It is unclear at this time who exactly received these letters, but we do know they instruct recipients to immediately preserve all evidence in their possession in its original form and directs those recipients to suspend any automatic deletion or overwrite functions that could destroy evidence.
Y'all, this is all a media play. If somehow these boys were to have been responsible, you think 2-3 weeks later, you're going to send out a letter for them to preserve what evidence? If they really did this is a waste of your time and resources. If you're going to send a notice to them to preserve documents and all this other stuff, it's 3 weeks later.
You know why? Because one of them parents is a judge. Remember Captain America First Avenger? He jumps on the grenade to save his friends. Yeah, the best Brandon Tatum. Oof, 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 oof. Right.
If they are such calculated murderers, they've had 3 weeks to concoct this.
Because they have what? A judge on their side. One of the parents is a Judge. Judge. One of the parents is a judge. I hope I spelled that right. I hope I spelled judge right. Okay, anyway, I think I did. Anyway, I don't want to sound like the guy who yell at ducks all day, talking about, I'm MGTOW. You know, I hope I don't sound like the fat parrot over there. You know, I hope I spelled the word judge right. You know, anyway, you can keep it moving. Never mind me.
They just got rid of that stuff. You have no evidence available to you. But it's all games that they play because people want money out of this situation.
Oh, really? Then what was the interview for, Brandon? Why do you interview them for? And why you put ads on you know, a few minutes earlier about this? No, you making money too. So be quiet on that.
I'm not really convinced yet that the parents are as malicious as Benjamin Crump and them are. I think they're being manipulated by Benjamin Crump. I think they have a checklist of this will get you the most money. Why are you suing kids with no evidence that anything happened?
Because they don't trust the evidence. They don't trust the parents. They don't trust the children. You got every right to sue.
We have no evidence that any wrongdoing happened. It's still open to this point that Nolan could have just drowned.
What? He just came from Nancy Grace and they said something in the back of his head. What? Oh, wait a minute. I did. Hold on. Did I misspell judge? Well, I'll be damned. Anyway. This Negro just said he could have drowned. But what about the autopsy, Negro, about the back of the head? Nancy Grace was talking to you about the back of the head. Oh, you see, thank you. I thought I messed it up. Because I was so incensed. Okay, yeah. Okay, I misspelled judge. I'm sorry. I think I did. I don't know. You know what? Who cares? Who cares at this point? Okay? Who cares at this point? At least I'm being coherent. Anyway, let me keep it moving.
But when you're looking for a paycheck and you're not looking for justice, these are the things that you do. On the day of his funeral, this document came out. The day of his funeral, they filed to establish an estate in his name. Why would they do that?
Because they can.
told they do that so they can then sue for wrongful death.
Because yes, normally if somebody get deleted, and they can be sue for wrongful death. So what's the problem? Oh, I get it. Oh, because they're not black, right?
Why in the day of his funeral are you trying to do this?
Because they can.
The boy can't even be put to rest. This is the thing that bothers me because all of this is unnecessary, isn't it?
No, it's not.
If my son were to go on a trip with his friends, and they clearly are his mother freaking friends, because he's kicking it with them. He ain't kicking it with these other boys. He kicking it with the white boys that you swear aren't his friends. Okay. My son go with his friends. He don't come back, he's dead. His friend's mama reach out to me. You telling me I'm gonna talk to Benjamin Crump before I talk to his mama? Benjamin Crump can't do nothing for me. He ain't there.
See, you see what's going on. You see what's going on. He's making it about himself because he's trying to use to go after Benjamin Crump because he want to be the highlight for the politicians, and so he can be the great black savior of MAGA and white supremacy. That's what Brandon Tatum is doing. Okay, that's what he's doing.
He wasn't with my son. His son ain't connected to my son. His friend's mama is going to do more for me than Benjamin Crump can. Why won't you talk to his mama?
Because she expect him to be a suspect.
And say, all right, let's talk. Hey, where were your son them at? I need the cell phone. Can I at least look through their cell phone and make sure? Now, if you do that, and mom and them go, no, you can't look through my kid's cell phone, then you could start questioning. But for the mother of Warren, his stepmother, and his real mother, to reach out to you and you don't even talk to them at all, and they could be holding the key that can help you find out what happened to your son, that to me just doesn't sit right. I would never have my son die, and I'm like, the kids he was with, parents reaching out to me, and I'm like, no, I ain't talking to y'all. But I want to know what happened to my son, but I ain't talking to y'all. And I'm not saying it's them. I think that these attorneys are telling them not to talk to him.
You see what he's doing, right? You see what he's doing, right? He's trying to attack the mother now. It's like, wait, I'm gonna tell you right now, wait for it. Brandon and Anton is going to attack the mother within the next couple of days. It's coming. It's coming. They're like clockwork in this over here. They're like clockwork.
Because they need to bolster this idea of racial tension so they can make as much money as possible out of this. Because there's nowhere in the world I wouldn't be calling these people on the phone. No. Where your mama at? Put your mama on the phone. Hey, look.
But you lied and said it could be drowning when Nancy Grace showed y'all the autopsy of the blow to the back of the head. How come you was ignoring that? And what about the white girl, Katie? How come nobody mentioned the white girl yet? How come nobody mentioned the white girlfriend who was hanging around with Nolan? How come nobody ain't brought up her name up yet? Exclusively.
My son is missing. I need some answers. Can I come by the crib? I need to come and look through some stuff. Who's the last person to talk to my son? I'm gonna come get his phone myself.
Right. Tatum is a fuck. Why would the parent talk to the potential suspects in an active? Exactly. Is it an active investigation? This is how stupid he is. Oh, did he bring this up on Nancy's show because she was right? Nancy Grace. This is after the Nancy Grace. This is not before Nancy Grace. This happened right after Nancy Grace got finished with him. Right. The lawsuit is to subpoena the social media companies on Nolan's behalf. See, come on. Oh my God, man. See, I want y'all to sue. I'm being serious on this. Y'all need to get Brandon Tatum up on out of here. I'm being deadly serious on this. Get this nigga sued and take away his YouTube channel, his Twitter account, every social media account. Get his ass up and out of here. He's causing too much damage. It's deeper than that. It's deeper than that. I know how y'all think that, because a black person might have a white spouse, they automatic on that coon shit. No. It's deeper than this. It's deeper than him having a white woman and then he decided to go coon. No, decided to go coon sexual. It's deeper than this. It's something more. It's more deeper and more psychological than this. So, anyway, let's keep it moving, though, right?
Because I'm gonna need to talk to people. We need to figure out where you at, what time, who's seen him, how often you see him, who was he with, what girl, what's her name, what's her number, what her social media look like. I need to find out everything I can because I need to find out what happened to my child. Not that I'm gonna go retain Benjamin Crump and they got to take 6 to 8, 10 months to get this material in their possession. This whole time, you could talk to the people that you think were responsible.
Yeah, you can talk to them. Guess what? They can also do what? Lie. Lie.
All of them reached out. Warren reached out. Trayston reached out.
And?
The Warren parents reached out. I think some other parents reached out.
You think or you know? There's a difference.
And this whole time, where people in press conferences crying about what happened to Nolan, and you not even, Benjamin Crump could go talk to these people. Why he haven't? I just found out.
Stop. Why haven't you talked to the mother then? Why haven't you talked to the mother? How come you didn't talk to the family of Nolan Wells when you were talking to the white boy? Why ain't you talk to the family of Nolan Wells? While at the same day you were talking to Nolan's white friend. Explain that. I swear to God. Right.
Benjamin Crump getting ready to do an interview on somebody's show. We sent them a letter and Benjamin Crump said, they're not doing interviews no more. Well, what's the truth? And then people get mad at me. I tried to talk to Benjamin Crump.
Why should he? Why should he? You were dogging him for 2 years. Why should he? No, I'm sorry. You were dogging him out ever since George Floyd. Why should he? You talk about his character. Why should he come down and talk to you when you've been slandering him, dragging him through the mud for 5-6 years? Stop the cap.
They don't want to hear what I have to say.
No, I wouldn't even hear what you got to say. No, I tell you what, Y'all got to sue Brandon Tatum and get his ass up out of here. I'm being serious. I'm being serious on that. Get his ass up on out of here. I'm being serious on that. Get him up on out of here. Let me get out of here, y'all. I just got from work. So, yeah, get Brent. Listen, I'm being deadly serious on this. Y'all need to start asking questions. Should Brandon Tatum be sued for him getting involved in the Nolan Wells case? Hey, listen, SKC. Right here, SKC, you ain't going to pay? You ain't going to pay? I'm for it. Yes, he should be sued. Yeah. I ain't telling you what it is, but I tell you in 2 years from now, it will be something dramatic. Hold on. I seen you the first 10. Okay, hold on. Let me check my Cash App. Let me check my Cash App real quick. See if you send it. Oh, okay. Good, though. You send me a Cash App. So now we're going to play this little song here. Thank you for the Cash App. Okay? Thank you for the Cash App. And here we are, right? That's right. Yeah. Keep it coming, baby, nigga. Keep it coming, baby. I want some more money. Okay? Keep it coming, baby. Okay? Hold on. As a police officer, he should know better than the shit he's talking. Hold on. Your pro-black friends are cheap, Big J. Hey. Thank you for the $2, though. I appreciate the $2 though. Yeah, I'm gonna give me some more paper. Yeah, keep it coming, baby. That's right. You know what? I'm in mood. You know what? I want to feel good right now. I feel good. Let me play this song again. Go ahead, figure it out while I get the more paper. You know what? I want to thank my ex-girlfriend for creating my logo. That green logo. I want to thank her. Curious, thank you for creating that logo. Got that in the email. By the way, got that in the email the other day. But thank you for creating a new logo for me. Anyway, let me get off of here. Anyway, back to the point. SKC loves Becky too. That's why he's queening all over the internet. Oof. I don't hate white women, but my wife isn't wife, Mr. Purge. Yeah. Your wife is Ling Ling. I remember talking to your wife, SKC. I remember talking to your wife because she was trying to talk to me. She was talking shit to me on one of your panels. I think it was either your panel or was it what's that nigga name who always do all those debates? When were you gonna? No, I'm the one with the Becky. Oh, well, y'all think I'm with Becky. You know, because you know, if you hear what somebody said, I put white women over black women. Y'all, you know, that's a rumor going around here on that one. But anyway, he don't like Becky. He's like Ling Ling. Okay, not Becky. I get Ling. Okay, say, when we gonna chat 1-on-1? You know how long ago that was? You know how long ago that was? Yes, she did. Okay, SKC. We was on what I forgot that nigga's name. We was on me and you was going back and forth, and she was talking in the background. She was talking to me in the background while you was laughing at me. She was talking to me in the background. Come on, bro. I remember her voice. Tell him to hit the link. Teapot, yeah, it's on sorry ass Teapot's channel. Tell him to hit the link. You know what? You know what? You're right, Queen. You're right. Let me drop the link. I know I just got off from work, right? But let me just give him the link, because since he want to talk to me so bad, he wants to talk to me so. We had friends over. She was bullshit. Oh, I got some ads. Guys, I got some good ads on this channel. Okay. How come my ads ain't showing up? Hold on. I mean, how come my link ain't showing up? You know what? Let me pin my own link. Let me pin this. Pin. Why ain't my link ain't being pinned? How come I can't pin my own link? I'll be damned. I can't pin my own shit. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Yeah, all destinations. Hold on. You know what I cannot stand? Yeah, do it. Yeah, do it. Because right now it's saying YouTube reject your comment. It's fairly, you know. Yeah. Go ahead, drop the link, Queen. I hope no Delta November. You know what? I dare a Delta November to hit the link. I dare a Delta November to hit the link. I bet they listen. I hope one of you Delta Novembers hit this link. I'll clown the shit out y'all's ass. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, hold on. Let me pin that. Yeah, pin message. Yeah, let me pin that. Yeah. I'm gonna pin that real quick. It's pinned. So, yeah. What's a Delta November? Dumb nigga. Shout out to MOT for that. Shout out to MOT. Okay. I just went ahead and pinned Queen Sun the link, her comment. So SKC, if you want to jump on board, you can if you like. I mean, you know, I only got like an hour left because I'm going to sleep. So if you got something to talk to me about, SKC, I'm just saying. If not, though, I'll close the live stream. because I got a roast a nigga though in a moment. So anyway, I'll wait. I wait for SKC to come. You know what? I give SKC 5 more minutes, and I give him 5 more minutes, and I'm done. All right. Oh, okay. And Aunt T showed up. Oh, okay. Okay, what's going on, Aunt T?
What up, Big J?
Yeah,
Let me make
what's
sure
up?
my mic is straight. Yeah, I just want to get this straight. Look, it never fails. It just never fails because these be the same people that want to, and I'm glad he came up here, because it just like Officer Tatum and the rest of them, this is really their incessant need to defend their interracial relationship because they don't like the way the quote unquote community views it because they all validated from the external when in actuality race shouldn't even matter. That because that's always the premise of their arguments. Officer Tatum, SKC here, race shouldn't matter. You should be looking at somebody's character and their substance, but yet the only topic of conversation they ever have is race. Isn't that something? Blatant hypocrisy. Blatant hypocrisy. So when I state this, I'm actually talking about your character. Because I don't even know you like that. But I know when y'all talk like that, 99 out of 100 times is because you in some interracial relationship and the other 1%, you ain't in one. You're trying to get into one. Yeah, you ain't in no relationship at all. Yeah, but most of you, y'all just trying to defend your need to screw on women from other races. And the fact that you still feel the need to defend it is pathetic to me. Go.
SKC.
Hey, what's going on?
Chilling. I believe you should be able to screw whoever you want, but you also really shouldn't even give a damn what the rest of the world thinks or views it or whatever. So I'm just saying, if race and all of that other stuff shouldn't matter, why is the topic of every conversation you have surrounded by race?
Oh, that was to me.
Yes.
You and the Officer Tatums and the rest of the coons on the internet.
Oh, okay. I guess the person who's speaking is who? Aunt T?
Yeah.
Okay. So what makes you believe that those are my views? I mean, I don't think we've had conversation some huge time, and I really don't talk about relationship stuff. So I mean,
now you talk about race and the quote unquote community. All right. Well, isn't SKC supposed to stand for Supreme King Coon? You in the chat calling yourself Coon of Coons.
Yeah.
Like this has been the premise of your content and your conversations for years, SKC.
No, the
race, the community, all that other stuff, right? That's what you call it.
No, mine has been centered around culture.
Oh my God. Okay. What type of culture? Go.
Yeah. Explain this. Explain this culture that you speak of.
Yeah, there's several types of subcultures within any country, and certain cultures seem to have different attributes. Those attributes help them to be able to achieve certain things or not.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Explain.
Big J, but before he does, just I want everybody to pay attention with how hard he tried to not use the word black. Just now when he said all that stuff, yeah, he really did try. Yeah, so shout out to you for trying and being conscious of your words. Go.
Conscious of what words?
Well, you can explain further.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
talking about subcultures
Yeah,
of the
he don't
country?
want to say black folks or black
Yeah,
community or any of that.
right.
Yeah, he's trying to
Well,
dance, and I respect that because that just shows that he actually thinks before he speaks. So I can respect
well,
that.
cool. So like this, just as a question to you guys, are all cultures equal?
Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh. He a classic trope. That's a classic trope.
Well, then you should have an answer for it then, right?
Well,
Aunt T,
I
Big J, what's going on? It's a easy answer. I mean,
All right, so
did I
no
ask you
two
something
things on this
difficult?
planet are equal, but they're like when you're using words like equality or equal or anything, there are different types of comparisons. So are you saying that one are when you say our culture is equal, is one better than the other one, or are they
No, no,
just
no, no,
different?
no, no. This
Because
the same. I'm using equal in the same way that many of the people that you enjoy, that you guys um, listen to, use the word equality, equal, the same way that it's used in the law. Are all cultures equal?
I don't believe one culture is better or worse than the other, but I do believe most cultures have differences. So
Okay, so do those differences create different outcomes?
you want to answer that,
Yeah, I
Big J?
mean,
'Cause
no, I ain't gonna answer that because outcomes, right? Well, what's the state of America today? What's the state of America, United
what does the
States,
state of America? What does the state of America have to do
United
with what I'm
Kingdom,
asking?
okay, United States,
Do different
France.
cultures do different cultures as Aunt T stated, do different things, and do those
Hmm.
different things create different outcomes?
okay,
Uh,
so this is a loaded question, and I'm going to explain exactly why.
Is it a
That's
loaded
life.
question?
That's life. You can give everybody on this planet equal opportunity at everything, and even if and that's never going to be the case. But even if it were, people would still have different outcomes. So there's always going to be different outcomes, regardless of what people where people start at the starting point. That's just the way
Okay,
it is.
okay. Let me
Some
put it a
people are
little bit
lucky,
different.
some people are faster,
Let-
stronger, better looking. Some people are
okay,
born rich, some people are born poor, some people just know people. That just is
okay,
what it is. So and like I said, some
okay.
people are just blessed with the benefit of good luck or right place, right time.
Okay.
Some
Let me explain it to you a little bit
people
differently
are
then,
born in the right
because
era
this
or
is
on the right soil and have laws to
because
protect them. So there's
because
always going to be differences in outcome.
right, but you're dodging the central part of it. All of the things that you just stated, though, that has nothing to do with culture. Culture are the subset of habits and beliefs and systems that people actively take a part of.
hmm You're
Do
right.
those create different outcomes?
Yes, yes. You know what? I bite. Yes, but here's the thing. Where does that culture do you think that people take up cultures from other people, right?
They have a
Is that
choice
true?
to. It's all a choice.
Okay, then where do black America get uh get its culture from?
That's a good question. Where do you
Well,
think?
no, I'm asking you. Where do black people got their culture from?
Well, I think I would say a lot. I'm just going by what Black people say. They say that they created their own culture.
I'm gonna ask this question again because like you're not really answering my. Where do black people get their culture from?
I can only go by what Black people say. They
What
say
do black people
they
say?
say
Better
they
yet,
say that
go ahead, go ahead.
they say that they created their own.
Okay, and who is who do you look up to? SKC. Who do you look up to, SKC?
Sorry, my signal went down for a little bit. I'm in a parking garage heading out. What's going on? What did you say?
Who do you look up to, SKC?
Who do I look up to?
Yes.
My father, my grandfather.
No. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about somebody that you always quote on your channel.
I don't always quote.
Okay, well, what is your feelings on I forgot his name now. His name's at the tip of my tongue. Thomas Sowell. What's your opinions on Thomas Sowell?
I think that he's an economist that did some very good work.
And good work such as
Same as Glenn Laurie. Same as I forget the name of the
right.
Harvard,
But here is the
right
thing
now.
though. It goes back to my original question. Where do black people get their culture from? And
Well,
since
black
so
people
you want to
think they made it up.
demigrate, no, because Thomas Sowell wrote the book called Black Rednecks.
Right, that's his views. Those are not mine.
But you said, but when I asked you where black people got their culture from, and you a fan of Thomas Sowell said black people imitate the Scots-Irish, the low-class Scotch-Irish behavior.
Right. First of all, I'm not a fan of Thomas Sowell. I've read a lot of his works. That doesn't make me a fan.
But some of the terminology you use, some of his terminology when you was on Teapot's channel.
When?
Use some of his terminology about the dancing. You know how you used to do your channel SKC. People with buck dancing, shoe shining. They doing all the minstrel act that comes from the Scots-Irish clap dancing routine, but it's in blackface. Come on, man.
Well, that's I believe that is Thomas Sowell's claim. I don't think many people have refuted it, but that's not my view.
Well, it mostly was Scots-Irish who was owning black slaves. Am I correct?
No,
Or at least was the overseers of those slaves.
Maybe, but it sounds like you're more of a fan of him than I have. I have
No, but well, because here's his thing: you can't put down black culture without denigrating white culture. See, you like you and them other niggas over there at SYSBM and the Passport Bros. I like to trash black culture, trash black people when white people, when they got the same attitudes and bullshit from the former owners.
Why would?
Oh wait, he left. I guess he.
He'll probably be back up.
Yeah, he might be up.
It was mid sentence. It sounded like it just cut out.
Yeah. He must got cut out.
I'll hang out with you till he gets back up here. Because now y'all was having y'all debate, but even when you mention guys like a Thomas Sowell or like people understand like where them people come from, that actually transcends racial lines because those are private equity sector type dudes. So of course they're going to be around a bunch of different demographics because that's business and stuff like that. So of course a lot of the things that they say are going to they're going to seem as though they're true, but they kind of transcend racial lines. I understand that, but that's still a small percentage of people as far as the private equity sectors.
Right.
Those are your business owners, your investors, your like all of that stuff. So that's like what 3% of people. So that's what they represent.
Yeah, but I'm gonna give
that has nothing to do with black culture or white culture or any of that stuff. That's wealthy people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. So Oh, okay, he's back. I was about to give him
Yeah.
2 minutes. Okay. Oh, he's back.
Now y'all got it. I'll drop down right there.
All right
Y'all
then.
got it, bro.
All right then. Thank you, Auntie. So, where you left off at, SKC? You was saying something. What were you telling me before you drop off? SKC, are you still in
Yeah,
your parking
yeah.
garage?
I was bringing up. You said something about trashing black culture, and I was, and like there's certain parts of black culture.
Go on. You cutting out again, SKC.
Nah, I hear you.
Yeah, there's certain parts of black culture that done what?
Yeah, there's certain parts of black culture that I have in my household. Like I was telling you, like about jazz. We have a bunch of jazz records. I've inherited from my parents, and even from some of my in-laws, and we go to shows every now and again. So I mean, what are you talking about?
Hold on. You mentioned your in-laws. Wait a minute. Like your in-laws is Chinese. What do they know about? Oh, is she Chinese or is she Korean? I forgot. Anyway, so what do they know about black culture? I mean, your wife's family, because you said you got it from your in-laws. What do they know about black culture?
Well, I made specific mention of jazz. I think jazz typically began in the American South in New Orleans. But nevertheless, there's different parts of the world that actually upholds jazz and keeps the tradition going more so than in America today. So there's a lot of cultures all over the world that have pretty deep jazz traditions, and they actually help a lot of those musicians to stay alive and to keep their art going.
Okay, and what so what things that black people what about black culture that you like that has nothing to do with songs or music or art?
There's a lot of great writers of old. Give you one like Schuler. He was like right in the time of like the Renaissance era, what people would call the Black Renaissance, and he did some very great, I would say, writings that challenged a lot of what people like Langston Hughes, and others within that society were saying.
So these are how you typically think of black culture, right?
And you have people like, Booker T. Washington, Frederick Douglass, others, that you had businessmen back then. There was a lot of good traditions to look back towards.
And what's so good about Booker T. Washington?
I think that he helped to start a university. He taught a lot of people to be self-reliant. He was a great orator. Was he not seen as a leader?
No, because he told
Aren't there
President
schools
McKinley.
named after him?
Well, I mean, because he kind of told President McKinley that we should go to Cuba because us black stock, we got the best Negro stock. We can fight the Cubans and fight the Spanish because we have tropical blood.
Right, but you stated what was so great about him. You can try to
in the name of imperialism.
Right. Now, you can argue with some specifics about what he stated, but you asked me what was so great about him. And all I'm asking is so you don't believe that he did great things?
He may have, but let's just say
so then that's what's so great about him.
Harm.
A person that did great things is great.
But he did a lot more harm than good.
Well, that's your opinion.
Based on the okay. Are you a fan of W.E. Du Bois then?
Not really.
Why?
I think that he had a lot of views that were anti-civilizational.
Such as?
Take, for instance, how he lived his life.
And how did he live his life? Please expound on this, please, because you're not making any sense to me.
Okay. His general thought was that there needed to be a 10% that was going to raise the rest of a group up. And at the end of it, if he put himself within that 10%, what did he do? He moved to a different country and died alone.
Right. And
So
same.
how did that work out? He had a theory, but how did his theory work out?
Well. Who actually funded W.D. Du Bois then?
What does that have to do with how he lived?
But okay, but if W.D. Du Bois is bad, right? Then who was giving money to W.D. Du Bois?
I don't know. I don't care. All I'm saying is
no. But you said yet you said that Booker T. Washington is a hero and he's great, but at the same time, he's the one that
I didn't call him a hero.
I know, but I'm just making it black. I
just stated
a lot of black conservatives love to put W.D. Du Bois. Put Booker T. Washington's picture on the wall. So
I'm not a conservative.
Well, you sure talk like a black MAGA, black conservative. So the thing is,
just because two people arrive at the same point doesn't mean that they took the same route.
Granted, and like I said, and yes, Queen, I don't like W.D. Du Bois either. In fact, I don't even like Marcus Garvey either. But anyway, let's keep it moving, right? Let's keep it moving. But
what happened to the NT dude?
NT dropped, so he can just be between me and you.
Oh, so, I thought when he came up, I thought he had me figured out. It seems as though a lot of the things that he stated at the very beginning failed.
Well, okay, so is black society is it ruined?
I would say that's up to personal opinion. Everybody should have their thoughts on that. Are you asking me personally what I think?
Yes, I'm talking about you personally.
Yeah, I think that it is far past that the modern black subculture is far past being of civilizational upbuildment or improvement, and that it's has already crossed the Rubicon to it's being permanently ill-fated.
And what makes you say that?
Observation, not only of how people conduct themselves, but also what is coming out of academia from the people that they hold as the great minds of them.
And these great minds are?
A lot of them, then this is the crazy part, a lot of them are not well known to the masses of black people, but they influence them greatly. Take, for instance, if you ask the nominal person from within the community, they can't tell you where DEI came from. They can't tell you where CRT came from. They can't tell you the money or the thoughts behind how certain of their political leaders or teachers or various influencers or celebrities get their worldview from, but they follow it anyway.
Well, okay. Do you think white people know where DEI comes from and CRT?
No, I don't think that the nominal does. I think that there's more that know than black people know.
Okay. What is DEI then?
It's an acronym. It stands for diversity, equity, and inclusivity.
Good. So, well, who benefits more out of DEI?
I think white women actually benefit more from DEI.
Ding, 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 ding. Okay, so if white women benefit more from DEI, why are you and others in SYSBM keep using DEI to put a black woman's face on it?
When did I ever do that?
Well, I mean, according to the tenets of SYSBM, do you want me to look at the tenets of SYSBM?
You don't have to. I help to pin them, but I don't ever. I don't ever remember writing the words DEI.
Well, I mean, is affirmative action DEI?
Some will say no. There's some that will state that. Actually, many lawyers have stated that DEI was added onto affirmative action. Affirmative action served as the thin edge of the wedge to allow DEI to be put forth, but that they're two separate things.
In what way?
Okay. During the 1960s, during the age of affirmative action, were there words stated diversity, equity, and inclusion? I'll answer that as rhetorical. No, those words did not come up until circa late 90s, early 2000s. That's how they're two different things.
Okay. Well, I mean, so do you think affirmative action did a bad thing to black people?
I think like any other policy, it had its trade-offs.
That's trade-offs. Such as.
Well, just like any sort of medication, if a person is ill for a little bit, if they are prescribed a particular type of medicine, that medicine can help them. But if they continue to take it years and years and years after whatever malady has been solved, then the medication could be detrimental to their health. I think affirmative action is similar.
Okay, and what has a SYSBM have done for you?
I know I'm confused as to your question because take for instance all of the things that you're talking about. I guess that you're saying that you're trying to throw some little light trolling internet group to me. Everything that I guess was a lot of the things that are described there, I lived it way before the group ever existed, as did many other people.
Okay. Then tell me, what do if you lived the life before it was created, then what was it that was appealing to you then?
I think just the ability to be able to think for yourself, to be able to look at a variety of various cultures and to pick and choose good things, get rid of bad things, and then kind of assemble, for me, a better way of life.
You mean better way of life as we at the SYSBM Nice Roundtable recognize the necessary to exclude black women from any and all building and construction endeavors due to the fact that the modern day black female contractual obligation towards state is to keep black society and black men flat on their faces until the end of time. Would you agree with that?
I think that it's hyperbolic in speak, but I think that a lot of the intrinsic message within it is true. I think that if you apply that to, I would say, the rank and file thought process that comes out of nominal Black culture, modern Black culture, that is true. There's always
Okay.
exceptions, though.
Oh, there's always exceptions. Oh, okay, okay. Well, that's why it's mean is all about explaining one's dating,
Well,
marrying, and
I'm just
procreation.
curious, real quick, though, Jay.
Uh-huh.
We've been through this before. I'm kind of wondering, me as an individual, as a person,
Uh-huh.
don't you think that I'm just, and you can continue to go down the line or whatever you want to do, but I'm just asking you, as an individual, as a person who has authored many things, is this the best that you can come up with? Is to, I guess, ask me questions about an online group instead of the individual that you're speaking with at the moment?
Well, like you decided to come up here. I just want a refresher on what the tenets of SYSBM. So there's some people who are new here, and you
Yeah,
know,
but
and
think of
then
it this way. But think
yeah,
of it
go
this
ahead,
way.
go
Think of
ahead.
it this way, Big J.
Hmm.
Here you have at your hands, your fingertips,
Mm-hmm.
SKC.
Uh-huh.
And we've known each other for a little while. I'm sure
Yes.
you've grown. I've grown.
Mm-hmm.
My
We all have.
family has expanded in different things. You mean to tell me after all this time, you just want
Watch.
to give me questions about an online? I haven't streamed in years, and you want to ask me questions about an online group instead of let's get at the real meat of the minds behind Big J and SKC.
What you want to know, SKC?
I want to know, and I'm just speaking man to man.
Uh-huh.
Why is this? Why are things like the Nolan case and Brandon Tatum and different things like that? Why is that so important to you?
It's there are layers to this. There's layers to it. It's not just of the racial aspect. It's more like I hate I hate the grifting. I think grifting. You got a bunch of aimless chasers online who are stoking the flames and ruining the justice system by putting out fillers out there that's not true, or putting out false information. I'm really am against misinformation, if you understand.
But in a system, let's say we're in America, right?
Right, right.
Um,
Living
free,
in America. Okay, go ahead. I'm
free
sorry.
speech, right?
Yeah. I free.
So in a system that allows for free speech, wouldn't that also allow for misinformation?
But if it's
See, I
ruining
think
the
that
truth,
one of the things about the people who, and this is just my opinion, the people who play the idea about such a hatred for misinformation, it's almost like you're treating everybody like children, and that they do not have the ability as adults to be able to view or read various information subsets and to be able to decide and reason for their own as an adult whether they believe it's true or not.
but we live in a society where most people are not adults. We got 50-year-old men who's sitting at the dock of the bay yelling at ducks saying SYSBM MGTOW.
But
Um,
isn't that their prerogative though?
but
Does
if
your
you're
worldview
encouraging,
allow for free will?
I believe in free will, but I also believe in right. I believe in correct leadership, and I believe in order to get correct leadership, people got to get the facts straight.
Well, don't you think that the a concept of understanding what proper leadership should be like begins in the family?
It belongs with all wisdom starts with the fear of God.
Okay, and then after that is family, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
but don't
so
see.
if you have a large subset, and going back to our original conversation, when you were telling me, well, Aunt T was asking, all this stuff about black, 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 black. And I was saying, no, culture. And this is where the differences come in. If one culture says that family is important and that the way that you raise your kids, the way that you organize that central unit is going to affect the masses. And the other culture says, no, that's not important. You're making a big deal out of that. Aren't they going to have different outcomes?
Not necessarily, because okay, what do you think of my culture then, SKC? Because
What is your culture?
hold on, me and you are in the same state. Okay, me and you are in the same state. So what is my culture versus yours?
What is your culture?
No, I'm telling you what. Okay, not urban. I'll tell you that much. Not suburban.
Okay, let me ask you this way, just to get to the heart of it.
Yeah.
What are some of the values of your culture?
Well, you gotta look out for yourself. You gotta tend to. I believe this small town living and rural aspect outlook of the world. You gotta be more self reliant. Do not be too prideful and not asking for help. You look out for your family and stuff like that. Go on. Next. What else you want me to answer, SKC?
No, I'm just wondering. Those are I guess the top values of your culture.
Yeah, basically, yes.
Okay.
See, but you think though I'm some urban nigga, a nigga from the big city, and
No, I really don't know what to think about you, because I came up with a clean palette. I wanted to understand, maybe how you've grown and how you've changed. People change.
Some better, some for worse.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes.
Just like some cultures change, some better, some for the worst.
Then how has your culture changed, SKC?
I don't think that my culture has changed that much.
Really not for the better.
I think that there's been some small tweaking, but pretty much the culture that I inherited was, has served my family and friends very well.
Oh, inherited. So are you talking about inherited on the black side or inherited from the Asian side?
Inherited from multiple sides, way beyond the ones that you described.
Right. Okay. I don't know what else to ask. You got some questions for me? You know me. I'm just saying. So
Yeah, I do have some questions, man. Like one of the things that you mentioned about your culture, you stated, looking out for family. Are you actively pursuing to create your own family?
No.
So then that I guess virtue really isn't that important to you then.
It takes two.
Right. But you mean to tell me that within you would, I'm guessing here, I'm assuming that you believe that your culture is great. So within your great culture, shouldn't that mean you could find a great spouse?
I'm at it. I'm in my 40s. I don't care about that shit.
Oh, okay. So that is not important to your culture.
No, I mean, it's important, but the clock ran out. What else? What else do you want to know, SKC?
Okay, I'll just say this to you as a means of encouragement. I don't think that the time is run out. You're in your 40s. You could still create a family. That I don't think that would be difficult for you.
Well, I don't know about that part, but go on. I mean, whatever. Whatever.
Yeah, there's been plenty of men who have had children in their 40s. Heck, I just had a daughter.
Oh, congratulations. How many children? You know what? It's none of my business. I shouldn't ask.
Oh, 4.
Oh, good. I bet you have a lively household then.
Yeah, these last few years have been pretty lively. It's having young ones again running around the house is yeah.
So like tell me, well, what made you leave YouTube, SKC?
Really? I really just did like YouTube just for fun. I didn't take streaming like ultra serious or anything of that nature.
I mean though, you used to troll me and Queen Sunkiss on Teapot's channel.
Yeah, but you got to remember that when that was occurring, like my boys are older, but once my girls came, it's like I got to spend a lot of time with really young kids. It's like you don't have time for that.
All right then. Well, I would continue this, but like I said, I got off of work about 2 and some about 3 hours ago. So I'm just gonna I would continue this on and on, but I can't do it today. If this was a weekend, we would carry this on for more than.
No. I got you, man. You're a working man, and that's respectable. I do have a central question for you though, before you leave, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Why should anyone in 2026 be pro-black?
I'm not pro-black, so you asking the wrong person.
Yeah, I know, but earlier you stated the whole thing about, I guess, what was the lady that was, I guess, Brandon Tatum was speaking with or was interviewing or something.
If we're talking about pro-black, okay, we got to identify what is pro-black. What do we consider pro-black? I think
that's a good question. You tell me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I mean pro-black, right? I'm talking about your psychopathias, your Renee Bass of the world, those type of the black radicals, those who like to police the sexual organs of other black people. I mean, things like that. We always had to talk about race all the goddamn time. That's what I consider what I call the pro-blacks. So, is that are we having the same definition or not?
Sure, I'll go with whatever definition that you provide.
No.
I don't.
No. What is your definition?
No, I really don't have one. That's why I was asking you why would someone want to be this pro-black thing? I'm confused about that.
Okay, is it upsetting to you?
No, it's not upsetting. It's just intriguing to me. It's like someone stating, "I want to be pro-fish." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Wait, but then I find it hypocritical that you find it intriguing to be. Yes, you can, Queen. That is very interesting that you would find intriguing for somebody to be pro-black, but then you're SYSBM, and SYSBM is says on that on Tenet Re saying that black women should be avoided and excluded from each and every function of life. So why are you intrigued by somebody being pro-black when then you're SYSBM?
I don't follow.
That's why I asked you why are you SYSBM then?
Well, I don't, like I was stating to you earlier, and I think I explained it in depth, that you're trying to attribute to me an online group that used hyperbole and satire as bits and pieces of, I would say, trolling to a certain extent, but with a little bits and pieces of giving truth
But SKC,
about said culture.
but SKC,
And you have the individual before you at hand right now that can answer any of your questions, definitely about my personal life and all that stuff. And you keep wanting to go back to an online hyperbole group.
because you were part of it.
But I stated to you just now that my lifestyle existed way before the group existed.
Okay. What's going on, Queen? You have something to say?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
So the question of why would you be pro-black? It is because the aspects of black culture that you typically highlight SKC are counteracted to the productive aspects of black culture. So being pro-black is highlighting the most functional parts of black culture. So we're not painted with this broad brush of dysfunction.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If you would explain to me what are some of the more, I would say, productive and functional parts of modern day Black culture.
Really, it's not different than the things that you say that you carry in your own household. It hasn't changed.
No, I think that it's quite different.
I don't believe so.
Okay, so
Yeah, you have some
again,
people that
what are
don't
some of the
adhere.
things? What are some of the aspects of productive, functional Black culture that you
I
that
don't
you're
know where
stating
I come
should be
from.
venerated?
Education is a priority in the household. You
Okay, but
actually
that's
being
that's for
active and
pretty
productive
much
is,
every culture. What makes
but that
that
is the
Black?
thing. That is the thing. No, pro-black is highlighting that our culture is just as functional as any other culture.
But that's
That's
not
what
true.
pro-black
That
is.
by
But it
definition that
is.
can't be true.
How so?
Because at the very beginning, I'll just pose the question to you: are all cultures equal?
In their particular respect, of course, yes.
What respect?
Whatever respect that you're looking at. Like
No, I'm
our cultures
asking
are
you.
not
I'm
the
asking
they're
you
not the
open. I'm
they're
not. I'm not. I'm
our
not.
cultures are not the
I'm not asking a
okay.
specific. I'm asking you: are all cultures equal?
Our cultures are equal. They're not the same.
Okay, so how are they equal?
However a person decides to participate in their culture, that's their culture.
Okay,
They
so
have
are you stating that they have equal results?
no, I'm not stating that at all.
Okay,
That's
so
why I said there
so
are
then
differences.
so then
hmm
how are they equal?
Just because you don't get the same results don't mean it's not equal.
Okay, I'm just going by math here, right? Okay, so 3 + 3 is 6. 5 + 5 is 10. Is 6 equal to 10?
No.
Right, because you're using different integers to get to a different result. If one culture is adding by 3s and another culture is adding by 5s, how are they going to get to the same end result?
So are we measuring cultures that have to get to the same end result? Because I don't view culture that way.
I'm just stating that for every action, there are reactions, positive and negative. That's just the law
I
of the
agree with that.
universe. And so the
I
choices
agree
that
with
people
that.
make, the decisions that they make of
Mhm.
how they want to live, uh, what they center as central beliefs and so forth, that's on them.
Right. So again, you would be pro-black to not be painted under this broad brush of this function. That's why a person would be pro-black. Black.
So let me get this right. Let's say if there was a band of of thieves. And they stated, our culture of thieving is just as equal as every other culture. And I don't understand why people want to focus in on the bad things within our culture.
And that's their culture.
That makes sense to you?
Yes, because if that's their culture and that's their way of life, and they feel like there are aspects that are worth defending, it's their right to do so.
Well, I think that if you view cultures as a whole, cultures connect to civilization as a whole, society. There are some cultures that are going to be more focused towards the upbuildment of general civilization and society, and others that are not so much.
Mm-hmm. You said that to say what?
That all cultures are not equal.
Okay. If you're looking at cultures as a means to an end, then you can say that.
Well, they have to be a means to an end because what they do is they promote various ways of thought, ways of living, belief systems in the people around them that ingest them. That is the whole purpose of cultures to exist, to create a means to an end. It's an agricultural term. People farm as a means to an end to get food.
Then by that logic, right? Then by that logic, are you equal in the eyes of your in-laws?
What are you talking about?
Well, we talking about cultures, right?
Correct.
So, are you equal in the eyes of your in-laws?
That would be a question I think that you would pose to them.
Well, I mean, you married into that culture. Therefore, I have to ask, well, are you equal?
Right. They don't do your culture. It's equal to theirs.
Right.
Well, I think that by allowing me to be a part of their family, and then my family allowing them to be a part of ours, answered that question.
Okay, then. So, you black, right?
I'm human.
See.
If someone decided that they wanted to call the police on you, they would identify you as a black man, correct?
I guess if that's what they wanted to do.
Okay, so generally speaking, in this society,
is it just me, or is it just me, or are you breaking up?
Queen, you breaking
up. I'm breaking up. Hold on.
Yeah, you breaking up a bit.
No.
While she gets herself together, I just have a question for you, Big J. Why do you think that she instantly went to fear?
Well, because of I don't know if it's fear.
It has to be fear because this whole thing about the police. I don't fear the police.
Well, I'm assuming because all of us are in Texas.
Can y'all hear me?
I'm still breaking. Yeah, it sounds like she's on the road. So
yeah, sounds yeah.
But yeah, I guess to answer her question, the beginning of it at least, I guess the culture that I inherited and how I've lived my life, I've never been in fear of the police, nor have I had any run-ins with the police ever.
No. It's not about your run-ins with the police. I'm asking you as a descriptor. Would you be considered a black man by most people that just looked at you?
Yeah, I guess if a person wanted to do that, yeah, they could.
Okay, so you are black, and you assume that.
No. Hold on. You said if someone wanted to describe me as such, they could. Just someone could describe me as an idiot. Someone could describe me as a fool. So yeah, that's a descriptor. That's their choice.
Okay, but the description would be because of the color of your skin, correct?
Okay.
Okay, so when you fill out the form, they ask you your race. What box do you check?
Other.
You check the other box.
Correct.
Okay, cool. All right. So, I'm just saying, basically, if somebody wanted to describe you, they would describe you as a black man.
If they wanted to, or they could
Is
say,
that
this
reasonable?
person. They could describe me by my height. They could describe me by the clothes that I'm wearing. They could describe me by the car that I'm driving. They could
They
describe me by the
gonna
people
ask
that I'm
you
with.
if you black, white, Asian, or etc. So, what would they describe you as? Reasonably
What
speaking.
what
Come on, stop.
whatever they chose.
Okay, so
I'm
I
not a
see you
mind
don't want to
reader.
answer the question. You don't want to answer the question.
I
That's
am
fine.
answering
So
your question. I'm answering it. I'm answering it very directly too.
that's fine. No, you don't have to answer it. It's okay. For all
I
intents
can't
and
help it if
purposes
I
of this
can't answer the
discussion,
question how you want it to be
no,
answered.
it's
But I
cool.
am answering your
It is
questions.
okay. No. What you're doing is being disingenuous, but that's fine.
I'm not
I
being
understand.
disingenuous. Can
Yes,
people
yes, you
describe
are,
me
sir.
however they want to describe me? Is that a true or false statement?
People don't describe wouldn't tell the describe somebody as a white man if they were not fucking white.
Okay, so let me get this right.
By
So
observation.
hold on. Let's test your theory just to make sure that we're on the same page here. Hasn't in the news for quite some time on national TV, on various news outlets, there have been descriptions about teen takeovers?
Yes, there have.
Right. But in those teen takeovers, do the news anchors use the word black?
I don't know. I
No,
can't
they
answer that.
don't. They just say teen takeovers. That's their description of what is going on. Even though a large variety of people can say it looks like a bunch of black teens or black young people that are destroying and going crazy, but the news never describes it as such. They have
I
a
do
choice
believe
in
I
doing
answered
that.
a very specific question,
And
and
I'm giving you a specific situation of
and you're
showing how
giving me a
people
broad.
have. I'm giving you a specific, well-known
It's
situation
a very
on
specific
national
question. You
TV
talk about
of how
stuff that's in
people are
multiple
being
people.
described.
I said if for some reason somebody decided to call 911 and they describe you to them, would they describe you as a black man?
And
That's a simple yes or no
I'm giving you a
answer.
wide example of a
You
situation
giving
of
me
I'm giving you a
as
wide
half day.
example of situations where police are called to situations and people are on the phone and they're saying there's a bunch of teens going crazy destroying stuff. Could you come
You
here?
tell me, and that's fine. But the overall point is, you feel like
Why did they choose age instead of race?
so you decided that
I'm just
your coach.
asking.
I mean that's well and cool, but I'm trying to get to a point because you stated about the equality of cultures, and because you are in an interracial marriage, you were asked if your culture that you came from was equal to the culture that you married into, and I assuming that the answer is yes. And I'm trying to make the point that you, as a black man, felt like your culture was equal to the culture that you were marrying into.
No,
So,
I don't think that they were equal.
no, you don't think they were equal. Okay.
No.
So, then how does it work exactly?
You said what?
I said, how does it work exactly? In what ways
They weren't equal.
was so? How was your culture not equal to the person's culture that you married into?
Um, their culture had various pros and cons, and my culture had various pros and cons.
Right.
Those all of our pros were not equal. All of our cons were not equal.
So y'all were unequally yoked.
No, I would say
Okay.
culturally.
I understand.
I would say culturally. You're bringing in and trying to use something that has to do with religion or scriptures or spiritual
No,
things.
I said nothing about religion or spiritual anything.
Well,
I said nothing about
you
those
used the
people.
term. Did you not use the phrase unequally yoked? Is that not taken from the Bible?
It's in the Bible, but I wouldn't say that's exactly where it comes from.
Okay, who stated it before that? Before the Bible did.
Oh, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
It's a direct phrase taken from the Bible.
I don't believe so, but go ahead.
Have you read it?
The Bible?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't think you black if you ain't read the Bible. You know.
Okay, so then you would obviously know that that phrase was taken from Christ.
I
Okay.
know it comes. Okay, go
Then,
ahead. Big boy.
then, therefore, by that question, go ahead, Queen. Go ahead, Queen. Y'all was having a good back and forth. Go ahead. I'm interested now. You got me
Yeah, so
interested.
I mean, going back to your improper use of the phrase unequally yoked, no,
Not my
our
improper
cultures
use.
were not equal. They had different pros and cons.
But are you a Christian though?
I'm curious as to what does that matter when what we're talking about. I'm not
Because
saying
you
that I'm
bring
not or that I
Okay,
am. I'm just
so
curious.
the culture that you came from, did it breed you to be dysfunctional?
No, I think that the culture that I came from comes more from the line of the breakage of what I was talking about earlier. You had people like your George Schuyler's and so forth that were kind of railing against deep cultural changes that were turning in around the 1920s to 1950s, and the you had more people that were like of the Harlem Renaissance style that were kind of doing the whole free for all type of thing. And yeah, mine goes back to more of the George Schuyler type.
Okay, and George Scholar is a black man, correct?
He is,
So my point
if
is,
that's what you
being
want to,
pro-black.
if that's what you want to call him. He didn't call himself that.
Okay, so my point is, it doesn't matter what he called himself because we live in the United States of America, where
Well,
race is a
it does matter
foundational
what the guy called himself.
classification. But I mean, not in American society. It doesn't.
Yeah, it does matter what people personally believe
No, it
about
doesn't.
themselves. You don't think so?
Not in the large scheme of American society. It does not.
So
No, not
so
at
so
all.
let me get this right.
Not at all.
Earlier, Big J said that one of the values that his culture holds dear is the ability to be self-sustaining. If you can't rail against outside influences and have a central concept of who you are in the world, then what's the purpose of even living? If you're just going to allow society as a whole to
So,
guide who you are as a person.
but that's not what I said.
Well, I
I
think that
said
that's what
in
a
the
lot of pro-black people say,
large
because one
scheme.
of the ideas that they come up with is that, oh, well, these people are going to view you this way, and this is what, and in their eyes, this is what you are. And I'm thinking to myself, who cares what other people think that you are? Know thyself.
And I'm not disagreeing with it, and that's why you would be pro-black because what they say doesn't define who you are,
Right.
and
So if
that's
we both believe that, then what other
why
people
you would be
describe
pro-black.
you as, that should have little to nothing to do with your personal culture and your personal identity.
Yes,
It's really one of the things that comes back down to family and family creation and so forth and family values. One of the things that I'm pretty sure you've taught your kids, I've taught my kids, is that a bunch of people are going to say stuff about, you and blah blah blah. But the way that you um, the way that you hold yourself, the decisions that you make, that has more to do with what you are than what anybody else has to say. I'm sure you have taught your kids that.
Of course I have.
Okay, so I don't understand when people go into these conversations about descriptors and what other people, what what these people may think of you and such and such. What does that have to do with you as a person?
It has to do with the fact that in this society, American society, race plays a large issue in a lot of things. That's why even to fill out a job application, they ask you what your racial background is. So
I think people
because you
allow that to be a big deal to them, and this is my own assumption, my little opinion, basic as it may be. I think that it's much easier to fall or fight on the heel of racism than actually to fall on the heel of personal responsibility, raising your personal standards and competing amongst the world market.
that doesn't change by letting your child understand some of the adversity that they're going to face. It just
Adversities are just a point of life. Everybody on planet Earth faces adversities.
but they're not equal
No,
in the
nor should they be.
exactly. So we're going to address those differences in equality when it comes to those things, and that's why one would be pro-black because
Yeah,
in
and it
this
seems
society,
as though if you have
mhm,
different adversities, that if you had a functioning culture, then that culture would attempt to try to compensate for various adversities that people within that culture have, instead of basically tossing the ball in and stating, it's too hard for us to play.
so see that right there, that's something else. That's not pro-black. That's something else.
I think that is pro-black.
I think you're incorrect.
Uh, we can't play because we need more money. We can't play because these people don't like us. We can't play because the entire way that the game is set up for other people. It's like, oh, okay, so you cannot alter the way that you approach the game.
Yeah, that's not pro-black. Pro-black would alter the way that you approach the game.
Okay.
But you're talking about, I don't know, that's part of that dysfunction that you like to highlight. But being pro-black is going to highlight the functional aspects of black culture. That's what pro-black is. Not making excuses for the setbacks, but learning how to overcome those setbacks.
Okay. Well, all I know is that if you go to I would say particular segments of the quote unquote pro-black or pro-black community of people, um, the bigger issues that the culture needs to fix, they do not focus on those.
Can you repeat that?
I said, from my, I would say, personal experience with speaking with pro-black people, their focus tends to not be on bigger issues that have to do with black people. One, I would say, is family formation, which is why I think that you have so many people on YouTube that focus in on relationship issues, because the culture as a whole does not produce, I a high level of good family setups. And I think one of the ways that they attempt to dodge that issue is by stating, "Oh, well, that's an American problem or a Western world problem and such and such." But when you look at the figures as a whole, the worst that in relationships, I mean, Black American culture is probably the worst amongst all relationship setups culturally.
Okay, I can agree with that.
And that's why you have so many people who are online railing about all of that. Now, do I think that that's productive? Not really. But it does speak to a big concern that they all see occurring every day. And pro-Blackness does nothing to fix that.
I disagree with it.
I'm listening.
My family, I was raised pro-Black, and I have never thought that I was held back from doing anything that I wanted to do.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying so far as the ability to be able to replicate multiple strong families.
I got a family. My husband and I have been married 23.
Hey. And this is the point that I'm trying to focus in on. And I'm just giving a little short criticism, not a big one. And let me be even. Earlier,
Okay.
Big J, he played this thought from Officer Tatum. Officer Tatum told something about, he was like, if it was my kid, talking about the Nolan case, I would want to do this. Okay. One, that line of reasoning is insane because we're all individuals. We all have individual choices to make, and we can't personalize topics based upon what we would do, because when we do that, what we're stating is that we are the standard that everyone else should follow. So when we're talking about a large group, injecting our personal into the large group is fallacious. It's actually kind of egotistical. So when talking about a large group, and we're looking at Black America as a whole, we can say, as a whole, strong family, intact family formation is not a part of modern Black culture. Pro-Blackness does not fix the irreparable damage that has been done to modern Black culture that dismisses the need for strong, intact Black families.
And what's the solution to that? I dozed off. Now I'm back. So how would you rectify that?
Well, you have to change the value system. Some of the value systems are not congruent with strong family formation. Give you a point, a quick case. Remember way back when, Big J, when guys used to say, rap culture, rap is life, such and such and such and such, right? Okay. They ingested that musical genre, and many of them ingested it in such a way that they felt the need not only to dress, speak, behave, and engage with other people based upon that musical genre. Did that help them to create a strong, intact family?
Compared to whom?
No, just not compared to anything. Did that help them to create a strong, intact family?
No, but you're going to have to need a comparison to that.
Okay. In comparison to the rest of general society.
Right. Okay. Then by that logic, right? Are you saying because of these families that are not um, developed well, it means dysfunction, right?
No, what I'm saying is that the part of the value system that stated that quote unquote rap is life and that rap is the culture. When you throw that into a person's worldview, the way that they are going to approach family formation and even its importance to their life and to their society is going to be irreparably damaged.
Okay, then by that logic, you're right, but at the same time, is general society correct on its own? You see, you have to make a confederate. I think is not. I believe it is disingenuous at
No, no,
best.
no. Well, I'm not
Making
being
a
disingenuous.
comparison.
I'll make the comparison.
Yeah, go
The
ahead.
comparison is do other cultures do better? Not saying perfection. Do they do better in the formation of strong, intact families?
Then who has the most intact families?
I'm not. I'm asking you the question.
No, I'm asking you.
Are there
I'm
other
asking you
cultures?
because like I'm asking
I'll
you
answer your
because
question, but
go ahead.
please
Go
answer
ahead.
mine. Are there other cultures that do better in forming strong, intact families?
I'm not gonna lie. There's a possibility. Yes. Yes. I'll go along with your argument. Yes.
So then they must be doing something different.
Right.
So then the idea when you asked me after you came back from, you said you were a little asleep, then the idea would be you don't have to go in and inhabit and be that quote unquote culture, but you can look inside of that culture and say, hey, just like a different, I don't know, sports team or something. I like the way that they're running their offense on these situations. We need to inhabit some of that. Do we have the exact same players and so forth? Will we have to run it just a little bit differently to tweak it? Yes. But that setup, we need to do that too. That would just make sense. That's how people compete.
But then though the argument that you're raising, right? The argument that you're raising would go towards the whole one is more dysfunction, the other one is not.
No,
And
let's just
it
take
leads to
dysfunction out of it because we're just talking about families, right?
Right,
Why don't we just say effective?
Well, okay, well then who has the most riots?
We're talking about family at the moment.
If we're using
Why are we moving on to something else?
No, if we're using the Bill O'Reilly argument, right?
I'm not using the Bill O'Reilly. This is my argument.
Right, but the argument is because of this because of the failure of the intact family within Black society leads to X, Y, and Z. Then you're going to have to compare it to the
No. I'm not saying it leads to anything because both you and I and the other person I was on stated that the idea of not having strong, intact families is a bad thing, period.
Okay, then what are the bad things then, SKC?
Okay, no, that as a whole, not having a lot of strong, intact families is a bad thing, period.
Right, but
Okay.
what do bad intact family leads to what?
In broken families lead to broken civilization.
Okay, then what describes a broken civilization?
A civilization that fails to do basic things like protected citizens, have general civilizational needs met. You think about it from this aspect. We create transportation systems, mass transportation systems, in order to move people around, right?
Right.
And we want to move people around more safely, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if we have a lot of people who do not have founding principles about how to treat one another, and let's say, and I'm not saying all of it, but I'm saying maybe a large percentage of that comes from the way that they were raised and the environment that they grew up in, their family upbringing. Then those individuals are going to make something as simple as mass transportation more unsafe for the masses.
Okay, then by that logic, right? How many drunk drivers are there?
I have no idea. I don't keep that information at the top of my head year by year.
I don't have the information myself.
Check this out, Big J, right? Because that's the thing about it, right? All right, so as far as what you just said, even if we charted the statistics,
is this the anti guy again?
Yes.
Hey, I just before you go in, I just because you left for a little while. Earlier, did I change your mind on
No.
what you said that I was?
I'm about to handle you, bro, in a moment. But check this out. To go to what
I thought we were just having a conversation.
And we will. I can actually have the conversation with you. It don't necessarily have to be a debate. I don't have to do that. But I'm about to debunk a lot of stuff that you just said in just one moment. When Big J just brought up the thing about drunk drivers, even if we were to chart DUI stats, that wouldn't even give us an accurate number regarding drunk drivers, because most people that drive drunk are not busted for DUI. So
every criminal is not caught.
Exactly. So even when people look up crime statistics, as those are usually just arrest and conviction statistics, it really doesn't chart crime as a whole. So that those would be skewed numbers naturally. Now to go to what you just said, SKC, which I would agree with you, a broken family system is what leads to the breakdown of course, generational wealth, passing down of family values, morals, tradition, things like that. So of course, yeah, that would, by just basic logic, it would create a broken society, broken culture, broken community, just naturally, because it starts in the home and then permeates the outside of the home. I would agree with that 100%. But my question to you is this: if you're not pro-black or really pro anything when it comes to, group dynamics or group culture, why would that matter to you?
What do you mean? Why would what matter to me?
Yeah, because I mean, look, earlier you said like that would be right if we, like you used the term we, like if we were to do it like this and do it like that and practice group economics and do the right things for our households, like you use we and our, and that suggests a group way of thinking. But you're not pro-black.
Wait.
What
I think
group are you talking about?
I only brought that up because Big J asked what was the solution.
Well,
I wasn't
the
trying to
solution,
state, like we or our, and I was stating.
You did say we and our. You did. Those were the exact. Well, those were the exact words that you used. You used we. That's why I hit the link. You used we, but you also said that you are not pro-black. So I think that would be the first solution: is people that don't consider themselves pro-black, they shouldn't be allowed to use terms like we to talk about black folks. I think that's the first solution, is to identify who's either not on your team or is your enemy or just wants to be part of your group when it's convenient. Tell them to get the hell up out of here. I think that's the first
right.
solution.
Okay, so I think that there's some confusion. Let me, if I could clarify just a bit. I am not part of the pro-black anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. However, Big J came up and he stated, okay, so what is the solution? So in that point, from his position, he's asking me as a advisor. And as an advisor, if you're gonna hire me on as an advisor, then I'm like, oh, okay, I will think for you in the aspect of a we, our, so forth. But I'm not part of the group. Since you asked me, I'll offer you a solution. But that was the use of we, our.
So you think that's the solution, is for us to take advice from people? Like, because when I say we, I would be talking about myself, Big J, Queen, whatever the case may be. But you already said like you're not part of that, and I'm speaking like hypothetically right now.
Take cues from outside advisors all the time.
Yeah, when they're hired. Trust
Correct.
me, I can talk for a living. Yeah, I give advice to those that pay me for it. So as soon as they pay me, we're on the same team. You've already said you're not on the same team, and you're not getting paid for that advice.
You guys are paying me attention, right?
Well, do you take advice from legal professionals that are not like paid to represent you?
I don't know. It depends on if they're pro bono. We can get outside of the word games and the bravado ante and just get down to just having a real conversation. I'm not trying to do the whole thing of, who's the smartest amongst us and all that type of stuff. Or gotcha moment.
I'm just picking apart your argument because.
Well, I just picked apart yours.
Well, no, the reason why you don't have much of an argument because you flip-flop multiple sides.
I didn't flip-flop anything. I explained to you exactly. The person asked me for advice on the solution, and I gave it.
He didn't ask you for advice.
Yes, he did. He said, well, then what is the solution?
He asked for an opinion. That's not advice.
Well, advice is always an opinion.
All right.
I just want to highlight that.
And this is what I mean. It's like I'm really not trying to go the whole tit for tat, battle of minds type of thing. I really just wanted just an open conversation.
Well, look, just like a lawyer would say, real quick, Queen, I'm gonna give it right back to you. Just like a lawyer would say, or even I would say as a consultant, when somebody asks what's the solution, I would just send them the bill. Here's the
you're paying the bill right now. You're engaging
like that.
And
That's
paying
what
me
it
attention.
is. Like I don't work for you, so it wouldn't even be in your best interest to take my advice because I might just work for
you are paying me with your time.
Like that's what it is. So as long as you like, if you're not
you're paying me so much with your time that you stopped what you were doing and came back up here.
Well, I'll let you speak before I didn't cut you off.
I'm just stating.
So you can let me finish talking and I'll give it back.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I promise I would. But no, I would say, if anything, and this is why I think your advice as far as a solution goes is flawed. It makes absolutely no sense because I believe the best solution would be to not take advice regarding solutions from somebody that doesn't give a damn about you, like you.
So what makes you think that I don't care?
Because you've already said you're not part of the group, so you don't have any vested interest in the success of the group.
Oh, well, I actually do.
So what is your vested interest?
Well, earlier, and I would say, correct me if I'm wrong, Sunkiss. When you were asking what was my descriptor, and I said that I was a human, right? Is that not what I said?
He's talking to you, Queen.
Yeah, Queen.
Well, that's what I said.
She might not know she's on mute.
That's what I said. As a fellow human,
yes,
as a fellow human, I have an investment in other humans. So I don't my investment or and so forth, or willingness or ability to care transcends your racial identity groups.
But that's not true. The community is a direct shot. It's black folk.
It is a challenge.
And black people.
No, it's a challenge. It's a challenge to those who want to continue to use a flawed cultural mindset.
You're targeting
to continue dysfunction.
Yes.
But I can care from the lens of humanity.
But that's not where your focus is. Your
My
focus
focus
is on
is
a group of
humanity.
people.
In fact,
No, your
in fact,
focus.
if you were to ask Big J, if he was to look in his Cash App, who cashed after him, and then two, what does that Cash App name come under? Community anthropology. So
Yes, and what is the community?
as a makeshift citizen anthropologist, I'm looking
Mhm.
for solutions that could help humanity.
Okay. So who
Okay.
is the community? Can you define the community? Can you define who or what that is
Yeah,
for us
it's a cultural subset
of
of people who behave and think and believe in certain ways, just like any cultural subset. I call it the
just
community.
people, just people, not a
You
particular
said what?
demographic. Just people, not a particular demographic of people.
No, not a particular because there's other people who take on community culture as well. As one Senator Byrd once said, and Big J will know this. Senator Byrd once said, "There's a lot of white niggers too."
Indeed, but usually your focus is on the black ones, generally speaking.
Wait. Hold on. Right. I gotta share this. Right. So you said you are not pro-black, right?
Oh, absolutely not.
Well, can you please explain this though? My Cash App. Now, who is this gentleman right here?
Community anthropology.
Yeah, I know that, but whose picture is that?
Do you know who that is?
I know who that is. That's Martin Delaney.
Yes, the Civil War soldier.
Right. So how can you, right, can talk about pro-blackness and how harmful pro-black is when Martin Delaney is credited being the founder of pro-blackness in America?
Who did he organize with?
The African Colonization Society that sent people to Sierra Leone in Liberia.
And who were the people who made that and gave money for it?
It's the African Colonization Society was started by both the British and the Americans,
Oh,
mainly
so you mean
James
to tell me?
Madison.
So you mean to tell me
Monroe
that
James Madison.
so you mean to tell me that Martin Delaney was meeting with a lot of white people?
Yeah, and also Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was trying to send people back to Africa.
So wouldn't that be so you mean to tell me that by quote unquote pro-black standards, the pro-black standard, he as the father of pro-blackness, is
Well,
that's what you're calling him. The father of
But
pro-blackness began his whole thing by
Wait a minute.
organizing
But
with
wait a minute.
the
Hold
quote
on.
unquote enemy.
Wait. But Martin Delaney was the opposite of Frederick Douglass. He was more radical than Frederick Douglass.
Was he though?
In some people's eyes. In some people's eyes.
In some people's eyes, I would say a lot of people's eyes that have not read him.
I mean, he was more. Let's just say if we're gonna do the 100 years thing, Frederick Douglass was more MLK, while Martin Delaney was more Malcolm X.
Nah, I don't think so. I think that's that's anachrostic. And when you have people like that, when you have people like that make statements like that, first of all, you're trying to say
Martin Delaney was for more separation, though.
Was he?
Well, I mean, he went to Liberia.
Okay, so then if he was more separation, then why did he work with white people?
Well, from
the very beginning.
Well, he did because there was a chance for him to separate from the white man.
Okay, where did he even learn to read and write from?
Listen, I forgot. I ain't read about him in a minute, so I forgot. You tell me.
Who were some of his closest friends?
I don't know. Somebody from the North Atlantic coast. I'm trying to remember what state it was.
Right. And all I'm saying to you,
Was
Big
it
J, is that
was it Massachusetts? I think it was
the
Massachusetts, something like that. But go on,
and
go
all
on.
I'm saying to you, Big J, is a lot of the people who go into this whole pro-black thing and try to go backwards in time and describe people by more modern people like Malcolm X or MLK. It's obvious that they haven't read the person, because the person stands on themselves, and those other people that came down the line based a lot of their stuff on them.
Okay,
And a lot
so
of those people had a lot of non-black friends and advisors.
and this is the point that I was trying to make when I originally came up here. Everything, when you say that you're not pro-black and you don't target black folks as far as your rhetoric is concerned, you are an anthropologist when it comes to culture in general. I hear
I
you
never
spend
said that.
a
I
lot.
never said that I didn't target anything.
Okay, so you want to elaborate before I pick this apart?
Okay, by the very definition of using community before anthropology shows that I did specifically target it as a point of study.
As a point of study. All right.
Yes.
So when you say that you target it as a point of study, just like any other point of study, what do you believe that it would be best to compare that culture to multiple other cultures, as well as compare multiple other cultures to other cultures? Do you think that would be your best, like your best way of gathering data, analyzing it, and then drawing a good conclusion or a
Are you
accurate?
familiar with cultural anthropology?
That was a yes or no question.
I'm trying to
That was a yes or
expound.
no.
No, I don't think that that's a good way. If you look at
Okay.
the standards that are done within cultural anthropology, that's not how the methodologies are followed.
So you would just follow you would just focus on one culture, tell everybody what's wrong with it. And just like when Big J said, when he asked you for a solution, you have absolutely no other cultures to compare it to, or even other cultures to compare to other cultures.
No,
You think that would be
that's not what I said. Actually, that's the exact opposite of what I stated. I stated that
I know
if
that's the opposite of what you state. That's my point. I don't think you're making much sense.
no,
I'm saying it would
probably not making much
you would
sense to
actually
you.
be able to draw a more accurate conclusion when you actually come up with those solutions if you were to compare one culture to other cultures, as well as compare other cultures to other cultures, because you would have a larger sample size and you would be able to gather more data and information and draw a more accurate conclusion. That would actually make more sense. But to just focus on one culture right there and only point out the flaws, I don't see how you can draw an accurate conclusion with anything.
Well, one,
It's like
you haven't
looking straight
familiarized
ahead. You
yourself.
have no view of peripheral or rear view.
Well, it's very easy to strawman someone into their argument. That's none of what I do.
I know that's none of what you do. Again, I'm just pointing out flaws in what it is that you
You
do.
don't know what I do, so how do you know the flaws?
You just said what it is that you do.
What do I do?
Elaborated when I asked you to.
What is it that I do?
And I just pointed out the flaws.
Okay,
Number
and
one.
I'm asking you,
And I stated
what
this
is
in
it
the
that I
chat
said that
earlier.
I
I even
do?
gave you plenty of time to come up with it.
What is it that you believe that I said that I do?
Heard you compare white American culture to white European culture. I've never heard you compare white American or white European culture to Asian culture. I've never heard you compare Latino or Hispanic culture to Middle Eastern culture. I've never heard you compare any other cultures. The only thing I've heard you do is talk about black culture when you have already stated that you are not even pro-black. So it sounds as though you're not a community anthropologist or even a cultural, a student or whatever the hell it is you want to call it. You're just pushing an agenda.
Okay, well, and you're welcome to that opinion. I would refer you to look inside of cultural anthropology, where you have cultural anthropologists of all walks of life that study other cultures specifically. They specialize in a specific culture and go into detail about how those cultures came to their beliefs. What do they do? How do they think? How do they act? What do they believe? And so forth. And they've written extensively on a specific culture. So if you don't believe that that happens and you don't believe in those methodologies, I would say go deal with the universities that teach it.
But right now we're dealing with you, and
No,
we're pointing out
I'm
flaws
following that
in
model.
your argument.
I'm
So
following that
if
model.
you
If
only
you don't like
focus
that
on
model,
one
go deal
culture
with the
and
with the
everything that
professors
you
that teach
find
that.
negative in those cultures, what can you tell us that's negative about white culture, white American
Well,
culture, white European culture? What
I'm
can
not
you tell
targeting
us
that
that's
as my study.
positive or negative about Asian
I
culture?
haven't targeted that
Okay,
as my study.
I know you haven't. That's my point. Not only have you not targeted it,
Well,
you haven't even studied it. I don't believe you have.
a
You know,
genius
which means
wasn't
you
needed
don't
for
know
that
what you're
because
talking about.
of what I named it. Community anthropology is the name. That is the target of study. I think
That's a
any
made up
basic
term.
person could
That's a
understand that.
made up term.
Say what?
Community anthropology?
Yes,
Like I
it's
said,
an
that's a
ebonics
made up
term.
term.
Yeah, it's an ebonics term. Have you
That's
heard
not a
over in
phonics term.
have you not heard in
You just made
California
it
that
up.
they're trying to teach Black English?
Yeah, but the word
Okay,
community
so then
is
made up words is
nowhere
a part
in
of
that
Black English. What are you
in that
talking about?
Ebonics or Urban Dictionary. You can't find it. You and your coon homies made it up.
No, yeah, it was coined, just like many other terms are
You
coined
just
within
made it up,
the
bro.
community.
So in other words, you hear this Big J, and I'm about to give it right back to you because I got an appointment in a second. Case in point, he's just making shit up to push a narrative. He just admitted it.
Just as other people who study things coin terms all the time. That's a regular function of academia.
Lord have mercy.
Intersectionality was not a word until Crenshaw made it.
Like I said, your goal is
Your point?
your goal is to push a narrative. Okay.
Well,
Not
yeah,
not
you
not to
are
push
more than welcome
information.
to believe
And
that.
now that's the conclusion that I've come to,
Yeah,
just
and you're
based
more than
on
welcome to
not
believe
just
that.
our conversation, but even the consumption of your content over the years and your conversations with others over the years. Because
What conversations have
you
you
don't have
heard me
multiple
have with
perspectives.
people?
You don't have multiple perspectives regarding multiple cultures, so you really don't even choose to compare things to other things. So you really don't have a sample size on anything to back up any of your arguments. Case in point, you're just making shit up to push a narrative. That's it. You know, you're actually, it's not even just that you're not pro black, you're actually the opposite. You're anti black.
Okay.
It's like, what happened? It just did. Uh, what is happening?
My internet just like stopped. Like what
Now,
happened? What
your
happened,
internet
y'all?
didn't stop. The microphone gods wouldn't let that bullshit spew out of his microphone no more. That's what happened. Okay?
Well, I only my internet kind of
It's
went down
amazing
for a
how the
minute.
universe works.
My
So I will tell you this: if you go to debate SKC, if you get mad, you lose. you,
yeah
you cannot get mad when you are having a discussion with him, and he's gonna do all the tap dancing and all of this stuff.
But
That's what he do.
I didn't get mad. He made no sense. And I just debunked everything that he was saying because it was making no sense. He has no legitimate sample size to back up any of his arguments. He only sees things from one perspective. It's just like somebody trying to give you the blueprints of a room, but yet they can only see what's in front of them. They have no peripheral vision. They don't see what's below them. They can't calculate surface area, and they don't even know what the fuck is behind them.
I'll be damn.
You know, so he can't back up shit. Or maybe he can, he just chooses not to. And that's what I believe it is, because he sounds like a very intelligent dude, but he purposely either doesn't know these things or purposely omits them so that way he can continuously push the anti-black culture unquote narrative.
What he does, and is that he tried to test people's intelligence, to match his own. That it's like a cerebral, I can't even pronounce the word right, minefield that he lays out. Oh, he said, can he come back?
No, he
Damn,
can. I
man.
actually I have an appointment literally in 1 minute. So
Right,
y'all got it from here. You can keep debating him regarding history, but I'm sure.
Let
I mean,
him up.
I
Let
don't
him
see.
up.
Yeah, I don't see why he can't bring up history regarding other cultures, compare that to black history, or compare those other
Okay,
cultures
I need
to
you to
each
put the
other.
link in.
So that way you can have a real sample size and make real comparisons and actually speak with some fucking sense.
Well, the link should be pinned. It's pinned. The link is pinned at the bottom, SKC. All right, that's Auntie. Queen, do you want to take over? Because I gotta go to bed, man. This is
I got a few more minutes I can entertain this. I'm actually at work right now, so that's why
oh,
I keep
okay.
going on mute.
Okay.
But if he
Well,
don't come,
say what? Oh, damn. Yeah, right there's a link for you, SKC, if you want to come on up. But I gotta go to bed, man. I'll wait. Let's wait for a couple more minutes for SKC. But other than that, I'm gonna go to bed. Shit, man. I'm surprised nobody popped off because SKC be get under people's skin and shit. But thank y'all for the ads. I see a restaurant ad, coffee beans ad, web store ad. Yeah, got some good ads on this channel. That make
yeah, he don't get on my. Yeah, he don't make me mad. He's entertaining.
you know what? At least he's better than John Galt. At least
Yeah,
he's better
somebody
than
was like,
John
"Do you
Galt.
watch Done God?" I was like, "No, I watch SKC all day long. So I sit over there
Yeah,
and listen to him."
yeah. I rather listen to SKC talk hours in before I listen to John Galt. John Galt be talking about you blacks.
He used to make me. I did used to get mad at SKC, and then when I understood that this was a minstrel show, then it was better for me. It was better
Yeah.
for me. Then. It's like, oh, this is a
You know
form of
what? It would be crazy to see SKC and John Galt on the same panel. That would be, man. The coonery would have been. Oh my God, the coonery of it. Damn. The blacks. He always said the blacks. Like, man, he pissed me off so much, man. I had to I empty my almost empty my bank account on that nigga.
not empty your bank account.
Man, he almost did it. I said, I'm tired of this nigga talking,
Really?
man. Like, fuck. But thank God I didn't. Thank God I didn't. So somebody beat me to it. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. He's back. He's back. Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to set up everything on my PC. I hadn't streamed on PC in such a long time, so
Pretty good.
but
Hey, bro. Yeah.
somebody said how
Thank
do your
you.
phone update mid sentence? Well, that's my personal phone, not my business phone, and it's set to have updates whenever because I don't use it a whole lot. I typically use my business phone.
Let me put this on the Discord.
And just so you know, I mean the update is UI 8.5. That's what I'm looking at right now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But what did I miss? I'm pretty sure Auntie had some choice words for me. So
I don't know what to say.
yeah, it seemed as though he had some confusion as to how anthropology is studied. It's generally not a large comparison of all cultures that exist on planet Earth. I don't think anyone could do that in a good way. It's like even if you tried to do that, then out of all cultures that have ever existed, even if you're talking about in modern times that are in existence now, how would you be able to compare them all at once?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they specialize into certain ones. In fact, there are certain people who have spent lifetimes studying one particular culture.
Really?
Hmm. You ever heard of Margaret Mead?
I'm too tired to remember at this point.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I don't know. I know it's weird. I'm looking in the chat. I guess that's the anti dude. But and that's what I mean about the thought process of people wanting to do this win-loss type of thing instead of just having an open conversation of where there's a trade of ideas. That seems to be something that is missing from the culture.
Okay. Well, Queen, are you ready to take this over, or are you just going to?
Not yet. Give me like 5 minutes.
You got to deal with me for 5 minutes, Big J. I have some questions for you,
Go
Big
ahead.
J. I mean,
go ahead.
What are some of the things that you like and dislike about the pro blacks?
Some of the conspiratorial worldview, the pseudoscience, pseudo history, the asinine debates about things that are not that's not even important.
Like what?
But hold on. He said, "Man, you missing the WW." Listen, VW. I know. I heard Savannah took down her channel. What did I miss, VW? I'm missing a lot in WWW. Anyway, I'm sorry. That's White Women Wars. Anyway,
okay.
yeah, that's WWW. Anyway, where we at? I mean, the pseudo logic in the endless debates about Kemet and the Ankh and like, what does that have to do with the topic of the day? Wait, hold on. What V-Dub talking about? Hold on. Let's see what V-Dub talking about. Who is Phoenix? Oh, that's never mind. Let me get out of there. Yeah, let me get out of that. You know, I'm gonna get out of that. Let me get out of that. Anyway, so so why you want to know, SKC, about my issue with the pro black community in the narrative? SKC. Hold on, let me see what V Dub talking about in the chat. He asked me. Hold on. Who in the hell? Wait a minute. Hold on. I gotta put myself on mute. I gotta see this shit. Hold on.
Okay. What we talking about? No and yes. Give me a second. Let's who answering the bees. Oh, okay. See, everybody bees. See, we need to reschedule this stream because everybody busy. And this is the function of blackness. So I mean, I think this the sheer circumstance of what's currently happening on this stream right now will debunk a lot of the stuff that SKC be talking about. Not necessarily debunk. It just highlights a different aspect of the group of people that is targeted in his rhetoric. That's all I'm saying. Where am I? He lost his box. Who next?
Well, I don't know what to say. So
I mean, I'm just saying, like, he on a business call, even though he don't want to define himself as a black man, and that's cool. He ain't got to. But he's on a business call. I'm currently at work. You just got off work.
right.
So we ain't out here stealing, robbing. I don't think anybody up here got a baby mama or a baby daddy. That paints a different narrative of the targeted audience that he's talking about. And that's what I feel like it is to be pro-black. Now, the Tariq Nasheeds and all of the other whatever the hell they are, them just grifters and people that spread misinformation. They're not helpful, okay? They're not helpful by behaving like the people that create certain circumstances for people that look like me
Just
and
as
you.
a question, son, okay, maybe this will work within the frame of mind of someone like an auntie. Are there quote unquote white people who speak against the Klan?
Yes. Yes, they are. Why?
Because they those people view themselves under some sort of like white supremacy type of thing, and wanting to dominate others and all that stuff, right?
Go on. What's the
Okay.
point?
And they do this from the halls of Congress. They do this on various media outlets. You have different, even within the entertainment field of, like the celebrities and stuff. They'll talk bad about, the Klan and different things of that nature. Is there a black analog of that where you have, like black mainstream loved politicians or teachers or people in academia or in the celebrity influencer field that speak ill of people that are on this whole black sovereignty, black domination?
I mean, in the confines of the United States, that's an unfair question because black people are not in any shape of power to run the country like that. So,
but aren't there people that preach that type of stuff? But aren't there people that try to preach that type of thought process?
I mean, okay. If we can go by that logic, right?
No,
well,
I'm just asking what is the logic?
Okay,
that I'm stating?
Wait. Okay, well, when Obama called out Kanye, that's probably the closest I can think of it at the moment. Or when the beef between Jesse and Farrakhan, or when Malik Muhammad had that beef with Farrakhan himself. I mean,
yeah, but those things aren't mainstream. You can literally have quote unquote white politicians who can get on a stage in Congress and so forth, or from
then,
their
okay, but then,
from their speaker's booth, and will say white supremacy is a problem, the Klan is a problem, we need to get rid of that type of
okay,
that
but
thinking, and that has no place in this country. But I don't think you can find any black politician that has said anything like that to black people that have that same type of thought process that the Klan has. Since we want to do comparisons, right?
But it's an unfair comparison. Because,
how is it unfair comparison? If you think that way, that okay?
Because the Klan, since its conception, the Klan has ruled parts of the country. It has, it elected 2 presidents. Okay.
So is that thinking?
Woodrow Wilson. I mean, it helped elect Woodrow Wilson into office.
So is that thinking correct?
Yeah, but
I'm just asking, is that thinking correct?
When has the pro-black elected a president?
I'm not stating that they did. I'm stating, is that a correct thought process?
It's a correct thought process if we're comparing, if this country is 50-50 and we have if black people have the means of production, owns the means of production and generational wealth.
I'm not even going that far, Big J. Okay, let me slow this down. Is it cool to want to murder innocent people?
No, it's not cool to do that.
Is it cool to talk about wanting to dominate and murder, destroy innocent people?
No.
Okay, so why is that so hard to state? You know what? Yeah, that type of thinking, that thought process, I condone that. Why is that so difficult for mainstream Black America to do?
It's not difficult.
So then why don't they?
Mainstream Black America wants to dominate or kill anybody. Like this is kind of
right. So then, just in the same way that the mainstream white America doesn't want to sit around and dominate and kill a whole bunch of black people, but they can sit up and say that type of thinking is bad.
I have to disagree.
Okay, so how do you disagree?
I disagree with it because if most of them were not on that type of time, then these things wouldn't happen in the capacity that they happen. Most of them are quiet. Silence is complicity. So yeah, a lot of them do agree with it. There are a few that speak out about it, but most of them comply with it.
Most of them? What are you basing this off of?
Yeah, I'd have to say most of them.
Right, and I'm asking you, how do you substantiate your claim?
Well, I haven't sat down academically to substantiate anything. I'm just going off of my observation of what I can see.
So
she said that silence. When you have grown people, when you have pictures of grown folks screaming at children for simply trying to get an education, that's a problem, and it was a lot of them, and there wasn't enough pushback to say, "Hey, this is wrong." So you have police officers that are beating on people for simply walking across the bridge. This is a law enforcement agency. They're supposed to be there to protect and serve, but they decided to harm. That's a problem, and it's also systemic. And these are people that are in power. So I mean, I'm going with the majority of them participate in this ideology.
Okay, so you're going based upon your feeling of how you view the information.
I'm going upon my observation of what I have seen.
Yeah, based upon your observation. Okay, yeah.
Yes, not my feelings, my observations.
Well, it has to be based upon certain feelings as well, because take for instance this. If it would be one of the prime defenses of, I would say, people who are more pro-black, they'll say, well, SKC, you're making these broad brush comments and claims and so forth. You have not met every black person, nor is it even impossible for you to live a lifetime long enough to meet every living black person alive. So even if you observe various things that are on the internet or on videos or on the news, you're only at best having a, a small percentage of the entire population of black people. So then you're basing your observations, or you're basing your statement on your personal observations, which ultimately comes down to how you feel about it.
So it's not just my personal observations; it's also historical observations. Like,
Yeah, the same thing
come
for
on, man.
and the same thing
Let's
for
let's
same thing for me.
let's
I
be.
can only see so many historical observations, right?
Can I ask a
Okay.
question? Can I
Sure.
ask a real question? Why is it considered pro-black and not pro-American, pro-legal system, pro-constitution, pro-equal rights? Why is it pro-black when we ask for the same system that everybody else is living in?
What do you mean, everybody else?
We were born into this country. You have a birth certificate, social security number, possibly a passport. So you fall under the laws, rules, regulations, statutes of the United States of America. Why are we still fighting for basic human rights or
What human rights?
recognition?
What human
What
rights do you
human
think that?
rights?
Yeah,
The
what?
right to justice,
If I could
the right to a fair trial.
if I could finish, what human rights are the majority of black people in America fighting for? What human
Act like
rights
we
do the
didn't. We're
major?
not going to act like we didn't see a young boy get 35 years for protecting himself.
Okay, so that's the majority.
No, it is the factor that we still do not have an equal and just system. If we can go back to blockbusting, redlining, convict leasing, debt peonage. Fucking subprime loans. I mean, what else do I need to keep describing to show you that we are in a systematic uh, place where we're still trying to climb out of? So the idea of being pro-black is inconsequential. What we are trying to be is American, because that's what we were born into.
Okay, so
And
Mr. V Dub, I'm just asking just an honest question. And I'm not even talking about black people. Everybody else in America. Does everybody else in America have equal outcomes concerning justice with the law?
no, they do not. Do you remember the Somali guy who shot the white lady, I believe? He was a cop and he got charged with time. But do you remember the other two officers who shot? I think they shot through a car because the guy was ramming at them and they ended up killing his young son. They went to jail. But we have other officers.
Have there been, Mr. V Dub, have there been any other people outside of people who could be identified or looked upon as black that have been mistreated by the law, who did not get
Yeah, I
justice?
mean, yeah. I'm gonna do the
Okay,
outro.
so then justice is not meted equally in the United States, period, right?
Justice is not equally served to people of color. And that's what I'm saying to you, sir.
And
And it's
what
even
I'm
worse
saying to you,
when people are poor.
and what I'm saying to you is that there are a lot of other people who are not that are not people of color who have the same dispute.
Well, they need to take that up with their community as we take it up with our community. Are you part of our community? If that's considered being pro-black, I consider it just being pro-American, pro this Constitution. I'm just being honest with you.
Right, and I appreciate that, and I'll just be honest with you right back. The issue is that you only have one justice system, and if you start to break it up into racial categories, then you will no longer have a justice system.
So you honestly believe that we have a one-tier justice system as opposed to a two-tier justice system? You can honestly say that with your
No,
heart.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that injustices do not occur within the justice system. I'm saying that you only have one system.
Right, but it's practiced on several different levels, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct, and
Okay.
I think that and I'm saying that it affects that the way that it is enacted affects more than just people of color.
But it's fighting for equal justice for everyone that's American, especially black people. Is that considered pro-black?
No, I think it works against the function of the quote unquote justice system. The justice system is supposed to be, as a system, it is supposed to mete out justice impartially, regardless of various characteristics. But so if a group says, I want the justice system to work more towards my ends. By doing so, they are working against the very attributes of what the system is supposed to do in the first place.
Right. So let me tell you, I came up here because Queen said something. She said Tariq Nasheed dishes out misinformation. And I kind of want to ask her specifically, what's the misinformation dished out? And if we're talking about the Asian crime bill, all right, you might have them on that one. What's the rest of the misinformation?
Queen.
I don't know if she heard you or is actively engaged.
Okay. I bite.
What was the question?
If Tariq, what is the misinformation Tariq Nasheed is dishing out? And let's put aside the Asian
Oh
crime
my
bill.
God, hidden colors is hidden colors is atrocity. Okay, he needs to be said. That is not actual true history. I wouldn't show that shit to my children. He needs his ass beat. Okay,
Are you positively sure about that? Because I have the books at home that can prove exactly what he said. I literally have all
But
the
I'm not
books.
going to argue with you back and forth about pseudo intellectualism, and that's what it is, and I don't appreciate it.
No problem, Queen. I will begin to process and break down all the relevant information that was written inside the history book so you can see it for yourself. This is not pseudo information. It's literally information that was in the books, written down by white scholars and black scholars. So we'll have that debate another day, if that's the case.
Yeah, but the problem is, right, when it comes to Tariq Nasheed and field advice showing them is the grifting and then saying, okay, we're this, and then when you look up their website, it's more about selling a product rather than being part of a movement. I mean, you don't sit there and say, oh, I'm creating a museum for Black history, and then then come to find out it's a bar. You don't sit there and say, though, I'm mad at Tone Talks and Yvette Carnell on ADOS movement, and then create the FBA movement, and then create a website FBA, and you selling merch.
That's often weird because when I went to the National Museum in New York City, I went to the History Museum. They're selling T-shirts, they're selling items. They also have bars and events that they hold there. So why is it that we're being held to a different standard as other people? So we're supposed to not encourage or make additional money?
I agree with V Dub on that one. That just makes fiscal sense. You live in a capitalist society, then you should be able
I
to make
understand that.
capital.
But look at the bar. Go if you see what's inside of the African American Tariq Nasheed's museum.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bar.
Well,
it's not a museum, and then there's attached to it is an index, an annex rather, of a bar in such and such. It looks like a bar.
But
if I may explain, hold on, SKC, hold on, can I break this down? I've been to two Black museums. Actually, one is down the street from my job. It's an African museum. It's in a freaking house. Okay, you got to pay $15 to get in there, and they have additional things for sale. There's another one I went to where it has a bunch of slave things. I mean historical slave chains and everything. But I did have to pay to go in there, and there were additional services. So I'm trying to figure out, why are we being held to a standard that we're just supposed to charge people to come in, look at these items, and then leave, and not have additional services to keep the funding of the building, quite like a church serving Sunday dinners and shit.
But
yeah,
and
Big J, I would like to add into
it's like me going to the Alamo. Okay, me and Queen went to the Alamo, right? We walk up inside the Alamo, we see where Davy Crockett did this bullshit, and Steve what's his name, Travis, I forgot the guy with the Bowie knife, Jim Bowie and them, right? We see this shit, right? We see the cannons and all that. Then there is a gift shop when you walk out on the other side, right? But it's not like Tariq Nasheed's where you walk up in there, it's just a dance bar.
But Big J, isn't that part of Black culture?
No, it's not.
No.
That's just business in general. Now,
so So the Atlanta strip club thing, that's not a part of black culture?
No, it's not. No, it's not. And that's one of
Okay.
the reasons why there was so much backlash from multiple demographics when they tried to bring that in, to an NBA game. It just taints the brand. And no, some people did try to pass it off as black culture or even community culture. No, that's it's a business.
So
Understandable,
so
not to
no
say it's a illegitimate or bad business, but that doesn't make it black culture. There are
so
plenty of
no
black
no
businesses that don't operate like that. But see, this
no
is another
voting, no
problem.
no voting, no vucking. That's not part of the
Nope,
black
that's
culture.
not that. People tried to pawn it off as black culture, and there were plenty of black folks, myself included, that wasn't having it. Try again, try again. Now I
Okay.
get it
So
that that's
Megan Thee
going to
Stallion, Megan
appeal
Thee
to the
Stallion
low
being on the
level. No, that's going to appeal to the low level thinker. But myself, I would like to get low level thinking and do everything that I can do as an individual to make
Mhm.
sure that low level thinking is not synonymous with black people.
Okay, so I'm just asking a question, Auntie. Then if that appeals to low level thinkers,
Mm.
why was that campaign the I would say the other rap based campaigns, even up to the point of what having like your back that thing up, dude,
Mhm.
and the what I think it was like the Run DMC type of dudes, the Jay-Z's of the world, the Mega Thee Stallions twerking on stage now during Kamala Harris's big campaign. Why is that positioned regularly within black or before black audiences, and why do you have large black audiences that attend those events?
Because it was a horrible campaign strategy. That's why it didn't work.
No, it didn't work because you had a
Just like any other business or business idea that fails, it was a bad idea and it didn't work.
okay. So if it didn't work, why did a large consensus called the 92% say that they were 92% in, I would say, in agreement with that campaign?
That percentage went down to
They were
probably about
in
maybe
agreement with the
4%.
campaign. They were in agreement with the politician.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's not 92% anymore. He is right as far as it being an overwhelming majority of eligible black voters that went that way. But people went that way for multiple different reasons. Some of it was identity politics. They wanted to vote for a quote unquote person of color because they don't know the difference between a colored person and a person of
So
color.
first of all,
You know
92%
that's one thing.
refers to
Other people,
the
you know,
percentage
other
of black
people voted
women.
because they didn't like the other guy, running. Other people voted just because they just always vote Democrat. Like that's what it is.
The
Democrats are always
92.
bad. People
Actually,
vote for different reasons. But this, when you look at even that campaign strategy, over the course of time, this is the first time in a long time that a Republican candidate has won the popular vote. Like
So the
since probably like
92% is
1984.
not a
So
the 92%
it shows that a lot of
includes.
people did flip flop. I'm just saying a lot of people
This is
did flip
crazy.
flop their stance when it
Auntie,
came to being.
Yeah, but we're talking
man,
about black
Auntie, wait,
people,
wait, wait,
right?
wait, wait, hold on. Queen is taking over as host, and when Queen, I'm gonna go to bed. Queen, you take it over as host. I think what Queen was saying, and Queen, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm about to leave. The 92% is about black women voters, black female voters.
Yes.
That's correct. No, that's
That's what
correct. That is correct.
Yeah,
That's
but
correct.
aren't they the backbone?
I mean, if they are, it's weak because it didn't win. I mean,
Well, I mean, but
as
that's what
far as,
they. I'm just going by what they say, right?
well, it's just what they say, but that doesn't. I
Well, I
mean,
mean,
if
that's
that's your
what the
backbone,
author
your
of
backbone's
Project
weak.
2025 decided to study. He created his ideology about how he was going to
Well,
further
don't they? Well, don't they
destroy
have?
this particular community. So yeah, it is.
But
Yeah, but
at the same time, okay, so this made sense, right? When black folks were the majority minority, so that gave black folks the swing vote. because for the most part, you know what I'm saying, white folks were pretty much evenly divided when it came to, I think it was about 54% versus 46% white folks, Democrat versus Republican. So when you took that other, you know, that other percentage of the population, the majority minority, which was black folks, and put it on top of either, you know, other, you know, party, they would win naturally. So there was a time when, yeah, you take that, you put it on Democrats, they win. But now black folks are no longer the majority minority in the United States of America. So that's one of the reasons why you saw a difference in outcome now.
Have a good rest, Big J.
No.
All right, then. Okay, she's now taking it over.
So I'm just saying, basically pandering to black culture or low level thinkers or whatever. It's not going to win any national scale election anymore because black folks are no longer the majority minority.
Right. So are you? And I'm asking. I'm not trying to battle with you, Auntie. I'm asking: is rap culture an identifying part of black culture?
No.
What say you, V-Dub?
You're gonna have to give me a second. I am at work and I'm doing prep work, so give me a second. I'll be back in the.
What about you, son?
Is rap part of black culture?
Yes.
He said, "Is it an identifying staple
Is it
of black culture?" That was your question.
Is it an identifying staple of black culture?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Here's why I would have to and I'll respectfully disagree with that, right? I would just respectfully disagree because now it's manufactured in a boardroom now. So no, even though it might
Was it a identifying factor of black culture? When you think of rap came from black people. Now, what it has turned into, it has created a culture of its own that doesn't necessarily define black people, but it is an identifying factor to the demographic.
Now, I would say that
I got a different response to that question. Hold on one second. I got a different one. Music in general that comes from America is identified as black culture. Most of the music in America is identified as black culture. Might have been taken over later by others, but most of the music that comes out of this country is black culture. The food, black culture. Actually, the apparel, black culture. Just being honest with you.
I mean, I think that's highly refuted, but I think that's more of like a pro-black stance. I think the majority of people do not view certain music genres as a part of black culture. I think when you ask the general consensus, when somebody was to say something like rap, they think black people.
So I would have to ask you, SKC.
You say rock. A lot of there's going to be a small minority that's going to say black. The majority are going to say some other people.
Hey, SKC. So it's professional sports an identifying staple of black culture?
I would say basketball and maybe football.
Okay, so football, the NFL would be the #1 sports league in America, probably followed by the NBA, right? #1, #2 in the United States, right?
Hockey was started by blacks.
And about 85, I think 85%, something like that. It's definitely over 75%, but probably around 80% of the athletes in those sports are black and black American at that, right?
Track.
So I'm just saying when you put that when you say, and there are definitely more famous or rich millionaire athletes than there are famous rich rappers, why would we signal out rap as an identifying staple and not professional sports? Again, I believe you're pushing a narrative, SKC.
Okay, if I could give a rebuttal. All right. If you look at the young and the old, the genre of music that they listen to that the most, the individuals that they concern themselves with the most, the people that they recite from the most is from rap. People don't walk around and say, just like Kobe said, But they do say, just like Pimp Trick Gangsta Click said.
Oh,
I mean, we could say that, but most of the consumption of rap music
So,
is not our people.
But
Literally, like
V Dub, and
80%
you're
black.
absolutely right, V Dub. The majority of the consumption of that. But even when he spoke on the influence on young people, I would say there are more young people that are playing Pee Wee football and AAU basketball than
then
trying
what?
to be rappers.
No, that not by far.
Oh yeah,
Not by
oh
far.
yeah. Come on,
Not by far. I
so
think
here's the
that's
thing:
ridiculous
when
to
we
say.
really?
talk about
Yes,
rap music,
because I would even say this. There's an overlap so much to the point to where quote unquote rap music has overtaken or is so identified with black culture that even within the sports industry, that the athletes that tend to be black associate themselves with rap culture in how they behave and look and talk, and some of them even become rappers themselves.
So as you're saying, is our
That's the
culture
chicken versus
is the
the egg
dominant.
argument, though,
That's not
because
a
most
chicken
people
versus
would
the egg
say
because you don't
rappers
have the
are
opposite.
more so trying to be associated with athletes.
Nah.
Okay.
Okay.
so this is what I want to say about it. When you look at who's platforming these rappers and these performers, and who is funneling the money to that particular genre of music, who's actually behind the degradation of the perceived culture
Okay,
of black?
even if you want to take that point of view, son,
Small
and
hat
that's fine.
distributors.
That's fine.
Small hat
But
distributors. Can we answer
my
a question first?
then my question is to you. Um,
I like
why
the way you
haven't
just refused to answer her question, but that's cool.
well I am answering the question.
Now you asked the question. You're answering the
Yes,
question with a question.
yes, I am.
All right, then I'll let you go ahead.
Where is free will in all of this?
So there are rappers that don't rap about those particular types of subjects. And those
Majority.
rappers, it's a lot of them, and they don't get pushed. What gets pushed are the things that make us look a particular type of way, and
Okay,
that's why I
it,
say
and and
that
that, and
that,
that
that
and that's fine, and that's fine. There's a lot of great clothes makers that make, I mean, top tier clothes that don't have big labels or anything on them and so forth. But and some of the costs are similar to what a lot of people, I would say, spend a lot of money on so far as like flashy stuff. Why do a lot of people within the culture spend things on the flashy stuff?
I, okay. That's a great question. But we're living in a consumer based society. That's America. Like it's a big flea market. So that's just kind of how things go here. But to go back to what you said, as far as rap music having more of an influence than athletics do. In the NBA, you got about 460 players that are actually signed to contracts in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
You've got about triple that in the NFL, right?
Okay.
About triple that in the NFL. And then if you go to the NCAA, Division One, Division Two, Division Three, across all sports, you're talking about millions of athletes
No, I
that
wouldn't
are
say
actually
million.
hold up, that are enrolled in college and on scholarship. So how do those numbers even equate to those in the rap industry?
I think that
Because damn the identifying qualities. Let's talk cold hard numbers.
okay. So if we just look at cold hard numbers, um, how many of those athletes have involved themselves in rap? And what do you think? Just throw out an approximate percentage.
That you mean like just showing up in rap videos
No,
and
no, no, no.
actually rapping?
Involve themselves in that lifestyle culture. So far as they listen to such and such, they have memorized such and such, they have tried to rap on this and that and such and blah blah blah. They dress, they have spoken, they have adopted the speaking qualities of dot dot dot.
Loaded question, horrible argument, because now you're talking about a lifestyle preference and
Yes, I'm
fashion.
saying that the
So,
influence
so
goes
again, that's
further than
what came
sport.
first, the chicken or the egg. You know,
It's
I
people
want you.
not.
dress,
Well,
people dress
It's
how
not.
they dress. It doesn't
what
mean
about
that
the
necessarily.
Africans?
It
Uh,
doesn't mean that athletes are imitating rappers. It could be rappers imitating athletes.
no,
It
no,
could
no,
be people
no, no,
just
no, no,
imitating each other.
no.
Styles, fashion, it changes over the course of time. So people just dress a certain way. You know,
SKC. They're in Africa right now wearing jerseys, Timberlands, baggy jeans, and hats to the back with do-rags. They're in Europe doing the same thing. I had the conversation last night. Asked the European, hey, what kind of sneakers do you wear? He like, I'm wearing Jordans and Uptowns. Like, we are the culture. We are influential. I get what you're trying to say. Maybe you're trying to suggest that it's a negative thing, but I look at the positive aspect. Everybody continues to point out the negative. You're a baby mama, whatever you think we are, but I don't know how many baby mamas you
V-Dub,
have. I know you're not on Section 8.
V-Dub, I'm just asking so far, since you've been up, what negative thing have I said about the culture?
You haven't said negative things. What you're trying to ask is why is the culture prevalent or who's more influential in it. I don't think it matters. I think our culture, period, is
but
dominant.
Well,
V Dub,
you
check
yourself,
this out, right? This
you
actually
yourself
goes to
said, you
real quick,
yourself said
SKC.
over in
This
Africa,
goes
you
to
stated
Queen's
that.
argument, though. When he's talking about the identifying qualities, this actually has to do with distribution and who's platforming and distributing that, putting it on television, making sure that it's in your stores, it's showing up on your ads, it's all over the social media algorithm and everything else. That has very little, if anything, to do with black culture. And it actually has to do with your billion-dollar conglomerates that are distributing it.
Right, because you are basically forced to be exactly what they tell you to be. You have no free will in the matter. In your family, you have to tell your children, hey, look at this. This is how you're supposed to dress. Oh, before you leave out of here, let's look at this video of, I don't know, Super Pimp J. Yes, this is how you're supposed to dress. The billionaires force you black people to do this. Right?
No.
I mean, would you prefer us wear cotton, linen, or dashiki
No,
or
I'm just
something?
asking. I mean, the argument
We take
was
let's
the people
take
who were pushing this,
SKC.
right?
Let's take it to the truth. Calvin Klein, Tommy Hilfiger, all these things were not made for us. We just make them look better.
And that's fine.
Am I wrong?
And that's fine. They force you to do it though, right?
Anything. I think we just have enough money to go purchase it and make it look better. We just make it look better.
Okay, so then you're not in a situation where you need money because you're able to buy a lot of these expensive trinkets then, right?
I mean, yeah, I wore FUBU and Fat Farm and Sean John back in the
Okay,
day.
so the community as a whole doesn't really need reparations and stuff right then, right?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Whether or not the
have the
community
money.
needs reparations or whether or not the community actually deserves reparations are two totally separate questions, and I would have separate answers for them.
Okay, so but doesn't a lot of the argument goes on so far as, oh man, there is these generational money gaps and wealth gaps and so forth, but then you're telling me on things that really aren't consequential to life, so far as whether a person has on $200 sneakers or $1,000 shirt, that you have the money for, but you have generational wealth gaps at the same time.
Okay, so all right,
does that make sense?
No, and I'm going to tell you why it really doesn't make sense. Again, you have a flawed argument because it's not about where you spend your money, it's about how the money is made. So even though you might have X amount of dollars to spend, because just like Queen was stating earlier, you don't control the manufacturing, you don't control the distribution, and you don't do business on a global economic scale.
But you
Okay,
can if
so
you're a
because
purchaser
of
of other
that,
people's stuff.
that's why there's a lack of wealth in the community. That combined with what you spend your money on, the fact that you don't invest it in other places, that's a lack of infrastructure. It's not just where you spend your money. It's about how you're spending it and where you don't have it. Now, when you talk about the gaps when it comes to other demographics, you're talking about black folks that have literally like this nation was built on free and cheap labor. That was the beginning.
Then it was
That's where
redlining, blockbusters, debt
exactly.
ceiling.
Then it was redlining, and people were kept out of specific industries and sectors when it
GI
came to
Bill.
distribution, manufacturing, just like you said, home ownership, a lot of different things. So because of that, it's almost as if somebody, gets on top of a building or a mountain, and they get there because they stood on your shoulders, and then you tell them, well, get yourself up here. I'm not going to put my hand up for you. You don't get to stand on anybody's shoulders. Okay, so that's why there's a wealth gap.
Well, it seems as though in order to build any sort of industry or anything, you can't buy expensive trinkets and build industry at the same time. You have to choose one or the other.
Well, we should have it if they stop burning it down or flooding it.
Well,
That would be so good.
if those trinkets actually appreciated in value, held value,
but they don't.
And
So I believe that
But they don't.
statement for the simple fact that whatever expensive trinkets that they're buying is not going to compare to building actual infrastructure for people to maintain and
There you go.
control their own image.
which is one of the reasons why, when you want to make an argument for reparations, black folks never got their 40 acres or their mule. And there's a reason why it was supposed to be 40 acres and a mule, because freedom by itself means nothing without the means to be able to cultivate it.
Well, the 40 acres and the mule was not promised by the government.
Okay. Abraham Lincoln himself, before he was shot in the head, even wrote it down that said to free anybody without the ability to produce what it is that they can consume and what others consume, they can never truly be free.
Right. And that's cool for him to write that down. But in the American system, you have to have a thing called a bill, which is ratified into a law in order for it to take place. And so when people say the sort promise of a 40 acre and a mule, there was no bill ratified for that.
Mm-hmm.
You can forget the 40 acres and the mule. When we had our towns, Tulsa, Lakeland, Rosewood, they burned them all down, bro. So when we did have it, they tore it up.
And that was rebuilt, wasn't it?
Not if it's underneath water, and there's at least 20 that I can name.
It was rebuilt. Have you ever been there?
Lakeland there?
No, Tulsa.
Yeah, Greenwood. I know Greenwood was rebuilt. Yeah, I know that. But you still had the atrocities and the loss of money. The loss.
It was rebuilt, but there was still no infrastructure. You're talking about a structure, but you're not talking about infrastructure.
It was actually built back better.
Okay. But where is the infrastructure? Like, okay, so when you're talking about things like Black Wall Street, there was actually production there. There was production. There was a real market. Scale. Okay. I'm sorry.
I think people don't
had that had the ability to flourish over the course of time, it would have been able to rival the New York Stock Exchange.
That's a lie.
I guess we'll never know, because
that is an outright lie.
At the rate in which it was growing, okay, and keep in mind, you brought up the term capitalism earlier. Capitalism is not just about capital and generating money. It's about the free market reigning, which is really about the spirit of competition. Okay, so one of the reasons why the New York Stock Exchange, the Dow, the NASDAQ, all of that stuff is able to grow, okay, is because of the spirit of competition right there. So because Black Wall Street wasn't able to rival it, in any kind of way, because it was burnt down, that changes the dynamics. Now now things like the New York Stock Exchange are able to grow exponentially in its absence, because it creates a monopoly.
Just a question real quick, Auntie. I know that people like I would say the names of certain things. But let's just slow this down just a little bit. Was there any stock exchange in Tulsa at any given time?
I mean, if you want to call it a stock exchange, it was a stock market.
How?
Look it up.
No, you tell me how.
It was a closed
Trading,
system. They depended on each
investing,
other in
venture
exchange.
capital. Yeah,
It was basically like a private equity fund, if you really want to consider it. It was a closed system in which it was functioning and incurring money from the outside. So you know how they say our dollar only circulates one time, and the Chinese dollar is 18 times. That dollar kept inside the system.
What would have been the main commodity traded from Tulsa?
Bro, there was many different businesses going through Tulsa.
Yeah, just name
you can't
one.
say the main.
So far as a main
you talk
commodity.
textile, if anything.
Textiles.
We had seamstress.
So you believe that textiles in Tulsa, Oklahoma, would have matched textiles in the state of New York?
If it was allowed to grow, it would have been a possibility.
For real.
Will never grow.
There would have been competition. So not only would it have stunted the growth of what you actually saw happen in New York, but it would have been able to grow itself.
Where was the okay?
You're talking about a demographic that was kept out of the capitalistic engine.
Okay, and that's fine. But you know, there's certain other things that happened within that era that can't be just tossed away as nothing. You said textiles, right?
Well, you're also talking about commodities, and it's more on any stock exchange.
We can tell you what did happen. I know when we had our little factories, they weren't burnt down. It wasn't child labor. It wasn't labor laws that had to be created because the conditions were so horrible. I don't think that happened. Somebody came and burnt it down.
So in Oklahoma, wasn't there this thing called the Dust Bowl? That just destroyed
what does that have to do with the function
industry throughout that entire state and area?
Now, granted, even though commodities are a big part of
it's
trading,
the major part.
Yeah,
especially at that time.
It's a large part. It's not the only thing that's publicly traded or even privately.
Well, we're talking about at that time.
Okay. Entertainment is something else that's privately and publicly
at that
traded.
time.
Okay.
We're talking about in the 20s, 30s, 40s. At that time, entertainment wasn't traded that large at that moment, especially in comparison to commodities.
Not sure. We also had a wonderful bootlegging industry during those times.
Yeah.
So then you're saying that there would have been trade for an illegal substance.
Because it wouldn't have been illegal forever. The prohibition did end.
And if I am mistaken, Jack Daniels, which probably us Tennessee or some shit, was one of the best liquor makers out there.
That's just one. So look.
So you're saying things like in the 20s and 30s, that I would say bootlegging out of Oklahoma would have been able to hold its own against things like U.S. Steel.
I don't know if that's a possibility, but don't we have a?
It wouldn't have had to. They're two different industries. It wouldn't have had to.
Well, I'm just saying, U.S. Steel was traded on Wall Street at that time. Yeah, and you're stating that in the times of Tulsa, Oklahoma, which I'm guessing you're saying that, let's say if it started immediately after slavery, let's say 1866 to about 1920, that gives you what, 60 years. You're stating that it would have been able to compete with the stock market that existed in New York since the 1790s.
Yes,
which was trading with Britain, Spain, India.
We're telling you, yes.
Portugal.
Once you have entry into the global economic market, absolutely.
Okay,
because now, wait a moment. Now you have the opportunity to provide better product at a better price. So yes, you do have the ability, but once it's burned down, you don't even have that ability anymore.
And don't people want the real McCoy?
Let's even go from there. I'm gonna give you your argument there. I'm giving you your argument. Where was the transport gonna come from? I mean, New York was dealing with probably one of the most important ports out of the entire United States. Where was Tulsa's transport gonna come from?
It's where the venture capital comes from. Once you have the better product at the better price, the outside investors come in because you already have the sales and the purchase orders. So they'll invest in the distribution for you. That's business.
So then
I can use an example, and I'm going to right now. The Seminole Indians, for example, right? Okay, they had very little to nothing, but what they did get was tax breaks and gaming licenses. So how were they able to build $5 billion casinos and everything else? That came from corporate investors.
Yes.
Okay.
Corporate
That took a cut.
outside of them.
Absolutely. Because they had the ability to be able to build it through their reparations.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with.
So the corporate investors had no choice but to invest in their business if they wanted to see a profit.
Right, but that has nothing to do with the claim that you're stating. You stated that you and V-Dub stated that Tulsa, Oklahoma, when it would have been able to compete with Wall Street had it not been touched. And all I'm stating to you is you just stated outside investors would have had to invest in Tulsa. That doesn't sound like it is competing with Wall Street. What you're telling me is that Tulsa would have been able to overgrow New York, the New York Wall Street, had white people came to Tulsa and started to build and invest.
I didn't say that it would have outgrown it, but it could have rivaled it.
And who needed their capital at the moment,
It didn't even have the transport to do it.
But we did not need their money to have that town to begin with. So why do we need to include them in it now? And typically when we do things, they come to it. We don't go to them.
Okay.
We might do it now.
And all I'm stating is that the comparison, even the name Black Wall Street is such a ridiculous term, because one was not even a tiny percentage of the other. Not even 1%.
And we are how much percentage of the American population?
Population has nothing to do with it. I'm talking about
monetary value. Monetary value. We kept our monetary value.
Monetary value wise, Tulsa, Oklahoma was dust on the scales of what Wall Street was doing.
Okay.
All it was just a hyperbolous name that people made up to make themselves feel good.
Okay. Was the community not functioning outside of any type of additional help?
I think that it was, but I also think that it was also engaging in trade in other groups of people, white people included, which is where it was able to get a lot of its funding, because it was trading with people that didn't just look like them. No internal. So
it sounds like a Chinese restaurant to me, right? They come to our neighborhood, they sell us the food, they take their money back to their community and build up their community. Exactly what Tulsa sounds like.
And that's right. But all I'm stating is that and even that name Black Wall Street came after it was rebuilt, not before.
I don't know. It's so many things to go on. I don't want to be a contrarian or whatever it is. Listen, bro, I'm just gonna be honest with you. We got stifled in a lot of things. We got held back in a lot of things. So if you're saying we have enough money now, don't matter. The general wealth gap in America is probably like 100,000, 120 per family of whites, and like 20,000 and 30,000 per family of blacks. Had things been equal long ago, everybody be on an equal playing field, okay? We'd all have property and houses, family legacy, and shit like that. It just is what it is, bro. There's no ifs and buts way around it.
And let me correct myself. I stated something wrong. It did have that name before then. I was thinking about another place. So let me correct that. But yeah, back to the whole thing about rap being an identifier of American Black culture. I think that it's so intertwined now that you cannot separate modern Black culture from rap music. Even the look, the mystique, the traditions, the way of speaking, the from the whole nine. They're inseparable. Anybody dispute that?
My fault. I'm carrying like 100 pounds of pizza dough. Give me 1 second. I'll be back.
No problem.
So, SKC, you believe that since a good majority of us have now been educated, we're in the workforce, we have money, we can afford things now, you still don't believe that we are a little bit behind when it comes to economics and shit like that?
I think that a lot of the issues with economics is more at this point in modern times with all of the technology that we have. It's more self-inflicted than any sort of systematic thing. I think that there's just too many routes to use in order to become um, financially successful. I think in times past when people were talking about like the pre-60s and all that other stuff, I think you have great arguments there. But in modern day, no, that's it's a self-fulfilling prophecy at this point.
I also think that's disingenuous.
I mean, to this day, we still have segregated neighborhoods, and in the neighborhoods there where there's predominantly blacks, the housing market is shit compared to any other housing market. So that's a weird, like, it's kind of weird to see where you're coming from with that.
Well, I'll say this, Vida. We now have the ability to work remotely. As I'm speaking to you, I'm working remotely, and we also have technology. Basically, if you saw like old Star Trek or something, we're walking around with tricorders in our hand. So I mean, information galore on how to do and compete and do different things.
Hold
Yeah,
on, hold on.
there's so many
Hold
different
on.
ways in order to make capital. It's ridiculous. It's only limited by what a person ingests and chooses to ingest. It's like at this point, with everything that
Good
we
morning.
have at our fingertips, I don't even understand why there are so many people who even have a desire to be something like a rapper or something.
Okay, we got somebody big stage. I'm gonna let him up. Hold on. What's that? Oh. Oh, you're sorry. Okay. Yeah. uh.
You
So
know who that is, Queen? Oh, okay.
yeah,
That's Shar.
he is.
Yeah.
So if you get up here and start yelling and get on my nerves, I'm gonna put you down.
Before
Okay,
Sarge
so
goes, yeah, before Sarge goes, I mean, look, I would agree with SKC, but to a degree. Um, you know, this is still supposed to be America, so it's the land of opportunity, and also just on a global scale. So if that's what people want to do, I'm not gonna tell folks not to do it. I'm pretty sure, you know, people told Jay-Z, Ti the same thing, like you're crazy, why would you want to be a rapper, and then they end up being worth hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars for that matter. So doesn't mean everybody's going to have those results, but hey, if that's what you want to follow, go ahead and do it. Who am I to tell you that your dreams are pipe dreams? Do what you do. But I would agree, I don't think it's a viable you know um business strategy or even option, because only the top less than 1% are actually going to be able to make a living doing it. you know that's what makes it so tough.
Yeah, it's like it's almost similar to trying to chase being an athlete.
Yeah, and the same thing. The top 1%, of athletes are actually going to be paid millions of dollars to do it. So,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
it's hell, not
And
even
I,
millions. I mean, just to be able to make it to the minors or a triple A, or even be able to, or an NBA player to be able to play overseas. Hell, when it comes to football, American football, if you're not playing that in North America, there is no market for you. You can't even go elsewhere in the world and play that sport. So,
yeah.
as far as and a lot of those guys, like even when you're talking about minor league play, what the hell are they making? 15, 20, $30,000 a year. You know,
Yeah.
it's like
Eh,
nothing. So a lot of cases, yeah, you better off being a job, getting a job. But I would say the same thing about social media influencers. Most people don't make money doing that.
Yeah.
On YouTubers and stuff. I mean, it's kind of the way the game goes. Most industries are just going to be top heavy, and if you're lucky, what they say, maybe about 15-30% of people are going to actually be able to make a living, and less than 1% of people are actually going to be able to obtain wealth or make a profit from it. So that's kind of how it works.
Yeah, it seems as though, and I agree with you absolutely on that, Auntie. I think there, um, I think culturally, um, across cultures, the idea of having the more slow and steady path for the majority is a better message to have more stability, because there's just too many people who come off to believe that um, things that have to do with the trades or any other subset of functions within the world that actually makes society run from day to day. You have too many that view that as beneath them, or you know off-putting or something like that, like as if there's no honor in it.
I mean, I've talked to people about that. I would say, look, you know, and this is something that I was taught younger, like when I was younger. If those are things that you really want to do, your best bet is to learn the entire business aspect of it. So just in case you're not picked, because a lot of those, for the most part, you got to be selected. It's not just something you can just win, have more points than the other guy. Like, you actually have to be picked to be either be on a team, or you have to be picked to be the face of a $1 billion or $100 million conglomerate or whatever. So you learn the entire industry, because that's what those are things like I was never told. When I was in school growing up, and they usually don't tell kids that. Like, okay, if you're not going to be a professional athlete, which 99.4% of you won't be, um, you can become an agent. you know, you can become an agent and make more than most of the athletes do if you get enough clients. Or same thing with music, for example. You ever think about being a booking agent, a producer? You'll never have to even speak into a damn microphone. You know, you
But
you
don't
learn
you
the
think?
business, the industry. You get into distribution, you get into booking, management. Understand contracts, understand the business. Most people don't want to do that because people have a thirst and a crave. They crave attention.
Yeah,
So if they can't be the person on stage, they don't want to be part of it.
but that's what I was about to ask you. Isn't that part of the culture? Clout?
I mean, I wouldn't call that part of the culture. I mean that's what people sell. That's what the conglomerates sell. They
Yeah,
sell the
I think
clout.
I think
Okay,
that's a
so
modern
We
modern
have it. Well, we
ideology.
have a saying in sales where you're supposed to sell the steak, not the sizzle. So they're selling the sizzle. Because sizzle is
well,
what makes them the damn money.
whatever they're selling, it's effective. And what I'm saying is when I say clout, think about it. What is weave? Isn't that clout? What is big gold chains and stuff? Is that not clout? What is $200-300 sneakers? Isn't that clout? What is having an expensive car but not having an expensive home? Is that not clout?
Or
What is all this graduation spending $10,000-$20,000 on a graduation or a prom. Is that not clout?
Yeah, that's social media clout, and I think most of us up here would agree that that's stupid when people spend that on a prom just for some pictures for the gram. But you know, it's America. You know. Now I would have to agree with what ABT just said in the chat. I don't see how weave and sneakers and stuff like that are clout. But
Okay, so let me get this right. People going to, and I'm gonna slow it down purposely. People taking a large portion of and I'm gonna just say, hopefully these people are working. A large portion of their either after work or weekend, buying hundreds, if not thousands of dollars worth of fake hair, spending hours to have that placed in on their head, and then trying to care for it every day. That has nothing to do with clout seeking.
no. What I would call that is just putting the wagon before the horse. Look, most people, and this is not just a black culture thing. Most people are financially illiterate. You know that's just the way it is. So people are going to put the wagon before the horse. For example, you tried to equate it to like rap culture or black culture or whatever. There's a reason why your rappers and your famous people, they're consistently wearing expensive clothes, and you can never see them wearing the same shirt more than once. You can't see them wearing the same shoes more than once. You can't see you can't see 'em. So they got pop tags every damn day. That's just that a big part of their business and their brand is their image. You know,
Why?
so that's understandable. That's an investment.
Why?
They have to put it into that. But other
Right.
people think they already have that, so they're like, "Oh, I can be like this person, so this is what I'm going to do." That's really just a symptom of financial illiteracy.
Right. But I would add to all that, and I agree with you, but I add to all of that in stating that they have to have those things because the culture craves clout. It validates the person by what they are presenting themselves as.
You do
But
understand that they're putting
yeah,
forward
go
an
ahead.
image, and that half of that stuff is like given to them. Like y'all do
Yeah,
understand
and
that?
that's another thing. No, you're right about that, B Dub. Half of that stuff is given to him, and even when it comes to the jewelry, most of that stuff is fake. Um,
That's
that's kind of
fine.
what it is, and those people don't really own anything, so that's more of an illusion. But when you talk about even the financial illiteracy thing, most people in general. So if anything, this is a consumer-based nation. That's what it is. We don't really produce a damn thing. We just consume. The nation is backed by debt. So your average American is in debt over 100 grand.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but may I interject something into this very interesting conversation?
Huh. But before you go, I'm gonna just say one more sentence and then you got it, Sarge. That's what I'm saying. So most people in America live above their means and buy stuff they can't afford to pay for. Go ahead, Sarge.
Thank you. Look, you guys have really been going back and forth, and I really appreciate your interlocution here. But, one thing I'm always really kind of fascinated and dismayed by is this notion that the destruction of, quote, Black Wall Street, unquote, forever foreclosed, for the most part, all economic opportunities for Black communities in the United States forever thereafter. Now, I may be overstating that a bit, and I am, but I'm trying to get across the idea because there's a constant refrain of invoking this tragedy as something that just completely ended opportunities for Black people in the United States, whether it's intended or not. Now, I would submit to you that simultaneously with the existence of Black Wall Street, there were thriving Black economic centers all across the United States. Jackson Ward in Richmond, Virginia, 7th Street in West Oakland, California, Bronzeville in Chicago. What's this other one? Haiti in Detroit, Little Haiti in Detroit, Haiti rather. There were many of them. The Harlem Renaissance was going on. all of these things were thriving at the same time. Black Wall Street was going on, and and again, this constant discussion of the end of Black Wall Street being the end of black opportunity forevermore in the United States just doesn't make any sense.
I think it does make sense. When you look at it from the vantage point of people wanting to use fear as a motivator.
Yeah, I don't think we made that as a primary. We just use it as an example of when we do have some of these communities that could have gave us generational wealth. A lot of them were burnt down because you didn't mention Greensboro, you didn't mention Rosewood, you didn't mention Lakeland there, or any of the other towns that were actually destroyed. You mentioned the ones that might have been popping and thriving. I mean, Harlem, the Harlem Renaissance. Yeah, I get that part, but we're using Rosewood as an example of this is what happens to some of our towns, and that's what happened to some of our wealth. If had it not happened, we probably would have a lot more wealth within the community and more influence.
Correct, V-Dub, and that was also going to be my point. It is really just an example because he's right about that. No, it's not. It's not the one thing. Like, okay, you let Black Wall Street thrive, and black folks in America just would have been straight. But then you even want to talk about redlining across the entire nation. Black folks were not able to invest in the communities in which they lived in. Their property tax dollars were not able to fund the police forces, fund education, and they weren't able to actually produce what they consumed in their own neighborhoods. And that's the case across the entire nation. So it's a lot of different things, but Black Wall Street is just just one of many examples we can bring up.
Well, I'm glad you referred to redlining because I looked into the redlining situation. I think there were two facets to the destruction of generational wealth in the form of inheriting real estate and the like. There's redlining and blockbusting. Redlining and blockbusting were not the same things. Redlining affected white homeowners in those neighborhoods as much as it did black homeowners. Blockbusting was a deliberate tactic in which people were frightened into selling their homes at greatly reduced cost, or what they should have normally gotten, by unscrupulous real estate brokers who are trying to scare them out of business, scare them out of their neighborhoods. That's different than redlining, which is a essentially race neutral method for banks to determine what areas are more credit worthy than others.
Oh man! Finally, another researcher.
It mainly deals with an evaluation of the credit worthiness of the people living in that area.
Correct. Yeah,
so we got to separate the two.
I'm glad that you made mention of that because there's so many people that run on a narrative of that instead of reading the literature themselves.
If you look at a lot of these neighborhoods,
he's right. No, he's right. He's right about that.
I looked at a lot of these neighborhoods that were redlined, and in every case I studied, with the exception of 3, I looked at like 25 neighborhoods that were considered to be redlined. The majority of the homeowners in the areas that were redlined were white.
White. Yep.
By considerable margins. And again, blockbusting is different. Blockbusting is underhanded, unscrupulous, and evil. I'm not talking about blockbusting. You're right to complain about it. Redlining is a rational consideration by banks that have money at risk to loan to people. And they have a fiduciary responsibility to the bank to make sure those resources aren't squandered.
Now compound that with what happened to the black community. If you compound these things, the debt peonage, conflict leasing, all these additional things, if you compound that, you can see the restriction specifically on the black community. Others, yes, some people are just claimed white, but if you compound everything that you're saying, you can see the problem. It's not just a singular problem. It's compound.
Correct. And one problem led to another, which led to another. You're talking about predatory lending practices, all types of things that led to just stunted growth when you're talking about wealth, generational wealth, and things being passed down. Look, it is what it is.
And that's fine. And I agree with you both on the idea of it being compounded in different ways when you look at the specifics of Black people and so forth. But typically when redlining is brought up, it's brought up as some sort of systematic boogeyman that was specific to Black people, and it wasn't.
Yeah, and there's another thing too. If you chart the economic progress of Black people, I don't know, say from 1940 to say 1964, 63. The economic statistics as to the mean salaries and incomes of all ethnic groups of the country. Remember, there were only mainly two back then: Black people and white people. I mean, there were others, of course.
Correct. No, he's right.
Mainly Black people and white people. They were almost comparable. You did not see this divergence, this wild divergence between the two economic groups, particularly in places like Detroit and elsewhere, until after the civil rights movement took hold.
Correct.
And I think
After
there is a
affirmative action
correlation
and all of that.
I will sit back, let you respond to what I just said, and I'll explain to you the correlation between this convergence between white incomes and Black incomes that had little or nothing to do with racism or white supremacy.
Man, golf clap to you, man. You preaching to the choir with me.
Hey, I used to believe it. I used to believe it was primarily over and above everything else, white supremacy and structural racism that contributed to this problem. I believe it was the baleful after effects of the socialist inclinations of the civil rights movement and this aftermath. Now, they were correct to address the targets of structural, legalized, institutional racism, Jim Crow, and discrimination. That was correct. But many of the people in the civil rights movement were looking beyond that. They were not looking at what happened after the legal battles were won. And their socialist inclinations, to a great extent, stifled the entrepreneurial instincts of Black people that were strong before the civil rights movement. I believe that to an absolute moral certainty.
I'm 100% with you on that one.
Okay,
Hey,
so
you and Sales, right?
real quick, B-Dub, that was my point right there that I've been saying the whole time. He's not even, you said you agree with him 100%. He's not stating that the problem never existed. He's stating that the solution to the problem wasn't a viable one, which I would agree on that. I think B-Dub would agree on that too. You know?
That's what I explained earlier.
That goes back to Big J's original question, which is what's the solution? So you're agreeing, SKC. I just want to get that for the record. You're agreeing. Yes, there was a clear problem there. You know, it was a problem. The solution might not have been the best one, or definitely wasn't the best one. That's why it's pretty evident today. But there was a problem to begin with.
And there's another thing too. If you look at the primary avatar, the icon, the supreme de la creme, alpha and omega of the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King, and you read his writings, so help me God, I've read them. I've got his books on my shelf. Where do we go from here? Chaos or community? I might not get there. I mean, letters from the Birmingham jail. His ease and comfort with the tenets of Marxism and socialism, his advocacy of socialist policies after the civil rights battles in 1964 were won. I mean, he outright advocated for these things. Government at every level of Black life for all practical purposes. And remember, he is the one to whom we hearken when we say what must be done for the future. Martin Luther King is the saint of the civil rights movement, and his shadow casts a long his legacy casts a long shadow over Black so-called civil rights leaders today. They think that's the only way to go. Socialist solutions, which never work anywhere. I don't know why we think they'd work in the Black community. They never work. That's what people are trying to say now about what these Marxists and communists are trying to do in the Democrat Socialists of America. Martin Luther King was very sympathetic with these ideas. Read his works. Read them for yourself. And like I said, he had to keep much of that concealed because of the antipathy for Marxism and communism during the early days of the civil rights movement and on up to the March on Washington. But with the more favorable attitude in the wake of the Vietnam War protests and all of the generally more leftist movement of protest movements in the 60s. He was more comfortable with revealing his true feelings. I think he thought he could sup with the devil if the spoon was long enough. He was a great man, but he was seriously flawed in that aspect.
B-Dub, I know you wanted to say something. My bad cutting you off earlier, bro.
I know most men are seriously flawed when it comes to that. And I really, at this point in time, a lot of us are going back to study Martin Luther King and realizing that a lot of the wrongs that he might have committed when it comes to our community. I was going to ask, Ant, if you being in sales and me being a former salesman, commissions are commissions, right? When you come in, they say you get 3% off of this, 5% off of this. Every quarter, you'll get like a 10% bonus if you did good or well.
Correct.
But the base
Yeah, like
salary,
sliding scale, yeah.
is the base salary always equal?
No.
Right.
And that depends. Like me, I'm an independent contractor, so it's up to me to negotiate my contract.
Right. But typically, when you walk into these things, your base salary is what they give you or what they offer. Could you get more? And then on a drunk night, you'll find out that somebody walked in, no experience, and their base is, 20, 30,000 more than yours. And you're like,
Correct.
why? So that's typically what we're seeing when it comes to like this wealth gap. These things are happening silently or quietly behind the scenes. All right.
You know, I was, when I got out of the Army, and me and my Army buddy, we set up an auto repair shop in Chicago. And, I'm not trying to claim I was some kind of great entrepreneur. Not, I wasn't. We employed 11 people, and we had it on the corner of 71st and Stony Island in Chicago. And we did a little good business. But I said, no, wait a minute. You know, we're not breaking out like we should. What can we do to make our business more viable and bring in more customers? Well, what we did was we cut our prices. We offered deals. We had to really, for a time, lower our profits in order to attract more customers. And the one thing I insisted upon for my mechanics and the others was we do better service. In other words, we got competitive with everybody else around us.
Mm-hmm.
We wound up in the end getting much more money. In other words, we followed the classic rules of free market economics. Now,
Correct. Which is capitalism. Can we agree on that? That's the spirit of capitalism.
Exactly. And
Go ahead.
And I say it's hard work at first because we had to deal with reduced profits for a time until word of mouth got around and people started saying, hey, you better go to these. They do good work. They do it at reduced prices and they give you bonuses. And that hard work and that sacrifice paid off in the long run. And look, I know we have a mixed economy and it's overly regulated, but let's face it, it's not socialist yet. What we have to strive now to prevent is to keep it from getting that way, or we'll be absolutely doomed. Why do you think Chicago's gone down the tubes? Chicago was always governed by corrupt mayors. Pretty much, Mayor Daley was as corrupt, especially Mayor Daley first, was as corrupt as you could get. Let me tell you what he would do. Here's what he would do that was good. He knew how to manage a city and attract businesses to it. He knew how to get a tax base. He knew how to keep the city services and infrastructure running well. Amidst the corruption, you got competent governance as well. Today in Chicago, you have neither. You have chaos, literal governing chaos ever since, his ilk pretty much left. I said the last mayor that had any decent level of governing competence was Rahm Emanuel. And he wasn't that great. But ever since then, Lori Lightfoot, let's go Brandon Johnson, it's been a complete mess. And it's everywhere these Democrats govern, everywhere. Name a city. Name a city where they govern and tell me it isn't god-awful horrid. Just name one. Los Angeles, San Francisco, Detroit, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Houston, Dallas. Name one. You can't find one.
I'm not a Democrat, dog, so I couldn't even call it for you.
I mean, look, I agree with them. I've never been an advocate or a proponent for socialism, communism. As far as I'm concerned, it's the same damn thing. I would never, be an advocate for that. But a lot of people are. That's their business. I mean, if this is supposed to be a democracy, then that means, hey, the majority is supposed to continue to rule. So I mean, I would agree with what he said. Like, we're not there yet. We were pretty damn close. I ain't gonna lie. Like, we were pretty close. Like, some people thought that that was a good idea to just regulate prices, for, no matter what a pair, no matter who manufactures or what the materials are for a pair of jeans, they, or whatever the hell the case may be, it should still be the same price no matter what. That's always going to price out the small business owner, because you can't compete with the conglomerates.
And I was just
You can't,
reading,
you don't have the option, like he mentioned a moment ago, of offering a better quality, at a better price. You can't do it because you don't have billions of dollars, and sweatshops, overseas, and everything else to allow you to even be able to afford that. So, I'm not a proponent of that. That's how you get two classes of people, extremely rich and poor,
oligarchs.
and that would be it.
Yeah,
That's
but
what it leads to.
I was reading a history of the Russian Revolution by Anthony Beevor, and Beevor, and what struck me and what amazed me was how the Bolsheviks were always a tiny minority of the people who came after the Tsar was overthrown and the Russian Revolution started. But they were fanatical and they were utterly ruthless, and they wouldn't quit. They almost, after Lenin got smuggled into Russia on the freight car from Switzerland with German help, they almost, when it was discovered that he was working in conjunction with the Germans to undermine the Russian war effort, they ruthlessly set upon the Bolsheviks and almost wiped them out. They were within a hair's breadth of doing it. Then they became indecisive in the wake of the General Kornilov affair. They let up on the Bolsheviks and they used it to seize power over all Russia. And they were always, never more than 23,000 of them in the whole damn country. And they started the Soviet Union. I am seeing similar glimmers from the Democrat Socialist Party today. These people are absolutely fanatical. They are immune to rationality, but they are dedicated to their task with single-minded focus and like I said, fanaticism.
Well, it
There's
only
no appeal to any counter arguments with these people.
but doesn't that make sense? Because you think about the people who they venerate and have placed within, or their thought process within academia. I mean, going all the way back to people like Du Bois and I mean, all of them had a love of socialism. That's why I never understood the pull towards people with like the Black Panthers and everything. It's like you had those people running around with Miles' Little Red Book. What are we talking about? So that's what I'm stating. It's obvious that would be their end goal, because look at what the pattern of what they've been following from the jump.
It's like I said, you listen to them, it's like you listen to the Red Guards.
Yeah, but
I mean, they really sound just like it.
And then they will. The weird thing about it is you'll have so many of these people who will generally believe that their viewpoint is something that has to do specific with Black people or so forth, when their view came from Marxism.
Well, here's part of the problem with people understanding why it is that Marxism is so antithetical to progress. And this is part of it, because, see, it was contrived in the mind of a sociopathic, neurotic, self-hating man in Germany named Karl Marx.
Who was living off his parents' dime.
An absolute mess of a human being. I mean, one of the most despicable people you could imagine. And he comes up with this convoluted economic theory of dialectical materialism, class struggle, oppressor victim narratives. Of course, he did it along the lines of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie and all this other nonsense. Okay, he said that way. But it came from one man's mind, essentially. It was an amalgam of past movements, true, like the French Revolution and other things, but primarily it was one man's view. Free markets. I'm not speaking of highly regulated markets or socialism. I'm talking about free markets, where the only rules involved are those to prevent fraud and criminality. Free markets are consistent with human nature itself.
Correct.
You have something I need. I have something you need. We bargain for it. We come
Correct.
to an arrangement. One person gives that person the other. That's basically it. That's why it's consonant with human nature. It works in the interest of both parties. It doesn't take from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. It's what one needs and what the other needs. And between the two of you, you make one a mutually beneficial deal. Now, of course, I'm speaking of the ideal. But
Right.
that ideal carries through to most thriving free market systems, or even some capitalist systems with high regulation. It's still the basic idea, and it involves a certain degree of trust as well. So you get all those things working together. You have a system that's constant with human nature. The reason socialism and communism has to rely so much on force is because people don't want. Why do you think they had to murder the kulaks? They didn't want to give up their farm implements and their crop output to the Bolsheviks when they come along and seize it. So they had to kill them by the millions.
But
That's the way it works every time.
But one of the biggest issues, I think, in like this conversation, you can see the originality of where the thought process came from, and of course, its end result in all of the millions, hundreds of millions of people who died trying to, follow such a system. But in the terms of like the pro-black view, and I'm just speaking for, I would say a large segment of it, not everyone, but a large segment of it, they have no understanding of that original concept whatsoever. They truly believe that the ideas that they have come up, that the ideas that they are propagating are their original property.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. When you're talking about the pro-black mindset in its truest form, is not just about doing business with blacks and that's it, only hiring and all of that other stuff. Pro-black means you make sure that your dollar bounces within the black community. Doesn't mean that you can't do business elsewhere, because you have to do business on a global scale in order for business to thrive. That's not a problem. So for those that say, look, I can only buy black, I can only sell to black, I can only work with black, whatever, that's really not pro-black. That's more of just a separatist mentality, right there. Other demographics that practice group economics don't do that. But what I would go to what Sarge just said, and I would agree with what you said to a degree, right? One thing that you left out as far as fraud or criminal practices, I actually like, the laws. I think they should be a little more strict as far as monopolies in multiple industries, because a monopoly does kill competition. That's the problem. That's one of the reasons why I use it as an avatar. Like, monopolies are not good. The game is over.
Okay. I'm
just saying, because if I monopolize the industry, I no longer have to have a better product at a better price. I'm the only one playing now.
Yeah, I'm
so I can give you garbage and charge you overwhelming prices for it.
Yeah, I will accept that argument as long as the government doesn't use it as an unnecessary means to seize more power than they should have.
Correct. And I just think like fines are not enough, because what's a $4 million or $40 million fine when you just made $4 billion? It's nothing.
True.
That's why these companies keep doing it.
True. And then that's also too why courts order them to break up, like AT&T.
Correct.
But look, one thing I want to stress about free markets: nobody invented them. They were organic. They sprung up naturally over millennia.
Correct.
That's why they work. Correct. Because people figure out what works for them, what works for nations for the most part, and it just hums along, makes its adaptations as it goes along, because people figure out better ways to do things, or better ways to please people, or find a market or create a market that people didn't even know they wanted, and that's how it works. Socialism has to be structured by a small group of people at the top, trying to figure out everything for everybody. When there are billions of transactions that go on in a large country every day, it is simply impossible to do. You have to let it operate organically and naturally.
So Ant, And
Yeah.
and I'm asking because I'm not trying to place this on all of pro blacks. I'm just asking. Are there some pro blacks who actually believe that capitalism is a white people thing?
Yes, there are.
I wouldn't consider them pro-black. I wouldn't
Okay, so
consider them
what are they,
pro-black, at
black
least not in its
supremacists or
truest
something?
form.
What are they, some sort of black supremacists or something?
I wouldn't even know what label to put on them. I'm just saying, if you're truly pro-black, you want to see black folks and the black community as a whole. You want to see it thrive. So capitalism is a good thing when it's practiced properly, just like Sarge mentioned. So how could you be against capitalism? It's how, but you have to be able to get into the free market. I think, if anything, there are a lot of people that call themselves pro-black that are really just socialists or Marxists that try to call themselves pro-black. They
Yeah,
kind of
So
got
so
look,
so
but
then so then as a question, Auntie, since what black people are what, somewhere with 12 to 14% of America right now, right?
about
Can
something like that.
can the black community, as you see it, thrive if America doesn't thrive?
No, we're
Um,
American. That can never happen. We're
no,
American, bro.
that's correct. No, I would agree. I would agree. I mean, if I can elaborate, if you wanted to follow up with that, I'll let you. But I would
No, go
elaborate
ahead.
on it.
You go
Okay,
ahead. You
so
elaborate.
no, I mean, no, the two things can be true at the same time. So there's also the vice versa, the opposite. Of course, black folks cannot, the black community can't thrive without America thriving. But black folks need to make it so that America can't thrive unless the black community thrives, which means they have to get deep into the spirit of capitalism instead of fighting against it.
well, have you not noticed though that there is an almost reflexive uh, contempt and loathing for? I prefer the term free markets to capitalism, even though I know capitalism is a critical component of it, but because it's been so demonized by the left and the Democrats, and since most what we consider prominent black leaders are Democrats, they seem to have this antipathy. It's like reflexive, like the doctor takes a hammer and hits your knee and it jerks. They have this almost reflexive contempt of capitalism and free markets. They don't
Sarge,
never say the word, they use the word capitalism. And they speak about it as
Sarge,
though it's some sort of virus or some sort of predatory monster that's going to swallow them all up.
Sarge. The last poll that was done towards various racial groups, I think it was early 2025. The only racial group that had an overwhelming negative opinion of capitalism were black.
Not surprised.
Okay, I mean that
But do you have an
that's also,
understanding why? Do you have an
but that's
understanding
also,
why we would have?
no, but B-Dub, that's also a skewed stat because it depends on who you poll. No,
Right.
depends on who you
But
poll.
let me give you
So
a prime
not to
example of why
say
that
that the
might be.
percentages still wouldn't have been overwhelming, but I think they change if you would have just polled all black folks, or at least
So
every person
here's
that
why.
identified themselves as black or black American on the census. But I'm pretty sure they didn't do that.
So here's why you might have that issue, because I live in a place where it's segregated. So when I go to, or I'm in my community, I'm paying a higher price for a less quality of product. When I go to their community, they're getting discounts on a higher quality of product, paying less, paying a lesser price. Gas prices on my side of town is a little bit more. There's a little bit more than it is in the other side of town. So there's a reason. There's a reason why we're being overcharged and overworked. That's why. Let me get back to work now.
Okay.
Vida, just a thought on that. If Auntie is running the store, I'm running the same store. If Auntie, where he has set up his store, he's dealing with a lot of stuff that I'm not dealing with. He's not dealing with people coming in arguing and stealing stuff and such and such. I am. So then I have to hire security. I have to call police more. I have to clean. I have to deal with cleaning more of the outside sections of my store and everything. So I have to hire out more for that. Wouldn't that make my prices higher for the same product?
I mean, if you want to stay in business or maintain the same profit margins, yeah. you would, just because there's more of your revenue, more of your gross revenue that has to go toward toward shrinkage and theft just naturally. Um, so that's understood. You would probably have to lower wages. You would have to raise prices. There's something, or you might even have to go down on the quality of of your products, or you're going to have to purchase it in a higher quantity, wholesale or bulk, see if you can get a better price on it. But yeah, it's going to change the dynamic of your business,
So then the
naturally.
cus so then the
I mean, if
so
you
then
want to
the
stay in business, yeah.
so then the attitudes and behavior of the customer base can change the price of the product or service.
Let me give you a concrete example of what you two gentlemen are just speaking of. Again, in my former hometown of Chicago. Now, there was a thriving Walgreens drugstore on the corner of 87th and Cottage Grove. Big Walgreens, and one of the largest I've ever seen. Took care of the community for years. It was reliable. People regularly shopped there. It was a solid foundation pillar in that particular part of the black community. It had to close because of the numerous and repeated instances of violent crime in its parking lot, inside its store, to include 3 murders over a period of 4 years. And they saw, and the Walgreens headquarters said it's unsafe to operate, our employees are unsafe, and we're having all sorts of liability problems from the store. So it is not only not profitable, it is literally costing us money to the tune of hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars a year. Now, when this store closed, the first action by the alderman of the district and his cronies and the rest of the city council was to organize a protest movement wanting to charge Walgreens with the crime of corporate abandonment, which doesn't exist. They are guilty. They were saying things like they are guilty of corporate abandonment and leaving the black community in lurch with nowhere for seniors to get their prescription drugs anymore. Now, I saw 2 things about this that indicates the crippling nature, I believe, of the post of Martin Luther King civil rights movement. Number 1, nature abhors a vacuum. There's a vacuum. Walgreens is moving out. Investors now can either buy that property and take over where Walgreens left. It's an opportunity. But no, these people see it as
Yeah, they see it as an issue, but the problem is now it becomes. And I used to run a club. Same thing happened, just like you mentioned. It some stuff went down in the parking lot. Somebody left our establishment, and then they went outside, fought in the parking lot. It fell on property management. Dude, he got his head cracked open. Almost passed on.
There you
But
go.
now they won't renew our lease. And that's because it's an insurance nightmare. Like, that's what it was on property management, because it didn't happen inside the establishment. It happened in the damn parking lot. Now, in Walgreens' case, more than likely, Walgreens corporate, whatever private equity firm owns that, they probably own the whole damn lot of property. So all that insurance and everything is on them. It just jacks up their damn insurance premium.
And you know what?
Jacks it up.
But you know what really dismays me even more? This idiot black politician, this alderman, an elected official, rather than understanding the environment created by either a lack of policing or a huge expansion in criminality in the area, and the need to immediately provide the solution of policing and arrests and prosecutions. That's the immediate thing that must be done immediately. Long-term things like educating people better, helping to restore civilization in their minds, creating nuclear families with 2 parents in a household. That's longer-term solution, and it has to be done too. But the immediate solution is policing, arrests, and prosecution. That was to be done immediately. You got a short-term solution and a long-term solution. And rather than address either one of them, he immediately condemned, like he was probably indoctrinated with, either consciously or unconsciously, Marxist principles, oppressor victims. The Walgreens is the oppressor. They're the capitalist evil people who are leaving us in a lurch. And there's your target. There's the target of your ire and your rage. Not addressing the factors that caused them to leave in the first place.
But
Not
I like
even
what
addressing them at all.
I like what SKC said earlier, though, and this is where I will agree with you because now we're in the information age. So, as a consultant myself, I would say before we shut the damn business down, now we may want to. I'm going to give you more solutions. Now we might want to convert to primarily online sales to keep that foot traffic down.
Huh? You know,
Yeah,
that is a solution, but you know, it's kind of sad to think that
doesn't mean it's going to work. Don't get me wrong. It doesn't mean it's going to work.
Well, it's a nice
but it's something that I would try before shutting the business down because it could actually end up raising sales.
Well, you could, and it's a good supplement. It certainly has a business decision. It's always something you have a fiduciary responsibility to explore. But you know, one thing about foot trafficking,
But I just understand that that's something that wasn't available 30 years ago.
Well, true.
You know, 35 years ago. So that we do have more options available in 2026
I think Sarge is gonna.
1996.
I think Sarge is gonna do some of the benefits of foot traffic. Go ahead. I want to because I think I'm going with your same line of thought.
Yeah, look, I'm all for a business having options and customers having options. It's great, but you got to remember one thing about foot traffic and people going into buildings and interacting with each other, with salespeople and with people they meet is going the social benefit. I remember Chicago when I was growing up there. I remember how sociable people were on the stoops and the porches and going to market and going to the store. It was it was one of the more pleasant aspects about Chicago. I remember growing up there. You could go out in Grant Park or Washington Park in the summertime and sleep out at night and not be afraid of much. People did it all the time without incident.
Okay, sorry. I want you.
And you say, as a response to criminality and chaos, we have to insulate ourselves and isolate ourselves more from each other rather than just say, well, here's another option for you. I think we are losing something of great value.
And Sarge, I want you to continue, but I want to interject this thought. The Auntie, when I entered into this conversation, I asked you all, are all cultures equal? Sarge, what do you think that this, I would say, Marxist ideals have done to Black culture as a whole since your days of back in Chicago to now?
Well, I would simply point you to the kind of music I listened to growing up. I remember, now I know Sam Cooke had a chaotic life and he died a chaotic death. True. That wasn't reflected in his music. When you listen to his music, what did you hear? And I'm going to marry you and take you home. Whoa, 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 you send me. That was the kind of music that predominated. The romantic music. Music with romance and love. Directed toward a woman. Directed toward not only romance, but even marriage. Marriage was frequently mentioned in these songs.
All right.
Even you talk about Motown.
I
mean, I am telling you what Marxism has done, because you know Marxism appeals to that lumpen proletariat aspect, the anti-hero, and they've set up the rappers as the anti-hero, the antithesis of law and order and resistance to police oppression. That's one of the ways it originally started out as, and it transmogrified and morphed into what it is now, this grotesque parody of masculinity.
Correct.
And you did not have that in the music I was listening to when I grew up.
Now this I would say weird view of masculinity. What does that do to the ability to, on a massive scale, recreate intact family units?
It is absolutely destructive of it, and we are witnessing the results in real time. The numbers are indisputable. When prior to 1965, 66, Black communities were intact at a rate of 70% to 75% of children lived in two-parent households. 70 to 75%. When I was growing up, the only people who didn't have a father were the relatively few divorces, and those whose fathers had died in an industrial accident or due to natural disease. Everybody I knew had their father in the house.
Does that have any, and going just circling all the way back to our conversation with the Walgreens and everything, does that have an effect with to crime and behavioral patterns at social stores and different things?
How can it not? The building block of Western civilization, which is another thing they hate to a great degree. They hate, Western civilization itself is synonymous with white supremacy because Western civilization was mainly created by white people. So the very fact that it exists in the manner that it does is a manifestation of what they hate or they purport to hate. And consequently, by destroying that building block of Western civilization, you have to have chaos, irregularity, and disorder. It's what we're seeing. I find it really fascinating that the progenitors of the BLM movement, the minute they got their hands on some dope, what did they do with it?
Move to white.
They became the nomenclatura, the elite.
Yep.
Right away, they didn't waste mansions, houses, building security businesses, and then giving the money to their in-laws or their brothers or their relatives. They behaved like oligarchs.
Yep.
But, hey, this was even the point that I was making. This was a point that I was making. Go and jump in, B-Dub. I know you were.
No, I just want to say that Western civilization is kind of not like inherently white. It kind of veered from like Spain, the Moors, the Muslims that were there before that. It's not inherently white, if we want to say it like that. That's just my take on it.
All right, and my take is this too, right? Because we can agree that yes, there were problems, but the solution to the problem, wasn't a viable one. So I would say this, like even when he talked about, the fathers in the home and the business, crime has always been an issue as long as America existed. It's just there was a time for organized crime, and then the chaos came in, and now crime is no longer organized. People are just doing what the hell they do. So you didn't hear about gangsters and all of that stuff in fatherless homes during the Prohibition and the number running and the gambling and even the prostitution rings and all of that other stuff. You didn't hear about that, okay? Because there were certain things that weren't done. Okay, like I said,
all crime.
My point is though, crime is not just specific to black folks. Now, a lack of organization when it comes to crime might be a little more prevalent in the black community, but that's the difference.
Okay,
it's a different type of crime.
Wasn't chaotic. You look at the way Bumpy Johnson ran the numbers in Harlem and everything. And the organization was focused and controlled. It wasn't allowed to get so much out of hand that it attracted undue attention from the police.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm just when you talk about times when black wealth as a whole was at its highest, you had more black millionaires, with the number running racket, damn near, yeah. You had more, self-made millionaires then than you do now. And I'm not talking about the athletes, and the rappers. I'm not talking about people that just got a contract to play a child's game to make millions of dollars. I'm talking about self-made millionaires.
Yes.
That came from that,
Yeah, and we cannot pretend that chaotic, disruptive, public crime does not play a huge part in whether or not businesses want to relocate in any area and create jobs and a tax base.
Correct.
We can't pretend it doesn't, because it does.
Correct.
But also, I would agree that, hey, look, the concept of the family business is gone because the family is supposed to be the business. So you focus on that first, you keep things within the family, and you do good business, that way. And that's a certain way your children are supposed to conduct yourself, because dad conducts himself a certain way. Mom conducts herself a certain way. Like anything is a stain on the family name. So I'm not going to disagree with you with the degradation of the black family, but then even the family as a whole. Like I said, the concept of the family business is kind of like a lost concept all around America these days.
I would say not at the level of which is in Black America. And that's what I was talking about so far as all cultures are not equal. When a lot of people make these arguments, they make an unequal argument. Basically, they state if the other side is not perfect, then there is no argument to be made. There is a such thing as, you know, something that's better than something else. That doesn't mean that it's perfect, but it's still better.
Okay.
And so some of the cultural identifiers and markers within modern day Black America are just not, they do not run in a way that benefits the creation of strong, intact Black families.
Okay, and this is where I would have to respectfully disagree with you, because what you're saying is not totally untrue. But one of the arguments that you've made over the years has been the effect of feminism, on the Black community. And I think we can agree that yes, it's affected the Black community, but that virus has reached a gate with multiple demographics, and a lot of them are delving and falling into the same situation, or falling at the same rate in which the Black community did. So something like that. My point is just this: something like that is going to have the same effect on any community, not just the Black one, the same one on any community.
I think you may be mistaking me with either Zero or Conservative. I really don't delve that much on the whole feminism thing. I do state that within Black
America, I think I had a conversation on your panel. It might not have been you in particular then.
Yeah,
but the conversations come up when you've been on.
Yeah, they bleed over in different things. But my formal point on that is that I think that there is an over feminization within the culture of modern day Black America. I think that that's just a pretty much a given. You can see it politically, you can see it socially, and so forth. But I think that there are much bigger fish to deal with, particularly with ideals about Marxism and so forth.
Well,
I think the reason, but before you go, Sarge, because I was actually agreeing with Sarge was saying when he brought up socialism and a lot of other things, there's a reason why a lot of folks from other demographics come over here and they fight so hard against it, because they know it'll affect them. It's just affected Black folks more so than anything, because they've been the mudsill in America for the last 250 damn years.
Yeah, it's true. And nowadays it would seem that in many quarters, these leftist progressives and Marxists are using the Black community as a stalking horse for their socialist policies and agendas. But look, I want to bring this, I want to revisit this issue of feminism in a moment, but I've been wanting to bring this, looking for an opportunity to bring this particular point up to you guys for what you think about it. Now, let's look, who invented the transistor, the integrated circuit, the microprocessor, the central processing unit, and all those other components that are critical to everything that operates every day. It happened to be white males of European descent, mainly American inventors and technicians. Now, who developed those things to the niche that they are today, to the extent that they are today? It was Asians. It was people in Korea and Japan. They didn't invent any of it, but they took and said, hey, we can take this, we can get our own people educated in it, and we can figure out how to make it better. So it doesn't matter that Americans invented it. Well, it does matter. I mean,
that's the difference between inventions and innovations.
Exactly. Same thing with Japan. What was Japan in 1853 when Commodore
like
Perry
you can't invent the wheel, but you can innovate ways to use it.
Now, what was Japan in 1853 when Admiral Perry sailed into Tokyo Bay? It was a
devastated
agrarian society.
Yep.
It was literally like in the Middle Ages in Asia. And they took a look at all this technology that these white people were bringing into Tokyo Bay and said, oh, hell no, we're going to have to do ourselves one better.
Well, I'll interject.
In the span of 52 years, 52 years, Japan went from a technologically backward Asian country. It had a high degree of culture and organization, true.
Yeah, to a
But
powerhouse.
technology, no, it wasn't cutting edge. But by 1853, they were a major world power that defeated one of the other major world powers in the Russo-Japanese War. And not only beat them, but beat them decisively.
But the thing about that, Sarge, is this: is though when you read upon that, I know you have. When they saw all of those inventions coming across from Europe and America and so forth, they looked collectively upon that with national shame.
Exactly.
And then they stated, okay, we got to get into gear. We have to learn and then produce. But they took ideas from outside of their group in order to achieve what they have now. And it's so weird to me how I've had so many conversations with people, and they look at it as almost like a carnal sin for someone to look outside of their specific group to see better ideas and how to innovate.
All right, and SKC, that goes back to my original argument with you earlier. This is why I called you out on this. How can you just call out the community or quote unquote black culture and you never ever compare it or compare other cultures such as white American culture, European American, European white culture, Asian culture, Middle Eastern culture? You don't really bring those up, but you focus on just black culture. So how are you supposed to be able to come up with solutions to anything if you have no comparisons? Just made my point for me earlier. We just brought it back around full circle, SKC.
Right. I'll answer.
It's the hostility that bothers me more than anything else. Many
but that was the point that I was making earlier, and he was telling. Hold up, Sarge. He was telling me that he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to. He didn't even have to even study those or bring up the comparisons. But yet he just 5 minutes, and this was probably about a couple hours ago when he said that to me. But just 30 seconds ago, he's saying you should be looking outside of your culture at other cultures, just like the example that Sarge brought up, to see solutions and how to innovate.
But you
just contradicted yourself on this panel.
I didn't contradict myself, and I'll cut the clip and I'll send it to you. And if you, especially if you put your email in the back,
I got you. I'll put it in the back chat.
I'll send it to you. But my argument was from the very beginning with Dick J when he asked me, well, what's your solution, SKC? I said, dude, you have to look at what other people are doing well, and you need to take subsets of that knowledge and tend to adopt it within your own. You cannot believe that only your quote unquote melanin powered brain comes up with the best ideas and such and such. No, that's not how human society works. You look from without in order to grab various ideas. It doesn't mean you have to change every single thing that you've done, but you do have to have some humility about yourself to understand that, holy crap, what we're doing here, that's some BS. That's not going to get us anywhere.
True. So you know what? Again,
that was my argument.
But again, back to the Japanese model. Now, who has a more highly developed?
I see. I'm just saying. I see a lot of. I see a lot of you pointing out the negatives. Okay, very little compare and contrast, because you can't pull out the pros and the cons. Like you seem to only find the cons, and you seem to only find them in black culture.
I can't help
like there are no pros. And you can't seem to ever state cons as opposed to pros with other cultures.
I will give you a pro and a con within the Japanese culture. When they decided to go on the Meiji Restoration after Admiral Perry came. Look, the Japanese had a real internal conflict. Let's face it. Who had a greater martial tradition than the Japanese? The samurai, the Bushido code. You know, the way they waged warfare, internal warfare in the civil wars and all of that. They had one of the greatest martial traditions in history. But they realized they couldn't do that and modernize and be competitive against other nations of the world militarily. So who did they turn to update their armies? They turned to the British for their navy. They turned to Prussia for their army. That's how they did it. At the same time, there were people in their culture who were telling him this is going to destroy Japan. We do this, we're abandoning everything that has made us a great people. But the people that won out were the people who were able to defeat the Russian Empire and damn near defeat the United States and Britain in 1941. So look, I'm just saying, look, there's always hostility. Hell, there's hostility change in the United States when people come up with a something that is an advancement or an improvement, and there's hostility because people are stuck in their old ways. Black people are some of the biggest victims of that attitude. They're not the only ones. They're among the biggest. I think we need to re-examine that.
Yeah, I agree. And like I said, I got the email in the back. I'll clip it
No,
and
you feel
send it
free
to
to
you.
send.
Just,
You feel free
so
to send
you,
it, but that was the only point that I was making. You tend to just point out the cons of quote unquote black culture, never any of the pros, and you rarely point out the pros and or cons when it comes to other cultures. And if you do, you only compare them to black cultures. You don't compare them to other cultures outside of black culture. So I like even what Sarge said. He was able to give me pros and cons when it came to Japanese culture. That was just
well,
one. I would like
well,
to have that conversation with you further, SKC. Whenever you want to do it, we set it up. I don't mind. It doesn't have to be a debate, just a conversation, bro.
yeah, and I think it was probably because you were in and out, but
Yeah.
Son asked me a similar question. She said about a pro within Black American culture, and I talked about it extensively. I told her about jazz and how it's still a part of my internal family culture, and how there are other cultures around the world who have adopted it and have, I would say, kept it going and uplifted it way more than Black people have. So that's a pro, and I spoke about that extensively. So it's not this whole thing of I've only stated one or have only brought up bad things. I even threw out another name because Big J was asking me, okay, well, who are the people from back in the day that you like and so forth? He threw up Thomas Sowell, and I was like, no, I remember reading George Schuyler with my grandfather. You remember George Schuyler, Sarge?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so the majority of people that are from within the community, and they don't even know who George is. They've never read Schuyler. They never knew that there was another opinion that did not come out of the Harlem Renaissance that actually critiqued the Harlem Renaissance, that had a huge following amongst a lot of Black people.
I'd like to be able to continue that conversation, so just hit me up by email. I got to drop down. I got some work to do. But nah, man, appreciate y'all, man. This was a respectful chop up. Appreciate you.
I love it. Great. I appreciate you as well, sir. And I would look forward to dealing with both you gentlemen again.
No, Sarge, it's one of those weird things of, and I know you've probably dealt with it as well, as when people believe that they have an idea of what your opinions are, and they'll kind of straw man those into quote unquote white supremacy talking points, or even if you have a thought pattern on this or that, they state you could not have possibly come up with this opinion out of your own reading or for some other, or arrived at a position from another angle. You must have gotten this style of reasoning from quote unquote the white man.
You know what? I suspect much of that inclination is due to the fact that most of them are, in fact, thoroughly indoctrinated, told to regurgitate the party line and bumper sticker slogans without any depth or any real understanding of the subjects they purport to know about. And I think they're reflecting it and projecting that knowledge about themselves onto others who have, in fact, studied things in depth. Look, I don't know everything by any means. In fact, the more I learn, the more I realize, the less I know.
Correct.
But I'll tell you this much, when I study something and even claim to talk about it, I have more than just a nodding understanding of it. I'm capable of going into it in some depth. If I don't know about it, I say, I don't know enough about it. I can't answer that. I don't mind doing that at all.
One, I would say, point of contention that came upon me as back in the day as I was reading about a lot about slavery and all that stuff. And I don't know if you'll agree or disagree with this, but from my readings, especially of the various narratives, things that the slaves actually penned with their own hands, and the words of various Black people from within that era who were their contemporaries, it's odd to me that those people did not have the same level of contempt to the quote unquote white man that the people who never saw slavery today have, even though they benefit greatly from all of the advancements of said people.
It's amazing. You know what? You know what? I really got a bunch of ire directed at me when I said this about the Constitution. And the hate I got was jump the shark over the top. I said that when the United States limited the importation of slaves into the United States after 1808, which is right there in Article 1 of the Constitution. And I said when they did that, that was given the fact that slavery was a reality, that without a compromise, the United States could not have been formed. It would not have been formed. And given the fact it was a reality and it was practiced everywhere in the world at the time, that was one of the most merciful things the Constitution could have done for the Black slaves of the 500,000 or so Black slaves who were imported in the Atlantic slave trade. You want to know why?
No,
it made them a valuable commodity.
Correct.
If you overly abused them and they died without giving you sufficient return on your labor, you couldn't replace them as readily. And you literally could. That's why they were so expensive in the United States. Why were they so cheap in Brazil and the Caribbean? Because if you could work them to death and just import more, that's what they did. In South America, they literally worked slaves to death. They worked to death and had much more. They worked them to death in the Caribbean. They didn't do that in the United States. For that reason, you couldn't import more.
Correct.
Now, it had nothing to do with that. Look about it. It had nothing to do with morality. Didn't have anything necessarily to do with humanity or anything else that these people love to swoon over as they implement inhuman practices and tyrannical policies. Of course, they're always bleeding about humanity and morality and compassion and all that crap. They don't believe it for a minute, but they'll use it to their advantage when they're pushing their agenda. But when you look at what the United States did by limiting the importation of slaves, given the reality of slavery at the time, it was a merciful act. And boy, the heat I got from that was beyond belief. You should have heard the things they were saying to me. And I welcomed it because I knew I'd struck a nerve.
Yeah. I understand completely. I've made similar statements. I think on the whole thought about slavery in general, it's a sensitive issue for a lot of people of that mindset. There's a couple of things that I asked them. One, how did Black people in America get legal? But typically, I'll end with the thought that it took all white men in order to make that law. No women, no Black people, no other people of color, none of that. It was only white men who codified slavery being illegal.
Into the transatlantic slave trade. There was no nations on earth other than the United States, well, primarily Great Britain, second, the United States, and third, France, who were going to end the transatlantic slave trade. Delegations from Dahomey and Mali and Songhai were sent to Queen Victoria in her palace in London, asking her not to interfere with their rice bowl of the slave trade. They said, by cutting off the slave trade, you are economically devastating us.
Correct.
It's just amazing to me that people don't know this. The Black slavers wanted to continue the slave trade, and the white Europeans wanted to end the transatlantic to the tune of spending millions of dollars on the Royal African Squadron and the West African Squadron from the United States, to the tune of hundreds of sailors, thousands of sailors dying from diseases mainly, as they were doing this, capturing slave ships and hanging slave ship captains.
Yep.
And well, of course, we don't want to even discuss that. Like it doesn't admit. And finally, there's one other thing I did that really set the pro-blackers off and made me. They got so mad at me. Oh, they got even mad at me when I said the other thing. I said, look, in life, you have to deal with things that are paradoxes, that seem contradictory, but at the same time, both are true. I have had 3 DNA tests done on them. 3. I want to see if they would agree to any extent, because I kind of had suspicions about DNA tests. So I went to 3 different firms. They all had the same results, except for they differed on percentages, but they were the same. They had the same ethnic reasons, backgrounds, racial groupings. In Africa, most of my DNA comes from Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, Togo, and Togo. That's where the majority of my Negroid ancestors from. My Caucasoid ancestry is from Wales, Scotland, Ireland, Saxony, and Germany, and France. Now, how did all these combinations come together? However they came to, whether it was by rape, consensual agreement, whether it was by, forced coercion, I don't care. It took every one of them in my direct ancestral line to make me. I would not exist without slavery.
Correct.
So look, a paradox is you have a great evil, slavery, which led to my existence, which for me is a good thing. Maybe not to all my black ancestors, but probably all of them. But for me, it's a great thing that I'm alive. And that is a paradox. The same thing with the fact that the freest, most prosperous black community on the planet today is the black people whose ancestors were slaves here in the United States. That is a paradox. Live with it. It's just the way things are sometimes. Like Booker T. Washington said, cast down your bucket where you are and move forward.
Yep. It's a really I love those conversations because it forces people to think and address things that may be emotionally uncomfortable for them, but you would be a fool not to logically reason upon it. Take for instance the idea about slavery in general, just like you were stating that it existed and had been practiced all over the world. Of course, since the beginning of written human history, there's been accounts of slavery in different parts, and you really can't play this game of chattel slavery as if America created some special brand of slavery that had never been thought of or practiced before, as if people weren't looked upon as not human or cattle or property or something that's been done all over the world in antiquity from time immemorial. And then the concept that a lot of in my opinion, the pro-blacks have towards slavery in general and the American Constitution is that they believe that those writers and those quote unquote white men that penned the U.S. Constitution had the ability to stop the train of slavery, which had been trucking along for thousands of years, to be able to stop it on a dime. All of human history and that has been embedded into human cultures, as was shown even in Africa for thousands of years, that these few under 100 or 200 white men would be able to stop slavery.
But I want you to consider this. Wait a minute. I want you to consider this. It was stopped on a dime in historical terms. The United States had chattel slavery as it was the United States. I'm talking about from July 4th, 1776. That's when I consider the United States started, not 1619.
Right.
July 4th, 1776. From that date until the end of chattel slavery was one long lifetime, 89 years. 89 years. In historical terms, that is stopping on a dime.
Right.
It literally is. But, you wouldn't think so. You would think the United States, a country that's only 250 years old, it was one long, unrelieved succession of millions of slaves being brought across the Atlantic Ocean, when in fact, 4% of the transatlantic slave trade went to North America.
Correct.
4%.
And then that logic contradicts another ideal that I've often heard, was that it was slaves that built the country and so forth and blah blah blah. Okay, well, if that was the case, then why did all of the other places that had 10, sometimes 100 more slaves than America, why weren't they as financially successful?
Wait a minute, let me ask you another question. Who was one of the most celebrated African kings in Black History Month? When they get to talking about all the African kings that they're so enamored of and was brought to their great wealth and power.
Oh,
Mansa
Musa, and how did he
Musa.
and how did he get all his gold?
How did he get all the wealth?
It just grew out of the ground in Africa.
It wasn't a single slave owner in the United States that had as many slaves as that guy had. And wait a minute, what about the warrior, the warrior queen or whatever, the king warrior, the queen king, whatever, with Olivia, what's her name? Not Olivia, what's her name, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know, so she's freeing the slaves, the Dahomians.
Yeah, the Dahomians of all people freeing slaves.
Among the most ruthless slavers that have ever lived.
And even in that, because I remember reading that history from John Reeder on Africa, and they go into details about the Dahomey tribe and everything, and how they had specific days of just, I just wake up and it's time to kill about
500 people.
Why? Because a guest was coming over, and it's stuff like that. And then these are the same people that want to try to look you in the face with some sort of ire of, you don't know what the white people were doing to slaves in America in the antebellum South, and as if you did not come from a country where they was doing all sorts of animalistic things to slaves and so on. It's like, what are we talking about?
And you know what? Look, let's we got to remind people, because you're going to hear people saying that they hear this show, they endorse slavery. Look, slavery is the ultimate form of tyranny. Yeah. It's the ultimate form of tyranny, no matter who does it, for whatever reason, period, end of story, that's it. Slavery is the ultimate tyranny. But I'd like to remind you as to why there was no great Black diaspora in the Middle East. Because they castrated most of their male slaves.
That's right.
They castrated them.
Yep.
Now, whatever you want to say about white American slave owners in the South, the one thing they didn't do, except for maybe a punishment or deterrent to others, was to castrate their slaves. In fact, they encouraged them to get it on. Yeah. I'm just amazed when I hear this stuff.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. And I don't know. It's the levels of sophistry that it takes in order to throw those very real histories away and still come up with the concept of super evil whitey. It's the only thing that I could attribute it to is that, okay, you have bought into the Marxian oppressor to the hook, line, and sinker.
It's like I said, white people were not only evil, they were uniquely evil. No one else in the world was that evil. No one else in the world did acts of comparable evil. This is just nonsense. These people either have no understanding of history, or they simply wish to twist things to their own ends, or a combination of both. It is one of the saddest things, the inability to linearly reason and be rational. Just be purely emotional.
The amazing thing to me is that if one was to ever look at some of the written histories of within various tribes in Africa, a Shaka Zulu type of character who was going around putting heads on pikes, raiding, pillaging, graping, or fire, banding, and so forth. It's like,
killing 5,000 of his own people when his mother died.
Yeah, that is not an oddity. That was not rare.
And I'm listening, and like I said, I've been listening to all this stuff, and it's like, oh man, American slavery, as far as I'm concerned, relative to all the others, given that, again, let me stress, slavery is the ultimate form of tyranny, no matter who does it, no matter for what reason. But nonetheless, American slavery, compared to all the others in the aggregate, was one of the more benign forms.
Yeah.
And when I say that, they just go crazy. They again, reason leads them. They don't offer counter arguments. They only offer insults.
Yeah, the you know, some of the arguments that I've seen when people, especially when I've brought up like, hey, let's just look at ancient Greece and ancient Rome. What was the lifespan of a slave in a copper mine? or, or, or
2 years if you're lucky.
You know, it's like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about, man?
And you know the one thing they never want mentioned. You are an apostate if you dare mention this historical truth. The 1.25 million white people impressed from ships, seized off of ships, seized in raids on the Irish coast, the Greek coast, and elsewhere by Moors and North Africans. 1.25 million into who do they think the Janissaries were?
Yeah.
Who were the Janissaries? Were literally children, boys, abducted from their families and their homes and impressed into the service of the sultans of the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah.
But we know that. I mean, that's a historical non-event. Why are you mentioning it? It don't compare with the transatlantic slave trade.
Yes.
You know, yes, it does. Given the fact that the Barbary pirates and others didn't have the sailing capacity of the Europeans. Europeans did it because they had the ability to, because they had seagoing vessels that could weather heavy seas.
Yeah, it is. Again, the mental blockages that are in the minds of such people are. It could be. You can look upon it as tragic, but at the same time, there's a great amazement with it's almost a, I hate to say it, but there's a level of entertainment in it that
it is kind of amusing. It is.
because it's almost like its own internal constantly working idiocracy, but in real life.
Yeah. I saw a great example. I was really amused the other day by a video I saw. The traffic stop videos are really amusing to me because, I used to be a state trooper. And, I mean, I've been through this. I've seen it before. But now I'm seeing things that are beyond even more absurd than when I was working. I saw a video the other day of a guy who was driving on a misdemeanor revoked license. And no, it was a felony for him because this is the third time he was doing it. So now it was elevated to the point of a felony, for reckless driving, drunk driving. He had his license revoked. He's driving. Cops pull him over. That he traffic violation, routine traffic violation. Run his plate, run his license. They see got the hit on him, and they tell him, "Okay, we have to take you under arrest. It's a warrant out for your arrest. Driving on this." And he says, "Y'all just reenacting the slave patrols. That's what you is. You slave patrollers." And you arrested me because I'm a slave and I'm running away from slave, and you just want to bring me back to master.
Yeah.
And he was serious.
Yes.
He was as serious as a heart attack.
Yes.
The cops get out the car, get out the car. You don't get out the car, you got to have additional charges. And he's steadily going through the stuff, the narrative I'm sure he's heard a million times about slave patrols and slave catchers. He said, you're the modern day heirs of that. And by the way, they're Boston cops. They're in Boston. The tradition of policing in Northeast United States was not the tradition of policing in the antebellum South.
Correct.
But to hear this guy tell it, I mean, the narrative is all that matters, not the facts, not the actual history. It doesn't matter. They don't care. They don't care.
Yeah. You know how many I've come across, Sarge, who believe with everything that's in them that. And I slowed this down for them as I was explaining it, just to understand them. I was like, you believe that policing began with slavery? That before black people came over via boat, that the country and various countries had no form of policing? And they said yes. I was like, holy crap. Holy crap.
What was the sheriff then? It wasn't a sheriff. Everybody had sheriffs. Every county had a sheriff.
Hey, Sarge. I said, well, who was the sheriff of Nottingham?
Oh man, I swear to God, man. I think who's it that said my people with not knowledge will perish, or what was that statement again? It was a black, I believe it was a historical black figure. I can't think of his name. Who said that?
Yeah, I forget. I know the
without knowledge, my people will perish.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, but I forget the.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you right now, we're on the verge of perishing because we just lack essential, basic knowledge.
Yes.
Forget about twisting it to any particular, just basic facts.
Mm-hmm.
Just facts.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about how you interpret the facts or how you apply them or what you think of them. Just knowing them.
Hey, sorry. How many times have you heard? Well, that's his story.
A million. And and here's the problem with what they say. There's a kernel of truth to that because history is always being revised, but usually it gets revised because you obtain a new document, a new example of historical evidence that will cause you to rethink your prior position. It's like World War II and the Enigma, the secrets of the Enigma. Most people, they weren't declassified until 1976. So most people didn't know that Enigma, the role that Enigma had in reading the Axis mail and, its effect on submarine warfare and on the invasion of Western Europe and the information they gave to the Russians and all that, the effect and outcome of crucial battles on the Eastern Front. People didn't know. But when they got hold to the Enigma information, then they had to revise a great deal of historical information about World War II. That was one of the greatest events in history. And that's a perfect example of how, yes, sometimes you do revise history because you get more information. The historical record always waits to be corrected or added to. But the problem is for them, they do it without discovering anything new.
Right. And I think the other part when having that conversation with a few that were a bit more serious about it, the fatal flaw that I found is that they believe the idea of quote unquote the victor writes the history. And so just the basic common sense that I was bringing to them was, okay, so you mean to tell me that throughout all of, I guess, various battles or wars or situations and so forth, that there weren't other parties, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth parties that were involved and saw things and have their own writings of what occurred and so forth. Perhaps, there was two countries that were warring, but there was like two other countries that traded with both of them and it was still on good terms with everybody. They don't have documents and receipts of what happened and so forth.
They do. And they often write histories that are contemporaneous.
Correct.
They write the histories of what they're observing and how it influences their activities and their trade with the warring parties.
Correct. So this idea of the victor is the only one that writes the history. That's come on.
That's not true.
You are. It's like you are flattening history so much that you see no valleys, no mountains, or nothing. It's just flat.
How can anybody write a contemporary history of, say, the Trojan Wars or the Peloponnesian Wars without referring to documentation from the past? I guess that means we can't write anything then anymore, can we? History is literally dead because you can't go back and study because you weren't there. You weren't there. How do you know? Well, then how can you write anything about the transatlantic slave trade? Were you there? How do you know? I mean, everything, history is look. And another thing about history, nations are created. And I think this is almost universally true with maybe two modern day exceptions. The creation of Israel was not done by war. It was done by a UN vote. I'm not talking about its maintenance and the after effects. That was blood soaked. But its creation was by an act of the United Nations vote. And the same thing with what happened in the wake of the World War I with the creation of all these different states when the Ottoman Empire was destroyed, the Habsburg Empire was destroyed. Okay, so you had the creation of those nations. But for the most part, every nation in human history, It's borders, it's ethnic makeup, it's regions, it's access to resources and ports and navigable rivers and everything else was determined by war. Name one exception. You damn sure can't name it if you talk about Native Americans. That was some of the most war-making people in the history of mankind, even before the Europeans showed up on the continent. I mean, everybody does it. I'm not trying to single out the Indians. Everybody wages war and conquers. Conquest. Conquest is what makes every nation that exists for all practical purposes. And they're acting as though when the United States did it, it was unique and had never been done by anybody else in the history of mankind.
We start talking about things like chattel slavery, Jim Crow, and all of that, and it's unique to the United States of America. Maybe we can include salmon.
I didn't hear. Can you say it again, please? Well, again, though, the boundaries of every nation practically in the existence of mankind has been turned by conquest. Even South Sea Islanders would sail their catamarans to other islands and conquer the other people and take their coconuts.
But y'all can go ahead and continue your little cool-tastic time, though.
Oh, this is a cool fest. That's what this is. I'm sorry.
I mean,
it has to be by nature.
All I'm doing is I'm looking at the numbers.
Narrative is a cool fest.
And y'all done dropped the numbers all the way down to
you got to expect that.
Okay.
It's just the nature of the beast.
So
we're just cool to get to the cool fest. So let's continue the cool fest.
I can only deduce that it's a whole cool fest and don't ran everybody away. So
yeah, but that's now you learn something, son. It's like first of all, I think the numbers really fell, especially when you don't have an oppositional person to say otherwise. Because people just don't want to listen to two people agree, especially if they don't share that viewpoint. Is Big J's channel? He is more towards, I wouldn't say he is a pro-black, but he is more towards, pro-blackness. We'll leave it at that. And so, of course, his crowd is not going to want to, listen to this. I've had my own channel and I've been able to hold hundreds in
please don't take it personally. It was not a great flight for you. I have said in the comments myself that I have enjoyed your content. Even though I vehemently disagree with you most of the time.
Yeah, but you have to be able to do it in an entertaining way. And that I even throw in with Sarge, so far as sometimes some of the views that we have, they are, I think that we have a lot of information to substantiate our claims, but we also know how to package that information in a way that is going to touch the feelings of certain people. So it would be easy for me to say, you know what, let's go through a systematic view of how laws are created and how slavery was diminished in the United States and then eventually codified. Or I could state white people actually set black people free. The later is going to get more eyes and ire from people, even though both statements are true.
True. And, and when people make statements like, say, for instance, the Constitution was never written for black people. Well, that's obviously not true, because from its very inception, even before the Bill of Rights was added, you had the 3/5 clause, which made slaves subject to the jurisdiction of the Constitution. Right there, in the very thing they condemn all the time, which, by the way, was an anti-slavery measure. The 3/5 clause was anti-slavery because the slave owners wanted a slave to count as one whole person for purposes of congressional apportionment. The anti-slavery people said, well, look, you're not giving these people rights of citizenship. They shouldn't count at all. So the compromise was 3/5. And the compromise said, okay, because the slave states knew if they counted for one person, they would get more congressional representation in Congress, in the House of Representatives. So even the 3/5 clause was an anti-slavery measure, and it also established that slaves from the very beginning of the ratification of the Constitution were subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and, in fact, were included and recognized by the Constitution. So that literally is not true when people say that.
Well,
So
I
we
think
were having
that you may be asking, Sarge, and I think it may be too much. You're asking people to be able to understand basic arithmetic.
I know. It's racist. By the way, math is racist. Like
Yes.
being on time is racist.
Yes,
Like having an
yes.
intact nuclear family is racist.
And
Like
we'll
understanding technology is racist.
and son, and it'll sound like we're speaking in hyperbole, like we're stating, "Oh man, what are you talking about? Math is racist. That's just some coon talk and so forth." I could take you to a DEICRT math book that says that math is racist.
Wait a minute. I got one. I'll go you one better. I'll take you to the National Museum of American History, funded by the taxpayers, that says that indicates certain tropes of white supremacy. And amongst them are the very things I just listed, along with about 15 others that you think normally in objective context are positive.
Yeah, politeness is
Politeness,
white.
yeah, being on time, getting high grades,
Objectivity,
rational, linear thinking, rationality. I mean, it's literally listed in the National Museum of American History. If you defy me, I'll give you the link.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Madness.
But if I speak in hyperbole, I'm a coon though. While the quote unquote pro blacks have it in black and white.
I'm telling you, man, they don't want their own reality reflected back at them because they can see it for what it is, and then they make themselves oblivious to its existence.
That's a self-proclaimed title, is it not?
What's that?
Cool.
Oh, for me? Oh, yes. I took it upon myself as this, like way back in college. I recall going into the library, going and looking at various slave narratives penned by slaves. And I took some of their views and then placed it before people in various conversations and so forth. And I was a coon. So I'm like, oh, okay, if that makes me a coon, then yeah, I'm the supreme king of all the coons then. If looking at information and then laying it out to you word by word, if that makes me that, then yes, I guess that's what I am.
Have you ever read the book Barracoon by Zoro Nero Hurston?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry, but I really wish they would read Cujo's description of how he was kidnapped by African slavers and sold into slavery.
Correct.
And the treatment he received, and the treatment the people of his villages received from other black Africans who seized them. He was a survivor, one of the last living survivors in the early part of the 20th century, who was interviewed by prominent black author, female author, Zora Neale Hurston, as to his experiences. I implore you to read it. Barracoon, Barracoon. It refers to the buildings that slaves were kept in the slave trade when they got there. And you will be dismayed and amazed by this part that is frequently kept from you about the slave trade. White people didn't even go into the interior of Africa to try to get slaves.
They couldn't. They didn't have.
They didn't know how.
The malaria would have destroyed them.
We know that. It's not uncommon information.
Well then why did and tell me if I'm lying, Sarge. I don't want to be like I'm just trying to make stuff up. Tell me if I'm lying. Wasn't there some rap group called Public Enemy that had a song talking about can't trust it and talking about the king in chief had a big beef and for that now I grit my teeth, as if the king in chief was the ones that was involved in the slave trade themselves.
I remember that song very well, and it's absolutely true.
And these are so supposed to be part of the conscious rappers, son. The good ones.
Okay, so we just don't act like that European dignitaries then decide to split up Africa amongst
No.
themselves.
No, we attempt to give context. So you can view everything in context. The bad,
Well, I
oh
don't
look,
think
slavery is bad no matter what. So you look at the bad parts of slavery and the infinitely worse parts of slavery, but you don't try to pretend it is unique to slavery and there was never anything worse, because that's not true either.
well, I've never said any of that, but I don't think there were any African kings.
I didn't say you did, but many people do. That's
I don't
why we
think
give
there were.
context.
In
I don't
fact,
think
there
there
were
were any
many.
African kings present when the European dignitaries decided to do what they was going to do.
Again, we're trying to add context.
Yeah, I'm not
There's
saying.
not, as long as the information is true, I don't care if you make Europeans look worse or if you make them look better. I don't care
I'm
if you
just
make
saying
black
that
people
they
look
were
worse or if you make them look
completely.
back. The only thing I'm concerned about is whether or not the information is accurate and factual.
Right, and
Well,
one of the things about the whole king and chief thing of old that is not talked about is how a lot of the king and chiefs were involved in the slave trade, and part of the training that they gave some of their relatives were to have them sent to Europe to be educated.
Sure enough.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, look. Tell me something. How did Shaka Zulu meet his end? By the way, his brothers Dingange and Seteswayo murdered him because he was going
Yeah,
crazy. He was murdering his own people. He was nuts. So they said, we're going to take this fool out. And they did. His own brothers, his half brothers, did him in.
Well, I will take it even further than that. I don't even think it was just crazy. Shaka Zulu had a bloodlust,
Yeah, he did.
and that bloodlust was not uncommon on the African continent.
Yeah, and I will say in a heartbeat, the man was a military genius. He was one of the great captains of South Africa. His tactics were, I mean, he carried out the envelopment idea of the envelopment battle that the Europeans always sought to attain with his horn and loins tactics. He had his warriors trained to a peak of physical fitness. They could run 25 miles a day and fight at the end of that running without let up. I mean, they were superb soldiers, and he had them drilled into some of the best regiments in Southern Africa. They were called impis, and he created a sword called the assegai that was perfect for the type of tactics he adapted to. The man was literally a military genius, and he was a psychopath and a bloodthirsty madman. Both were true.
Yeah, that I would, like you were stating, so far as the changing of the weapon, that really was ingenious, especially so far as close quarter combat.
Exactly.
Shortening it and enabling them to be able to move faster and to be more mobile. That was genius.
His armies were beautifully trained, regimented, disciplined, until they were the best warriors in Southern Africa. And when they got firearms, look what they did to the British at the Battle of Isandlwana. Now that was a prelude to the Battle of Rorke's Drift. They inflicted a defeat on a regiment of British regulars. They defeated them. Now they took horrendously high casualties in doing so, but they literally wiped that unit out. And they did it with their traditional tactics of maneuver and deception. Brilliant maneuvers of deception. And by that time, Shaka was dead because he never confronted the British militarily, but they were still hewing to the Zulu warrior tradition. And it was that tradition that Shaka established that enabled him to prevail in the opening phases of the Zulu War.
And my question is, pointing out these things negate the things that people have to say about the mistreatment of black people in this country. How?
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem, son. You remember earlier when Auntie was stating that one of the big issues that he had with me is a lack of comparing with other groups and other things. One of the biggest issues with those of the pro-black ilk is that topics such as slavery, they don't compare that with the rest of world slavery at all. They just make huge statements or claims, rather, that have no substance behind them whatsoever. Stating things like the African American slavery was, or the transatlantic slave trade was the worst slavery that ever happened in the face of the planet, and the atrocities of white people are uniquely gross. And so it's like, no, if you make a very light comparison, you'll see that that's not true.
And like I said, assertions without foundation. That is a common arguing tactic of the left. They simply make assertions without foundation. And then when you contradict them with fact, truth, and documentation, they then respond to you with outrage and attempt to shame you. That is a standard tactic.
I mean, there's one very simple, basic truth about slavery that shows that African American slavery wasn't the worst slavery that ever exists. There's been some people who have been slaved out of existence.
Yeah, ask the Cherokee for all practical purposes. What did the Lakota do to them?
It's like they just simply just band of people don't exist anymore.
Yeah, for all practical purposes. They literally drove them out of their ancestral homelands, and they had to go elsewhere. The Lakota, were really brutal.
I mean, they'll play this savage, this what do they call it? The noble native or noble savage type of ideals. Even when they go into like South America, they make it seem as though the conquistadors came over. They were so dirty and diseased, and that killed off all these indigenous people and so forth. As if Cortez and company didn't get off of their boats, make connections with the indigenous people that were there, and that they were found themselves inside of a civil war that had been taken on for quite some time, and that the Aztecs were not enslaving and killing people on their pyramids, letting blood run down them with great measure, and enslaving other people, and that these other people were like, oh, let us show you where these people are if you're going to be on our side.
Man, the conquistadors would never have defeated the Aztecs without their Mexican allies. Never. They burned their ships and all that. Said we're either going to prevail or die. But along the way, they made allies of people who saw the Aztecs as an infinitely more dangerous threat than the conquistadors would ever be. And to some extent they did, because the conquistadors didn't kill as many people as the Aztecs did.
They sure didn't. It's not even close.
Not even close. And they killed a lot of people. Don't make no mistake about it. Conquistadors killed one hell of a lot of people in their conquest, but nothing compared to what the Aztecs did.
And then you'll have these other people that do this weird thing where they'll say, "Oh man, they'll act as if the people there were just." I'm not stating that they did not have civilization and they did not have various advancements, but they'll make it seem as though that Spain did not have technology that was just far more advanced than what they had. I mean, it's like the cavalry that they brought, the steel. I mean, I don't know if you've ever read.
They didn't have any steel weapons. They had obsidian weapons made out of.
Yeah.
I mean, look, and the armor, the horses, to some extent, the tactics. I mean, they didn't have much of a chance when they had allies working with them too. But look, I got to admit one thing about Tenochtitlan. That was one of the most beautiful cities on earth. It was truly magnificent. Even the conquistadors, when they got there, they said, yeah, we ain't never seen it like this in Europe. But the technology the Spaniards had was infinitely more advanced than theirs. They didn't even have the wheel. Despite all these magnificent buildings they built them without the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, when you don't have the wheel, I mean, there's a limitation on how much your civilization can advance. So, look, everything, look, let's just tell the whole damn story. And then once people know what the facts are, you can make up your own mind. You want to say, if you want to maintain your opinion after you know all the facts, fine. That's on you. That's up to you. It's not up to me. Tell anybody what to think. I'm going to tell them what I think. And I'm going to tell them this is why I think it in light of objective reason and fact.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things of where if you bring up, fact, substantiating claims, they'll make it seem as though the only reason that you're doing so is because of, oh, you just love the white man or something like that. And it's like, no, I just like factual information. What's the benefit of believing a lie?
Yeah, and like I said, you want to know the most truthful movie I've seen historically in quite some time. Look at Apocalypto that Mel Gibson did. Nobody who looked at that movie said it was not historically accurate.
Yes.
Apocalypto, even before the Europeans got there, it details what the Aztecs were doing to their own people. And, and like I said, I think the conquest of Mexico has to be one of the, forget about whether or not, you like the conquistadors, because, they were religious, extremely so, fanatically so in some cases. They had a lot of things about them that were repellent. Don't get me wrong. But as far as literally an action story, the conquest of Mexico has got to be one of the most improbable and most incredible action histories you've ever read in your life.
Yeah, yeah.
The things I started reading about what they record in history, contemporary journals of the people involved in it, the things the Indians wrote about what they saw them do and what they did. You put it all in context. I'm amazed Hollywood hasn't done a big epic scope movie about the conquest of South America, and yes, even not only of Mexico, that's really North South America, but the Incas and the Incas in Peruvia and Peru. I'm amazed they haven't done a story because it's so sweeping and so grand.
It is.
It was really worthy of that kind of movie on that kind of scope.
Yeah, it really is. It shows, but I think the problem with that, Sarge, is that it would break so many narratives to really
and they
go
were
at those
fanatically Christian. Fanatically Christian.
And
everything they did, they started off with a prayer to God and thanks to God for whatever succeeded.
And then the adoption of not only religious rights but also ways of doing things, even if they tweaked it a little bit. So take for instance, I was talking with this kid, I think a week or so ago, about he had no idea that that Spain brought over the horses. It's like he truly thought that the horse culture that they had was self-taught or something like that. And it's just amazing that people don't grasp those simple truths. They just, I guess, watched a few cowboy movies or something like that, or saw some images on a cartoon and
brother,
just
but
rolled.
what were you saying earlier about innovation? The Indians took horses and developed horsemanship to an incredibly high art. You had even cavalrymen like Philip Sheridan saying that the Indian tribes like the Lakota, like the Blackfeet, like the Iroquois, and others were the best light cavalry on earth.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you mean. You take, and even though you don't develop it, you can innovate it to a high art form, and that's exactly what many people do. You don't necessarily have to invent it to make it even better.
Correct. But he was just dumbfounded. I guess he went to AI to ask and everything, and come to find out he was like, "Oh, I didn't know that they brought them the horses." Like,
yeah. Like I said, man, Western civilization has probably a worldwide influence like no other, and they hate that. They hate it. They don't even acknowledge that it did for good or bad.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part, that just instantaneous hate without rationale of, hey, with all sorts of situations, good and bad, you're gonna have trade-offs that are gonna create positives and negatives. I mean, when Japan was pretty much taken over, they were forced to be able to understand that there are civilizations outside of them that have superior technology. And that created a pro for them, because that national humiliation put forth a desire to want to be better.
Tell me something. Has any nation in history ever treated a fallen enemy with greater benevolence than what the United States did to Germany and Japan. Ever. They actually came out, even though we killed millions of them in Japan and Germany. Hell, in one night, in the firebombing of Japan in February of 1945, they burned out 16 square miles of Tokyo and killed over 100,000 people. That was more than in either one of the atomic bombings. Despite that, at the end of the war, the number one person, other than the emperor, in Japan, the one the Japanese worshiped over and above all others, was Douglas MacArthur, who was instrumental in their defeat because of the benevolent treatment the United States gave to the Japanese people after we killed, what, 2.5 million of their people? We killed 2.5 million Japanese in World War II. And at the end of it, MacArthur, he didn't have a bodyguard when he had maybe an aide and his driver. And he'd get in his limousine and drive all around Japan, and crowds of Japanese would surround his car and just greet him enthusiastically and happily. And what did they wound up giving Japan? A new constitution. Women got the vote. They got rid of the militarists. They set up industries to help them rebuild their industries and improve and expand upon them. The reason Japanese auto industry is what it is today is because they were repairing American vehicles during the Korean War. That's where it really got its start, the modern day Japanese automobile industry. And no other countries were treated this way. The Marshall Plan for Germany. And since they knew how to build a civilization, we didn't have to keep repeating it. We gave them a one-time payment. They already knew how to maintain a civilization, and that's exactly what they did. So after seeing a country that was flattened, 6 million Germans on the road with no homes. They'd been kicked, ethnic Germans had been kicked out of their homelands in Czechoslovakia, in Yugoslavia, what became Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia, Prussia, everywhere. They'd been kicked out of their homes and were wandering the roads of Europe with no homes at all. By 1948, they were all resettled. And then they had an economic miracle in 1960. And West Germany ain't looked back since. Well, until now when they got all these illegal aliens in there. I mean, it's just, people will not acknowledge this about the United States. It's just always evil. Everything is evil. Oh, Allende and Pinochet. Hey, I got news for you. Even though Pinochet may have contributed some excesses, I don't blame him one bit for killing all them damn communists. That's his country. That's what he ran in this country. We didn't have nothing to do with it directly, except maybe the CIA and Allende.
Well, one of the things about that I'll add to it, Sarge, is it's not only a demonization, but also you have to really turn your back on a lot of other atrocities of the people that they hold in high regard. It's like, take for instance when the Black Panthers was running around with Miles' Red Book. It's like, holy crap! Are you going to turn your back on the Great Leap Forward and all of the and the Cultural Revolution? It's like, what?
65 million dead Chinese.
Yeah,
induced by that crazy man's plans to industrialize and modernize. To say nothing of the Red Guard terror.
Yeah,
the four olds. I mean, the Red Guard fanatics unleashed upon the country in a wake of murder, chaos, and riotous behavior.
It's like you're going to sit up and quote unquote run around. And okay, I remember explaining this to my brother one time, and he was like, okay, man, I never thought of it from that perspective. This was years ago, decades ago. But he stated, I was telling him, I was like, man, the Black Panthers and some of those, other radical Black groups at that time were insane just when it comes to timing. It's like 1945 was just 15 years before that. Your country had come out the victor of the World War. And now you're going to run around with the book of the people that got defeated and talking about you want to follow their narrative in the country of the victor, and you don't think that you're going to be watched? Are you insane?
Have you ever read the Black Panther Party manifesto?
I have not.
You need to read it. It is critical theory writ large and critical race theory writ large. It literally sets up a black apartheid nation. That's what they envisioned for the black people in the United States. They wanted their own black apartheid nation, carved out of where, I don't know, because if you can't conquer it, you ain't going to get it.
Correct.
It's just the way it is. But but if you read the Black Panther Party manifesto, I mean, it literally is a black apartheid nation subject to different laws. Black people will be subject to different laws like in Jim Crow South, but they think in their behalf this time.
Yeah, it's
please read it. Please read the Black Party manifesto. It's crazy.
Will. I'll take a look at it. But
you know, people say, "Oh, Black Panthers, they were standing up against the man and the police brutality and all that." Okay, I get that. The one thing I do appreciate about them is they did believe in the Second Amendment. But let's face it, you know, Marxists will use the rights you have ultimately if they achieve their goal of power and completely turn it against you. You will have no rights under them, and they damn sure won't get to the police. They'll have the police, and on top of that, the secret police. And all of their enemies will be rounded up, arrested, and thrown into gulags or camps somewhere. They will not get rid of the police. The only police they want to get rid of is the police that exist now that might arrest them. I mean, look at what they did to what they perceive as informers within their ranks, like Bunchy Carter and the white woman that was a secretary, and a whole bunch of other people. You know, J. Edgar Hoover knew what they were like. They were like the Stalinists of the old Soviet Union. You know, they're paranoid. They're always looking over the shoulder for informers and traitors and backstabbers. And all he had to do was just put a few poison seeds, a few poison kernels, a few words around, make some hints and spread them. And they were just murderous enough to not take any chances and kill anybody they thought might be an informer, whether they were or not.
You know, the whole thing about all of that, I think what probably one for myself in my own discovery of all of that, I think probably one of the big turning points was when I was able to read a little bit of Lesnick Kolakowski and his open letter to E.B. Thompson. And it's just crazy when you read and see the views of people who adopted those things and who were movers and shakers in those groups, and then for them to give substantiated detailed accounts of why it doesn't work.
Tell me something. Why was Huey Newton murdered?
You tell me.
He was murdered because he was shaking down drug dealers. He was imposing a street tax on them. And the last guy he got to was shaking down for his drug money. He also threatened his family and did something else to him. And so the guy decided to catch Huey unawares and put a bullet in his head. That's why Huey Newton is dead. He didn't die going down in a glorious struggle against the man. He died like a street tax collector. And him and his bodyguard were running around Oakland, literally kidnapping women off the street for Huey Newton to sexually assault and rape.
Jeez.
Just like that guy Ron Karenga who founded Kwanzaa and the United Slaves, Us. That was the name for United Slaves. Ron Karenga was a Marxist professor at UCLA who founded all this. And the principles of Kwanzaa are simply Marxist principles exported into Swahili.
Really?
Yes. Look up the history of it. It was created by a Marxist black revolutionary in the 1960s. It ain't no ancient black festival. It's made up in 1960 by a communist convict.
Oh, he never said it was not ancient festival.
I urge you to read the history of Kwanzaa, Ron Karenga, and the United Slaves.
Oh man, you gotta educate me on this one, man. What was this about?
They say he kidnapped people, but he held some women hostage that was trying to kill him, and he assaulted them, and he went to prison behind it. But Kwanzaa don't have nothing to do with no ancient nothing. It's a celebration that he created for African Americans. Like he being extra with all the stuff.
I mean, it was a mismatch of certain African traditions, from West Africa, West, East, and Southeast Africa. He kind of mashed them all together. He connected them with the Swahili language, and he imbued them with Marxist principles. But there's no doubt he created it in the 1960s. It was not an ancient festival from Africa.
He never said it was, so I don't know where you got that from.
He tried to give that impression.
He never gave that impression either. So you making up stuff.
He said he wanted to give black people an alternative to the existing holiday of Christmas.
So what they got to do with saying that it was an ancient tradition? Because he never said that.
Well, look.
You can disagree with somebody without lying on this.
It was
okay. I think I can explain in shorthand.
Implied than explicitly stated, but the implication was there. I think that is more accurate.
There was nothing implied. You were making up things.
It was definitely implied.
Okay, so
just
to build a bridge in this, the guy was a Marxist, right?
No doubt.
Do you agree? Do you agree, son?
That's what they say. I don't know.
Okay, so does he have writings that are pro-Marxist?
I honestly don't. I honestly do not know. I cannot confirm it.
Okay, so and I'll just go a little bit further. If he does, then the idea would be this, son. Back in the day, the whole thing with, like, take for instance Mao. The reason why he wanted a cultural revolution was because people were tied to various cultural beliefs of old within China that were diametrically opposed to communist claims. And so it was very important to do away with all of those cultural ideals, which is why they went crazy with destroying a bunch of stuff, burning a bunch of stuff, killing people that were involved in those, continuing cultural ideas of old and so forth, so that they could bring in the new. And if this guy was that, one of the things that a claim a person could state was, well, you have all of these people who have these cultural ties to this holiday, which is steeped in Western tradition. In order to get them away from that, I need to give them something else.
And you might want to ask this question too. What happened to him in 1971? Well, I'll tell you. He was convicted and sentenced to 1 to 10 years in the joint on counts of felony assault and false imprisonment. Now, here's what one of the women he tortured testified to in court. Deborah Jones, who was once given a Swahili title of an African queen, said she and Gail Davis were whipped with an electrical cord and beaten with a karate baton after being ordered to remove their clothes. She testified that a hot soldering iron was placed in Miss Davis's mouth and placed against Miss Davis's face, and that one of her own big toes was tightened and broken in a vise. Karanga, head of United Slaves, also put detergent and running hoses in their mouths and filled their stomachs with water. They were also hit on the heads with toasters. And Davis said she believed much of the reason he went off the rails was due to a combination of ongoing police pressure, which they were certainly pressuring him, and his own drug abuse. He was a drug addict. So he's not only that, he's a convicted felon.
So is your president, but you support him.
No, he's not. He's not a convicted felon. No, he isn't. All those charges are reversed. And by the way, see, I assume a verdict is valid if I have not examined the trial itself in any detail, because that's just a presumption I'm going to give any conviction. All of them, I say, are valid unless I study them in depth. Now, when it came to the charges against Donald Trump, I studied the hell out of that trial. The transcripts of the trial, what evidence was excluded, the judge's instructions to the jury, the whole damn thing. Even the fact that Alvin Bragg never once, to this day, gave the underlying offenses that gave rise to him elevating the crime that he charged him with from a misdemeanor to a felony. To this day, he has not told us specifically what that was, because that's a requirement in law. So no, I don't think every conviction is equal. If I study it and I find evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, I will say one thing about that entire conversation, son, is that, and you could just check it out for yourself. But when you have to change a law and try to make a misdemeanor a felony for one person, man, you're really reaching.
Really. Believe me, anybody who studied that trial, I've seen innumerable legal scholars with no axe to grind.
Doesn't matter.
Eminent scholars in their field say they've never seen a prosecution quite like this.
Doesn't matter.
With that, if that quote unquote conviction, if you believe that is a true conviction or something like that, you're basically stating all of the real estate professionals within the state of New York are criminals. Every single last one of them.
They might be.
And see what I mean? See what I mean? That because every single one of them are guilty of the same thing.
Wait, let's not conflate the two. I think she's speaking of he was criminally convicted by Alvin Bragg in the hush money thing. You're speaking about Letitia James bullshit, that damn real estate nonsense.
Yeah,
that was a civil trial. The one Alvin Bragg pulled off was a criminal. And like I said, the circumvolutions that Bragg went through to get that damn thing hammered through were beyond freaking belief. You could only do that in New York with an anti-Trump jury, anti-Trump grand jury, and an anti-Trump judge who literally twisted the law to get the results that they wanted. And again, I will go chapter and verse with you on that trial because I studied it in depth.
Because the man is a convicted felon, and that's the end of the story.
So you know, throughout history, have we not spoken of black people who are unjustly railroaded by the system? Is that not a staple of many black people's grievance?
Oh no, we can't talk about that because none of that stuff matters.
No, I'm asking you.
No, you're not going to ask me anything.
I'm asking you.
The whole premise of the conversation that y'all have been having are these things are unreasonable ideology. So we're not gonna listen to them like now just because you want to see it.
So then now you're going to believe that since Trump was convicted,
we're not going to listen. We're not going to have this discussion now because you want to defend this white man.
No, I look at every individual conviction individually. You're the one that looked at him as a blanket. I don't.
I think I made a whole statement, and it has nothing to do with
one of the things that people on your side of the argument frequently say is that the American criminal justice system is biased, corrupt, and cannot be trusted to render a fair verdict, especially for or against black people. It cannot be. That is like, I've grown up my whole life hearing this. Now all of a sudden, when it comes to Trump, it was absolutely proper and fair that he get convicted. Can't be any other.
I don't know if it was proper or fair. Neither do I care.
So if it's irredeemably corrupt, which I do not believe, but let's accept the premise that it is, then no verdict can be trusted. And I don't believe that either.
Okay, all of this fine. The man is a villain. That's the end of the story.
All right, good.
Hey, son, just a question. Would you want to live anywhere else if you had a choice?
No.
Yes.
No.
Where would you like to live other than the US?
I would love to go back and live in Italy.
To where?
Italy.
Oh, okay.
Only because I've lived there before, and I really enjoyed being there. Being out of the country let me know that there is more to the world than what the United States tells us it is. There are other places I would like to visit. I might want to live in those places as well. but I don't know because I haven't been there. I know when I left the United States of America, I understood that the United States of America it wasn't entirely true about what the United States of America is and what the rest of the world is. So I would like to do more traveling.
Yeah, I would just say the little that I've experienced there. The thing that killed me was at a lot of European places the lack of air conditions. To
Yeah,
me, that's insane.
you know what? When I lived in Italy, they actually had an air conditioner for the upstairs and one for the downstairs in the same unit. So I thought
The
that was
the
interesting because I had never seen it
Sarge,
in the United States.
Sarge, the audacity to sit at a restaurant and somebody to charge you for water.
Yeah, how about that? And not only that, you can't find a car in Italy. Well, I was stationed in Germany for 8 months, 9 months, and you can't. Not only did they not have much in the way of air conditioning, you can't find a car with an automatic transmission. And although I
So
can admit I did like Germany, I mean I thought Germany was one of the nicest places I've ever been in outside of the United States. People were friendly, they were civil, they were courteous. Everywhere I was stationed was clean as a whistle. I mean, I really thought Germany was a really nice place, but they got so damn much regulation there on every damn thing. They regulate the hell out of everything. I just could not live there permanently.
so as far as the cost of water, the amount that we pay for water at the convenience store is way more than what charge you at a restaurant or what you would buy out of the store. So I mean, that's still not a loss. You can't buy water for less than 20 cents in the United States.
Look, every country's got its nice things about it and its drawbacks, but I'm looking at a country in the aggregate. You take all things because when you live in a place, you're gonna be more focused on the things you dislike about it than the things you like about it. I don't care where you wind up. The things you like about it, you can take as well the way things should be, and you just kind of take them in stride. You don't really single them out because you just say, "Well, I'm due these nice things." The bad things, because they irritate you so much. It's like when you got a bump on your body that's itchy, and you all day long, it's just one little spot on your body that's itchy. The rest of your body is just fine, but you got this one little spot you got itchy and it's driving you crazy. It's like that with the bad things you don't like about a country. And I think
Now,
the United
yeah, I
States,
will.
we tend to focus on the things, on the little itches that irritate us about the United States, rather than the overall part, when most of your body feels just fine.
I will say what I didn't enjoy was having to take my own toilet paper and public. I didn't enjoy that. I didn't enjoy some of the body odor that come from the citizens of the country either.
I don't like.
But when I went to the museum to learn about what was going on, I learned that they didn't actually have things like toilet paper as a household commodity until like the 1940s. So I was like, oh, it hasn't been that long. So
Well, and don't use deodorant either because they tend not to like it. But I got to admit, I mean, look, if you don't use deodorant after a day in the sweaty sun, you're gonna have an honest odor way your body intended to give it off by putting that odor under your armpits. That was meant to be a sexual attractant, by the way, believe it or not. Mother Nature put that odor under your armpits as a sexual attractant. But we learned in modern day people that say, it's a bad smell, you got to get rid of it. You got to use deodorant. They don't use a lot of deodorant in Europe. But it is an honest smell. Well, look here, guys. I got to get going because I got to go take an emissions test so I can get a license and I don't get pulled over for driving around an unlicensed car. So,
Oh man, you don't have to obey the police. The slave catcher.
slave, yeah, I got to keep the slave patrols up my behind. At least I have a sticker. So I got to get one at the beginning of the month. So I'm going to go take a emissions test so I can go get my license. So even though I hate to go, I really enjoyed the conversation. And
Hey, thank you for coming through. I've never had the opportunity to be able to speak. It's it's cool to find somebody else that, in my opinion, has a coherent worldview.
Well, it took me a while to get here because I used to be a liberal Democrat once. So it took me a little while to get here. So, I had to do a lot of reassessing and epiphanies and introspection in order to get to the point I am now. But, everybody comes to their own understanding in their own time. And I appreciate talking to people who don't agree with me. It'll either make me change my mind about a few things or reinforce what I already know and help me to understand why people who do not agree with me don't agree with me. I think that's important too.
Yeah, I remember when I was a teenager, just briefly, and there was like this huge Malcolm X craze because of the movie and all that other stuff. And my grandfather sat me down. He said, "Yeah, you gonna have to sit down and read this guy here." And he was talking about George Schuyler. He was like, "You need a second opinion on a lot of stuff that happened before you fall into this this weird viewpoint that these people want to throw up as idolizing this guy and a whole bunch of other black topics."
Yep. That man was actually an officer during World War I. They weren't too many officers around in World War I, But he made the rank of first lieutenant. And back then, that was a huge deal. But yeah, I've got a couple of his books on my shelf. One of them is Black No More, being an account of strange and wonderful working society of the land of the free, and Black Empire. I got.
Oh, you have a channel?
Huh?
You have a channel?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
No, I got his books. I got a couple of his books.
Okay.
Books. George Schuyler.
Yeah.
Sure.
I was.
I don't know how you pronounce it anyway. Schuler. I think it's Schuler. That's how you pronounce it. Anyway. Yeah, I got a couple of his books. I think it was an amazing man.
Yeah, me too.
Although I got to admit, the most brilliant man I ever met in my life, and I wish could have been president of the United States, or at least the United States Senator, was Alan Keyes, who I worked on his senatorial campaign in Illinois. I was one of his regional campaign organizers. I think he was the most brilliant man I've ever met in my life.
Wow.
Alan Keyes, to my mind, was brilliant. Nobody could out-debate him. Nobody. He whooped Barack Obama behind, up, down, one side and the other in the 2005 senatorial race, and the press just ignored it like it didn't matter.
Oh yeah, they already knew
so
who they.
You can watch him for yourself, and he had that man literally tongue-tied.
Yeah. They had already had picked their dark horse.
The fix was in.
Yeah.
Well, if they're gonna pick a dark horse, they should have picked Alan Keyes. He's a hell of a lot darker than Barack Obama. Right, yeah, Alan Keyes is dark, well, not quite midnight. He's just this side of ebony. But the man is brilliant. I mean, absolutely brilliant, superbly spoken, a thorough grasp of the Constitution.
I think that's the only thing
one of the best educated men I've ever met.
I think that's the only thing I've agreed with you on. I actually like Alan Keyes. I wish he could have been an actual runner in president.
No, I love the man. Believe me.
I think he ran a couple of times. He just was a third party candidate.
Yeah, for president. No, he ran as Republican for president, and they wouldn't let him in the presidential debate because they said he didn't meet the threshold. And he got arrested.
Well, you know something else. Sarge? I don't think that Alan Keyes would have made it, especially with Black America. Is like his wife.
I mean, in India, she was his wife was in. Yeah.
So it's like they needed Michelle. Big Mama Michelle had to be there.
Big Mama Michelle, what is it?
Yeah.
What is
don't you talk crazy about Big Mama Michelle? You know the community that jumped down your throat.
She's like that's talk about Michelle Obama.
You have to. There's certain things when it comes to Big Mama Michelle. If you in the community, you just have to bow down to.
Oh, yes.
You can't. Big Mama Michelle is. You have to say that she's attractive.
That's no queen. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Also bows to the queen.
Yeah. Big Mama Michelle, you have to say that she's a mental giant.
Oh, yeah. She's the most brilliant woman ever lived.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. You ever read her thesis at Princeton?
Wasn't it plagiarized? No,
it wasn't plagiarized. It had to be her original because it's one of the worst written theses I've ever read.
Really?
Read it. All I got to say is read it. Syntax, grammar, spelling, good God, everything is off.
Oh man, I want to see this.
Please read it. You can go get yourself read it.
You may make me go back in the streaming one day.
Hey, it's available on the web, and when they publish it, people are outraged. It was her thesis for which she got this degree that everybody holds her up for. Really incoherent in spots.
So you don't stream anymore?
God dog it, man. God dog. Yeah, I stumbled upon this accidentally because I'm not subscribed to Big J. I was just,
so you don't stream no more?
Nah, I haven't streamed in years. But I was just looking around. I was like, man, I wonder, does this dude still do stuff? And then I saw he was live, and look at it here. I have found a fellow coon.
And by the description of my position, I am proud to claim the title.
Oh man, yes, me too.
You should come to BJ's channel more often. Sarge ain't the only person like that come over here.
No, like I said, I'm far.
But anyway, I was wondering. So, who would you recommend listening to?
How do you mean listen to?
I'm talking to SKC.
Oh,
listen to so far as what?
Yeah, as far as streaming. Because as far as streaming goes, as much as I disagree with you, I did enjoy your show. So, I mean.
Oh, you mean since I've been not streaming anymore? I mean, we're different, but a lot of my old subscribers listen to a lot of Hood Conservative from time to time. Hood Conservative.
No, thank you.
But yeah, I don't really know a lot of other people who I mean, you should get Sarge to just start streaming. He's amazing.
Well, I don't know about that. Like I said, I really believe that I don't know as much as I need to know. So, but I'll tell you this much. I'm better than a lot of people who do it. So maybe I ought to on a regular. I used to do a show regularly. I kind of stopped doing it. Haven't done it.
You know who I would like Sarge to have a conversation with, and I could just be a fly on the wall and listen. I want to see Sarge talk to Stanley.
Stanley? That's not gonna be a productive conversation.
Oh man, have you ever seen this guy called Stanley versus the World, Sarge?
No.
That's gonna be that's just gonna be a nigga face. That's what that's gonna be.
If I would love for you to have a conversation with him, if you ever did, just go to YouTube, type in Stanley versus the World, and typically he is streaming in the afternoon. I think probably like 2, 3 or something like that. I catch him probably like once or every other month or so, something like that. But I think he's pretty vigorous in his streaming. I think he does like pretty much every day or something like that. But it's only so much tomfoolery I can listen to.
Oh, wait a minute. I got a question about the guy. Is it possible to have a conversation with him? Some people,
well,
not possible. Is it possible?
Yeah, it just depends on which day you catch him on. But he's one of those. He is. He's much older than me. I think he's like in his 60s or something like that. He claims to be well read. He is ex-Navy and but a staunch liberal. And every day he cannot go a day without saying something about Donald Trump. He has to.
And he's Trump deranged.
Yeah, he has. He is TDS stage 5.
Uh-huh. Okay, I found it on the web. It would appear that he's Lieutenant JG in the Navy. Lieutenant junior grade.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna listen to a couple of his things, and if he sounds pretty interesting, I might decide to go on there and challenge him a little bit. Now, remember, I'm gonna be at a disadvantage, of course, because I'm only a high school GED, and I had 4 months of community college. When I got out of the Army, I went to college. I went to college for 4 months at Chicago State University, and the reason I left Chicago State University was because I got into a beef with the professor, and I think what was the class? Oh shit! It was a criminal justice class, and he was making some remarks. As the war in Vietnam is still going on. It's winding down at that point. I mean, the American troop involvement was winding down. The American troops were pulling out, and he said something to American troops. He said, American troops, as a matter of course and routine, committed atrocities and murdered South Vietnamese people. And me being a veteran, I got to offense to that. So I said, it wasn't routine. Yeah, it happened. But if you're going to characterize the American soldier in Vietnam as a war criminal, then you're a liar. I didn't call him a liar, but I said, you're telling the truth. And he came up to me, and he started talking to me, and he started getting in my face, slapping, spitting in my face, and all this stuff. I backed up and said, hey, sir, please hold on. Stop doing that. And he took his finger and poked me in the chest. And when he poked me, he took his finger, I lit him and fired on him and knocked him almost out. And then I got arrested by the campus cops. And they're going to take me to jail on charges of battery. But then when they interviewed with the guy who, the principal cop, campus cop who arrested me, had been a combat veteran of Doc Toe. He fought at Doc Toe in 1967. And that was a pretty bloody battle. And he knew the reasons for the whole beef. And he said, okay, Professor, now we're going to arrest this gentleman for knocking you out. But you're going to have to go for committing battery on him first. So we got to arrest both of you. Because witnesses all say the same story. Unless, of course, you two can come to understanding with each other, so there's no complainant. And he kind of grumbled around. He got eyes, the bruise on his eye, turned a little black. He grumbled and said, oh, okay, I don't want to make no charges. And I said, well, I damn sure don't. So I got let go. But I couldn't go back to school after that.
Yeah, I think Stanley it just, I would say, be strategic in everything. He's very volatile with people just I would say just jumping on a panel and then going at him. But he's a little bit more allowing when he understands that the person has some understanding of a subject and some diction, and it's not going off on some sort of hood speak and all of that stuff. So
yeah, one thing that's very difficult to argue when you're speaking to progressives and liberals, I've noticed one of the biggest difficulties is that they have goalposts on motorized wheels and they just shove them all over the place.
Well, yeah, that's definitely Stanley.
They move the goalpost, change the subject, throw red herrings in your path, make straw men out of your arguments. I mean, it is their main, and their utter inability to focus. An absolute inability to do that.
Yes. The need to be right is great.
Yes.
And another thing, and I'm not saying anything, son, but he is one of those worshipers of black women. So
I used to be one of them too until this current ratchet, because black women used to be black women were always expressive, always vocal. That was a given. But for the most part, they had a certain grace, a certain elegance, and a certain sensibility that would rein in the worst aspects of black men. That was the black women I grew up with and knew, for the most part. This current crop of black women is like these crazy white women. They all got this craziness, this hysteria in common. It's literally hysteria. I mean, what I talk about just a complete abrogation of reason altogether. And I do think it is in great deal attributable to third wave feminism.
Son. I mean, I typically don't delve too deeply into the feminism thing because I just think that there are people that have much better arguments than I on it. But I do think that from the lens of Marxism, that a lot of the women within the, I would say, Black Power movements of old, from the late 50s to around really the 90s or so, they were captured by that ideology because they were able to basically insert male in the oppressor role.
BLM, I rest my case.
Oh, yeah.
Dolores, what else do I need to say? They're the most grotesque manifestation of my argument. And grotesque doesn't even begin to describe what these people are. The ones who founded, headed BLA, and ran the grift. But not all of them are quite as bad as her. They're not on a spectrum from the very worst, the Patrice Calora BLM types, to the other end, but they're all kind of bad. It's a very bad influence overall.
Yeah, it's weird. I remember speaking with Auntie earlier, and he was like going off on this thing of I guess coining words and how he viewed it as like I was just making up something. And I was like, man, what are you talking about? That's a part of the academic tradition within Black America. I mean, it's like, where do we think the term intersectionality came from? Didn't Crenshaw just coin it at will? So I mean, like, come on, what are you doing?
I was talking to a guy the other day, and we were talking about we have a carnival of Minnesota and get to Canada. And I said it would accomplish two birds with one stone. Number one, we get rid of a crazy lunatic California, the East State, run by crazy progressives and a whole bunch of them, and I'll get rid of all them damn Somalis and all them liberal white women coming out of them colleges up there in Wisconsin. That'd be killing three birds with one stone, actually. So we need to carve it off, send it back to Canada, get rid of it. Because that's what I think Minnesota's got the highest concentration of lunatic liberal white women outside of California.
Okay, just briefly before you leave, then, what do you think should be done with NYC? Should it be fought for? Should it be abandoned to its ways? Or
But the economic capital of the United States still, despite the commie they got running the damn government right now. I mean, should we fight for the economic capital of the United States? Absolutely. Until we can transfer it someplace else, yes. Because it has that much significance. But once we get the economic center of New York out of it, then I don't give a damn what happens to it. Just so we can wall it off from the rest of the country when it collapses into chaos. Remember that movie Escape from New York?
Yeah.
Okay, as long as we
Michael
can
Douglas
wall it off, and probably don't have to wall off New York City, because Albany and the rest of New York is okay. But we need to fight for it as long as the economic capital is there.
So can two birds be hit with one stone by just basically letting the events that happen in NYC be the means of why you transfer all of the financial goodies to other places?
Hey, I'm a Declaration of Independence constitutional conservative, and one of the bedrocks of our constitutional system is federalism. Federalism allows the states to do everything that the Constitution does not specifically prohibit them from doing. And if the people want to elect a communist who's going to certainly destroy their government, they have the constitutional right to do so, if not the moral right. So if they're determined to annihilate themselves in this manner, there's not much we can do about it until they run afoul of federal law and constitutional law. So maybe we can hope that that's what they'll do, like when this idiot tried to say he was going to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't care. I don't care if you like Benjamin Netanyahu or not. I don't care who the head of state is. Even the ones I despise. If they're invited to attend the United Nations conference, and they are heads of state with diplomatic immunity when they get to the United States, I don't give a damn what little runt of a mayor in any jurisdiction in the United States, or even a governor, wants to do it by claiming to invoke jurisdiction over which he has no status whatsoever. And the fact that he got slapped down so quick was one of the greatest things I've seen recently.
Well, to me, it's like the thing that I don't understand about what people are seeing with that, if that's not a mark of communism, someone who does not have the station or title in order to do a proposed action, it's like, why are you even concerned with any of that? That's not your jurisdiction. That's not your that has nothing to do with your title as mayor at all. But here it is, you are clamoring for things that are outside of your power at all.
The man said he was going to serve a warrant of the International Criminal Court. The Rome Treaty, which created the International Criminal Court, is something the United States does not recognize and, in fact, repudiates. We are doing our best right now to end its international influence with our State Department. And even
correct.
If we did recognize the International Criminal Court, a warrant from the International Criminal Court would be enforced by the State Department to the Department of Justice. So there's no New York mayor is completely out of the loop. Unless, of course, their officers happen to come across them and they call threats.
But to me,
this is crazy. To listen to and say this. But Democrats do that, though. They'll hold us to the strictest standards of the Constitution and the rule of law. And when they feel like it, they'll just completely flout it and then say, we're doing it because we have a moral right to do it.
Well, I mean, that's just like the whole idea of, to me, like it's within the regime of someone who holds communistic views, grasping for power where none exists.
Yeah. How many divisions does the Pope have?
Excuse me?
How many divisions does the Pope have? That's what Stalin said when pointed out the fact that it's violating international law.
Wow.
And said, how many divisions does the Pope have?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that other thing that I wanted to ask you about there in New York too. What are your thoughts on the doxing of all of those millionaires?
Hey, you can cut your nose up and spike your face.
There you go.
Like, that's all I can say. I mean, we had that idiot former governor not too long ago saying people don't share their parties. They beat the hell up. He's talking about the millionaires. We're saying that they were wrecking tax base by driving people actually pay tax out of New York. And then you got Kathy Hochul come on later and reinforce this point of view. And these idiots keep doing it. What about they can't make budget? They got to raise taxes on everybody else who remains there. That's what leftists do, man. They're lunatics. And when you point out their not just their internal contradictions, their external ones. They just please don't. It doesn't matter. They're absolutely oblivious to the consequences of things they endorse. It's amazing. And they get voted for. Because of shit. Like, you can keep going like a doctor, we're going to lower the price of has the Order Act done that? No. It never matters, no. But we said yes and no. Maybe you turn over all that cash and we fix it. See, it's like, it's like that. How's the hobo? How do you make hobo soup? Hobo comes to the door. Says, I just need a little water for this rock mixed rock soup. And you get a hobo some water. Well, now I don't have any celery. Now you don't shoot it complete without something to put in it. It's a block. Give me a little line to get some. I mean, finish with everything is that block. That's so ladies, that's just how
the thing that I've heard that one before.
That's all it's gonna be. And when it turns out to be a failure, these state have their requirements. Well, see, let's go hard now. Now we gotta have that later. So ladies,
Is it just me, or is Sarge kind of breaking up now?
Yes, his microphone is very extended.
Yeah, I think it's probably because he's on the road.
I said though, it's not just. They don't march through the instructions. They learn them out.
It looked like his camera is glitching out too. And I don't think he can hear us.
Okay, just like maybe it must be me.
Yes, it's you.
Yeah, but like I said, it's just a matter of time before they reveal the true nature, and they reveal the nature. You can vote away socialism, and communism, what you do without.
Real straight matter.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to have him have a conversation with Stanley, because Stanley loves to talk about the current events and things like that are happening.
Stanley is a YN.
Yeah,
Stanley is an old YN.
Yeah, he sure is.
I no longer go to Stanley's channel.
Hey, I don't know. I don't really know what has been going on in all of streaming and YouTube and all that other stuff. Because I just hadn't done it in quite some
Stanley
long
cussed
time.
me out because I was asking him about Clarence Thomas, and he asked me why I said he was a coon. I said I never called the man a coon. What are you talking about? Stanley likes to do those I got you moments. And I don't be trying to get you. I be trying to have a conversation for real. So Stanley kept throwing this stuff out there that I never said. I was like, what are you doing? Then he was like, did you read his autobiography? And I was like, no, I haven't. I said, but you read it, correct? He's like, yeah. I said, so why don't you tell me what was happening? Because my question was, what happened for his mindset to change from what he grew up with to when he got to Yale? And
he started to. Did he ever tell you?
No, he cussed me out and called me a bitch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Clarence, he basically saw that a lot of the things that he was getting involved in, so far as like the pro-black movement and different things, ran antithetical to what he saw and grew up with his grandparents. And a lot of the views placed him at this crossroads of basically stating that, and I'm putting it in a nutshell, that a lot of the views and ways and means of life and thinking that his grandparents used in order to raise him was like basically like Sambo behavior.
Right.
And he was like, nah, you're not going to sit up here and tell me that these people are, are bad people and that they don't have strong values that should be passed on. And as he began to look deeper into a lot of the ideology of the mindsets of the people, so far as their lifestyles, he just thought that it was more chaos than doing anything productive.
Mm-hmm. Okay. He's an interesting case study, at least for me.
Yeah, and another thing is that there are a lot of views and things that he has proposed that actually help Black people a lot, but um, people have this view towards him, so it's not covered a lot at all. Take for instance the entire concept that the 14th Amendment was, or that what do you call that? What they're talking about now, birthright citizenship.
Yes.
His entire concept from years ago, probably like 20 years ago, has been that birthright citizenship was for Black American slaves. No one else.
I could understand their viewpoint, but that's not how the Constitution is written.
But what he's stating is that the entire reason why it was put forth was due to slavery.
I agree with that.
The entire, if you look at the notes of why it was even brought to a vote anyway, was again due to the slaves, due to Black slavery. And the courts and people, the justices needed to deal with that situation. So that is why the law was put into on the docket in the first place. So, and he says that anyone that says differently from that is really rewriting history.
Yes. Well, I wouldn't say it's rewriting history because the letter of the law says different, but that is the reason why it came into play.
And then the other part about that is that for the people that want to do want to say the letter of the law type of thing, typically the letter of the law thought is the other side of the aisle usually goes for the letter of the law thing. But here is the one of like the very few places that they want to try to propose that view on anything.
So I mean, I like to consider myself pretty objective when looking at these things, and I read the law, especially when we have these like high profile cases going on. I understand people have their racial ideology and they thoughts that come with it, and also their emotions and all of that stuff. But it's not what you know, it's not what you think, it's what you can prove according to what the law states. And so I usually go and read the laws just so I can understand and be objective in what I'm looking at. And even with birthright citizenship, yes, it was put forth because of slaves. But when you read the actual amendment, that's not how it was written.
Okay.
And it can be up for debate or discussion, which is why it went up to the Supreme Court.
At the bottom, is that Sarge?
Yes.
I wonder if he would drop down and come back up, because I wonder want to hear his thoughts.
He did. I don't know what's going on with his microphone. No, you are very staticky. No. Your mic is staticky.
And as I get more involved, the problem is, I can hear me now.
No, sorry, your mic is staticky. We can't barely make out anything that you're saying.
Well, it's curious. Anyway, I'll do the best I can where I got. Look, the 14th Amendment has two ways to interpret. When the Supreme Court use the normal methods they use to interpret any controversy. One, they go by the plain text of the Constitution. And number two, they attempt to divine what the authors of either legislature or the amendment meant to provide. And both things are clear. Especially
SKC, can you understand what he's saying? I heard the 14th Amendment, two ways of looking at it.
I can hear bits and pieces of it, but not everything in its totality. So yeah.
So if we can't hear you, you got to change your mic or do something.
Yeah. There is a question that I did want to pose to Big J earlier about the whole Nolan Wells thing that I just
Mhm.
never understood. Why is the black community playing this game as if Nolan's mom is not half Filipino?
What do you mean by that? Because I hear people say that and I'm not understanding it. She's clearly biracial.
Yeah. So why are people trying to play this game like um okay, earlier, and I wasn't trying to go there, but um people
Go there.
always
We
whenever I
having a
go into
discussion, right?
whenever I go into conversations, people want to play the whole SYSBM thing.
Okay.
It's like, okay, it's an online group, such blah blah blah, hyperbole, blah blah blah. Okay, fine. But at the same time, when you go into the bowels of the pro-black anything,
Mhm.
they play this game as though you shouldn't be involved in people of other races and all this other stuff,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
So in this situation with Nolan Wells, you're talking about the offspring of an interracial relationship.
Right. But he's still black.
So why on one end you're stating these these relationships shouldn't exist, but then now you're fighting tooth and nail as if one of us type of thing.
Because he's still a black child.
So he doesn't have a Filipino background.
Yes, he has a Filipino black
So so
background, but
so
he's
so
still
so
black.
the so the black overrides any other culture or race.
But see, you remember earlier when I said America is a racist country and race is a part of everything? When you look at him, he's clearly a black child.
Okay, so just a question then. Just a question. When Tiger Woods said that he wasn't going to throw away his Asian side
Hmm.
to push blackness, why did people get in an uproar when the person is basically stating, why are you trying to me to put my dad over my mom?
So if you are
I'm a
talking
product
about
of both.
right, and that's a conversation between monoracial people, biracial, triracial, and multiracial people. They just have different perspectives. I think a lot of black people internalize statements like that is trying to downplay the black aspect of their culture. They look at it as one trying to separate themselves, depending on how said message is brought forth. I get it. It's America's damn racist. It is what it is. So there is navigating through all of that to try to have a healthy perspective about everything. And everybody doesn't have that. So some of this stuff, though I may not agree with it, I understand why it's happening.
Well, what I'm saying is this, kind of, if I could just slow it down. You have a person that, and I'll just give you Tiger Woods as an example. You have a person that their parents got together, they had a child,
Mhm.
they raised this child. Um, as he grew up, he had elements from both sides of his family that
Uh-huh.
that caused him to be and grow into the person that he was.
Hmm.
How can, after achieving some level of success, how can one culture jump in and say, no, you belong to us? Why? Because we've had racial issues in this country. What does that have to do with how he was, all the things that was poured into him as a child?
So if they feel like they're being excluded from that, as if his cultural background, that part of his cultural background had anything to do with it, that would feel
Well,
like
think
alienation.
about it from this perspective.
Uh-huh.
what came out of black culture that pushed him to become a golfer?
I have no idea. I don't know how he grew up. I don't know too many Asians that are golfers either.
That's what I mean. It's like golf played an integral role in who he was and what he became. He became a great amongst that sport. That sport is not culturally linked to black people.
But
How
the thing,
are black people going to now point a finger at him and state, no, you gonna throw us down, you belong to us, and you trying to do that? Dude, from the time that he was swinging the golf club at probably like 3 years old, he had nothing to do with quote unquote blackness.
are we sure about that?
Okay, where was he going to swing a golf club and being around a whole bunch of other black people?
I don't know. I don't know nothing about how that man grow up, where he came from, none of that. I'm not that interested in like
We know that it didn't exist.
The answer is that he didn't. He was mainly growing up on military bases with his father, in and around his father. His father's influence was probably most of his black heritage, and many of the people that he associated with, I am certain, given the circumstances under
so
which
his
he
father was a black man. Is that
yes, his
correct?
father was a black man in the
So
that's
his
how he met his
father
father.
would be the person that's instilling certain things in him for him to have the mind frame to be successful at
Yeah,
swinging that golf
he
club,
was a
right?
soldier. He met
So
his
that would
mother
okay.
during
So
his
that would
service
come
in the
from his
Vietnam
blackness.
War. That's how he
So
met
there
his
we
mother.
go. So there we go. So there are things like I said, I grew up a certain way. I didn't grow up being told, oh, because you black, you can't do this, that, and the third. That's not how I grew up. I grew up being taught there are certain things that have happened. There are certain things that you will face, but you can persevere. So,
Right.
okay.
But son, and this is the weird thing about these conversations that I don't understand.
Mhm.
When we get to these points, people act as if within black culture itself, there aren't self-limiting activities and propositions on what you should or shouldn't be doing. Within black culture, doesn't within black culture people say, oh, we don't do that. Black people don't do that.
Yes.
Okay, so why are we now playing this game as if, oh my goodness, what do you mean just because a black person is doing this that they can't do? The culture says that.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's the culture. I
It's
think
with
it's certain.
you know how people will say comedy is great because certain truths are presented in a comical way.
Hmm.
All the time, black comics from time immemorial have been stating things that white people do and that black people do.
I mean,
How
white people
white
do shit
people
like,
cook,
oh, I heard this
how black
conversation
people
about.
cook. They'll say stuff about, oh man, I don't even know why these white people were in the woods doing this in the first place. That's some old white people stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly. So why are we trying to even play this game of when I bring up somebody like Tiger Woods and so forth? We know for a fact that he was not around a whole bunch of black people playing golf as a kid.
I'm not speaking on the golfing aspect. I'm speaking about the things around the golfing.
Right. Even the culture around golfing is not it is not linked with normal things that are within black culture. The clubhouse activity is not linked with black culture. The going out and practicing that sport is not linked with black culture.
He did it in a
Well,
suburb of
hold on.
California
Whose
that is
culture
predominantly
is
white.
it linked to? Whose culture
Huh?
is it linked to? Whose culture is it linked to?
Predominantly
It
white culture of California,
Okay,
suburb
so
of California. It's
all
mostly
right, but neither of his parents are white. So what are we saying?
that both of those parents involved themselves in other cultural activities outside of things that were normally part of their specific racial groups.
Right. So I'm trying to get what is the point that you're trying to make?
And the point that I'm trying to say is that
Okay.
if I was on a panel and there was a whole bunch of pro blacks and different things, like I have been before, and I've stated, and I hate giving personal examples, but in this I'll break my own rule. And I'll say, "Oh yeah, what were you doing?" "Oh, I was out. I was doing archery practice with my son." Archery practice? That ain't no black thing. What? And there we go. Same thing with Tiger Woods' dad. He was a coon.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so what do you think that that normal black culture thought of Tiger Woods' dad when he came back with an Asian wife?
I'm pretty sure he faced some side eyes and some snide comments from some people.
Do you think that the culture would look that they would have accepted that fully?
No, not at all.
All right.
No.
And I find that it's like that's the same issue that we have with one Clarence Thomas. It's the same thing.
Okay.
Even when people go back in time and they'll say, "Oh man, what's the other justice? I forget the black justice.
Thurgood Marshall.
Thurgood Marshall, his second wife."
So are these like examples for legitimizing these standards?
Yes. Why that's why when we go back to the conversation and I was telling you about Barack, that's why you needed Big Mama Michelle. That's why Alan Keyes was a no-go.
So why is she Big Mama Michelle exactly?
Because Big Mama runs the community. You can't go no further than Big Mama. And you certainly not going to get the 92% to get behind you if you got somebody else on your own.
Oh no, that's definitely not going to happen.
So when Sarge was saying earlier, Alan Keyes was the most brilliant man that he ever knew, and he walked, dog walked the Barack and so forth. Yeah, but it didn't matter because Barack had Big Mama. I mean, am I lying?
I do think it helped that he had a black wife. Yes.
It was no way that Barack was going to cross that finish line without Big Mama.
Oh no, not at all.
No,
of course not.
And that is why it was obvious that Alan Keyes was not going to be able to walk through that either, especially not with an Indian wife.
I don't agree with that. I just think he just didn't get the notoriety. Because I knew about Alan Keyes when I was in high school, and he ran several times. He just never got enough popularity.
Well, I think there's some truth to that. And I'll tell you another thing, too. The chairman of the Illinois Republican Party at the time was a woman named Judy Bar Topinka. Judy Bar Topinka was gay-friendly. She was almost a Democrat. And she believed more in cooperating with the Democrats than she did with her own political party's base. We got to remember, the Republican Party in Illinois was a different kind of creature of Republican Party. And they would frequently, and both parties would frequently join hands to advance the other's interests in a sort of gentleman's agreement. And they both agreed that Alan Keyes was a disruptive outsider who could not be allowed to achieve the Senate because he was somebody nobody sent. He was an outsider from Baltimore, and he was just not going to be able to ascend to the top. Barack Obama, they believed, was a reliable Democrat candidate imbued in the Democratic machine. And for this particular election cycle, the Democrats and the Republicans would come to a kind of rapprochement and allow him to be elected. And that's how he got elected. It was really the Republicans sabotaged him as much as the Democrats did. I witnessed it in real time. I was part of the Keyes campaign. I was proud enough to be designated a substitute speaker for Alan Keyes when he could not attend certain places due to scheduling conflicts. I witnessed it live in real time. Alan Keyes was somebody nobody sent. And both parties were leery of him because of a set of extraordinary circumstances caused by, the Republican Party in Illinois undermining Jack Ryan, the original candidate who probably would have defeated Barack Obama because of a marriage scandal, a divorce scandal. That set the stage for Alan Keyes to come in from out of town and be the Republican candidate. And the rest is history.
I mean, I don't know that much. I just know I used to read what the man had to say, and I liked what he had to say, and that was the extent of it for me. I wasn't that deep into either party at the time, so look, I can't go that deep. But I do know, I know who Alan Keyes is. I enjoyed what he had to say. I would have loved to see him be more popular and actually run for the Senate.
Me too.
I liked Herman. I liked Herman Cain as well. As crazy as he was, I did like him too. So, it is what it is.
I'm telling you what they did to Alan Keyes, what the Republican Party did to Alan Keyes in Illinois, one of the most disgraceful things I had ever seen up until what I saw the Democrats do to their own candidates in 2024. I said to myself, man, I thought the Republicans, you couldn't be no worse than the Republicans were in what they did to Alan Keyes. Then I saw what they did with Kamala Harris and nominating her. Not that I objected to it.
They said, hold my beer.
Yeah, it was amazing. They're squawking about how Republicans are anti-democracy, and here they are, literally a nominated woman for the presidential candidate who didn't even participate in the primary.
She couldn't even get past the primaries.
Yeah, she couldn't. She got 1% of the vote in the primary.
Yeah, Tulsi destroyed her.
And not only did she get 1% of the vote in the primary, when it came time to replace Joe Biden, they just installed her. The super delegates in the Democrat, there ain't no such thing as a super delegate in the Republican Party. That concept exists only in the Democrat Party. The party bosses, the insiders, the oligarchs of the Democrat Party picked their candidate in 2024. No democracy in the Democrat Party for their presidential candidate. None.
And then you'll have Bernie gonna sit up to you on the microphone talking about the oligarchy.
It's just too ironic. And the Democrat Party faithful just pretended to even notice. They pretended they didn't even notice. This is astonishing.
He gonna look you straight in the face. His story has changed since about a decade ago when he was, all these millionaires, and now he is a millionaire multi-time over. Now it's these billionaires.
He's being singled out by the left flank of his party. It is too ironic. I love it. But you know what? You were talking a little while ago about birthright citizenship. And look, and there was the two-pronged test is that, number one, you have the plain text of the law, which you look to first. And then if there's maybe a bit of a controversy about that, you look to what the framers of the law or the amendment said in the debates. So
the framers made it clear.
Yeah, it would not apply. Well, this is what they made clear. It would not apply to aliens of any type. They said aliens. They didn't say illegal aliens. They said aliens of any type.
Yeah.
And then they went on to frame who it would apply to, and they made it clear. So black slaves, no matter what the pro-black anti-constitutional people say, were always subject to the United States Constitution from the beginning. Remember what it says in the 14th Amendment. All persons born in or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Yep.
Black people were always subject to the jurisdiction of the Constitution once the Constitution was ratified. So that meant that they fit that amendment. So anyone, it's not just black people, if you are subject to the jurisdiction thereof in the meaning of the framers of the amendment, then you are covered by the amendment. That's why they said Wong Kim Ark was, because his parents had assumed permanent legal residency. Wong Kim Ark Wong Kim Ark's parents were eligible to transmit U.S. citizenship onto their child because they were legally born in the country. Now, let me give you another example that ought to make this clear why Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts are full of shit. Everybody's heard of Indian Americans, haven't they? You know, Native Americans?
Yep.
Even during the most intense conflict of the Indian Wars, where there was literally a war of extermination between the settlers and the Indians, no one ever on any side of the issue ever said that Indians were not legally born in any of the United States or its territories. That was never an issue. Never.
Correct.
Even before the 14th Amendment. But yet, despite the fact that everyone agreed Indians were legally born in the United States, if they were subject to tribal jurisdiction, they were not citizens of the United States until 1924 when they passed the Indian Nationalization Act. If you were subject to tribal jurisdiction on a reservation, you are not a United States citizen, even though you were born legally in the country.
Yep.
How can an illegal alien be more of a citizen at birth than the children of Indians and Indians themselves? You know, because literally they were considered subject to foreign domestic powers. Indian nations were foreign domestic powers. They were classified legally as such. That's why we can make treaties with them. You can't make treaties with American citizens.
It's very, very basic, but that's why I was telling Son earlier. The whole thought of, people want to play this game about, oh well, the letter of the law says this, and it's like, okay, but typically people that hold that view of stating the letter of the law says this, they will go back into what the framers of those laws actually meant by that terminology and then go forth from there. It was obvious that they weren't doing that with this. They were just doing it because of political reasons.
So why didn't they write it that way?
The two principal authors of the 14th Amendment were Senator Jacob Howard and Congressman, I think his last name, Bingham. Congressman Bingham. They were the two principal authors. And they specifically said in their writings and in their public debates, they're on the floor of the Congress in both the Senate and the House, along with the debates of all the others, has specifically what the amendment meant the amendment would provide. It's part of the congressional record. They said it would not apply to aliens, foreigners, diplomats, and certain other people. They specifically said that. How an illegal alien is definitely an illegal alien, and on top of that, he's illegal.
Yeah. And it's funny to kind of see all of this. I remember when I was a kid, man, these exact terms that you're using here, illegal alien, those were terms that came out of Barbara Jordan's mouth.
It's in law.
And here you have, quote unquote, black female Democrat politicians that if you say the word illegal alien, that it's like you've cursed them out or something. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Barbara Jordan, one of your most profound members of your group, used the exact term. And would have agreed
because it accurately describes the term that indicates what status the person the law applies to is in. Illegal alien is the term in the law. You are precisely identifying the person you're talking about. He ain't undocumented. He's illegal. He is subject to immediate deportation once he is arrested and given a hearing, and it's found he's in the country illegal, out. He gets an Article 2 hearing under an Article 2 immigration judge, not an Article 3 immigration judge. That's in the law. An Article 2 executive branch immigration judge. That's the only process rights he gets when it comes to that.
and
There
that's
are
and
no
this is
other due process rights he's entitled to. None.
and this is what I mean so far as toying with the letter of the law. Because if you went by the letter of the law, you would use the exact terminology.
Exactly. And and like I said, the reason Congress took immigration law out of the purview of Article 3 judges, except when they are charged with a crime, then they are entitled to due process. But if you're deporting a person normally under immigration statutes, unless there's a criminal illegal entry statute applied, it is considered a civil offense, much like a traffic ticket. You take them in, you get the Article 2 due process, you get deported. That's the due process you're entitled to. If they charge you with criminal illegal alien entry, whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony, then you're entitled to Article 3 due process with appeals and a judge and a jury and all that other stuff. You ain't entitled to it for normal Article 2 deportation process.
So what does subject to the jurisdiction thereof mean?
What it means is that you're subject to the total jurisdiction, not just the regulatory jurisdiction, like you can't drive drunk, you can't commit murder, you can't rape somebody, you can't steal their stuff. That's regulatory jurisdiction. But political jurisdiction too, meaning allegiance, meaning you're subject to the draft, that you are subject to paying income taxes, and you're subject to pledging allegiance to the United States under oath. You can't demand any of those things from an illegal alien. You can't charge an illegal alien with treason. You can't charge you can't charge an illegal alien with treason, no matter what they do.
So
They don't
subject
owe
to the
allegiance to the United
jurisdiction
States.
thereof means anybody who has to obey the local laws.
No,
So
that's
if
not
you don't have to,
total jurisdiction.
that's
Only the
what
regulatory
the
jurisdiction.
legal definition says that subject to the jurisdiction thereof means.
They
It
meant
says nothing about an oath.
they
It
meant
says the only people that are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof are invading armies and foreign diplomats.
right. Okay, yeah.
So anybody else here is subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
The
So I would
regulatory
argue with you
an
that
illegal
if it was
alien,
only
an
about
illegal
the
alien does not have to pledge allegiance to the United States. That's why
this
that's
says nothing about
why
pledging allegiance.
that is why they cannot be drafted into the armed forces.
This doesn't say anything about a draft. It doesn't say anything about pledging an oath or anything. It says
Again,
subject to
the
the
framers
jurisdiction.
said it. The framers said you
Start,
have to be subject
start,
to the political
start.
jurisdiction.
You're gonna have to stop cutting me off and you're gonna have to stop yelling. Okay? Please. I'm trying to be civilized. I'm at work. I cannot yell over you. Right. So it doesn't say any of these things that you're talking about.
It doesn't have to.
My question would be if the intent was not to, because we're talking about the founding documents of the country, which means that the forethought would be to also expand and grow the country as well. Why didn't it specifically state the people that were enslaved? Why did it have such a broad explanation or declaration instead of targeting that specific group?
Okay. The reason is because when the Constitution was ratified, they didn't even have the Bill of Rights yet. It was ratified in 1787 without the first 10 amendments called the Bill of Rights. When they adopted the Bill of Rights, they included the 9th and 10th Amendments. The 9th and 10th Amendments gave all powers not designated to them by the federal government, nor prohibited to the states by the federal government, the power to regulate everything else. The states were not prohibited under the federal government from having slavery. So some states chose to have slavery, just like some states today choose to allow unrestricted abortion. It's under the rubric of the 9th Amendment that they did it. Now, the purpose of the 14th Amendment was to correct what the states were constitutionally allowed to do, have slaves, and also to make sure that once they were free, the states would have to accept them as citizens, because even with the 13th Amendment, they did not have to recognize them as citizens until the 14th Amendment.
Sarge, real quick. and just to get some, I guess, some context to all of this, son. When did the Civil War take place?
All the way back.
Okay, so I'll just tell you, you don't have to look it up. 1861.
Yes.
1865.
65. Yeah.
Okay. When did the 14th Amendment become law? When was it brought forth?
Yeah, when was it ratified?
Ratified 1868.
There you go.
All right. So and even before that, it was passed and proposed in 1866. And that was right after the 13th Amendment had been placed in 1865. It was 6 months between when the 13th Amendment abolished slavery to the proposed passing of the 14th Amendment. This was directly doing with slavery. It's post-war law. Why are we trying to escape and play these games as if this is not exactly what it was dealing with?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that these are also founding documents. These people are structuring a country, so you have to have some foresight.
Correct. And the thing that they were dealing with, and the thing that they were dealing with was slavery, which had never been dealt with like this, with having a civil war.
And they did have foresight. They did have foresight. They put in the Constitution Article 5. What is Article 5? Article 5 allows the Constitution to be amended to correct mistakes and defects. So they did have foresight. They could foresee a time when people might not want slavery. So they allowed for the amending of the Constitution.
So again, it's like these people like playing this game as if, oh my goodness, we only have so many amendments, and getting an amendment passed is huge stuff to get accomplished, and to think that this was accomplished immediately after the Civil War.
Yeah.
We know the reason why it was made.
3 amendments in a row. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments passed within a few years of each other. That is astonishing.
So for people to try to play this game and try to pass this off like it had nothing to do with slavery and so forth,
but I don't think that
it's
that's
like,
true.
no, that's ridiculous.
But I don't think that people are saying it had nothing to do with that. I think people are saying that was the catalyst, but that's not where it ended.
No, I'm just stating that what they were trying to fix had directly to do with slavery. I guess the reason I'm bringing this up is if someone was to say, you know what, with Roe v. Wade, to somebody say, you know what, and what this was really proposed for is that they were forward thinking and thinking about the times of when we would allow humans to marry animals, and what happened if an animal had a surrogate, and we determined by some sort of communication that the animal wanted an abortion. It's like, come on, they weren't thinking about nothing like that with no Roe v. Wade when they were burning their bras and all that other stuff. Nobody was thinking about an animal.
So yeah, I think that's crazy.
Just like with the whole birthright thing, nobody was thinking about foreign people coming from different nations and so forth that could come here and have a child and say, oh, my child is American. It's like nobody was thinking about nothing like that.
Why would you think that they would not think about it when America was made up of immigrants?
No, most America, we're not a country of immigrants. We're a country of citizens, many of whom are immigrants, but we are a country of citizens.
That's the same thing. Okay, no, I'm not going to do this with you. These people came over here from other places and became Americans.
Most Americans were born in the United States. That's not true. Literally not true.
during
Even in the colonial period, most of the colonists were born in the United States. They didn't immigrate from England or Scotland or Wales or Ireland or anywhere else. They were born. Even during the Revolutionary War, most of them were born on the soil.
Yeah, see that's the other thing that's kind of crazy about all of this, son, is because you have a lot of people that don't really delve into American history, and they don't grasp the point that take like when the Constitution and a lot of the pre-laws were being created and drafted and so forth, they had a pretty long history of here in America of what had happened with their relatives that were here before them. A lot of those people that were drafting these laws and so forth were born right here in America.
You know, how many people actually believe that the poem at the base of the Statue of Liberty is actually immigration law? I think people believe that's actually immigration law more than what's written in the immigration statutes. It's not true. We are not a nation of immigrants. We are a nation of citizens overwhelmingly. Many of our citizens were immigrants at one time, but not even close to the vast majority. So if we're going to say it, let's say it accurately.
Yeah, the first huge influx that you would state that I would even give to that argument would be at the turn of the century. You're talking about the whole Ellis Island thing, but that's long, close to 30, 40 years after the 8th or 14th Amendment was even signed.
That's it. And each one of the people were vetted by a customs officer as they entered. And immigration laws were different then. We had different laws. Congress even created a racist immigration act called specifically, here's the name of it, the Chinese Exclusion Act. That was the name of the act. It was deliberately set up to exclude Chinese laborers because they were afraid Chinese laborers were taking jobs away from native-born Americans. So they wrote it racially and racistly to exclude Chinese. But it was legal to do because no one has a right to enter the United States other than what Congress says are allowed to enter. That they've determined that constitutionally. Congress sets completely what immigration law will be because no one has a right to come into the country except citizens. No one else. Everyone else is granted the right through some sort of legal mechanism. Citizens always have a right to exit and re-enter the country legally. Only citizens. So if you do it for racist reasons, you can do it. Well, not today, but then you could. They did in 1910. They got away with it. So I mean, if the Congress wants to legalize illegal aliens tomorrow and they pass a bill, the illegal aliens will have a path to citizenship immediately. All Congress has to do is pass a law. It's up to Congress. The plenary power to create citizens is in Congress's hands through the Immigration and Naturalization Act. And it's up to them to decide. Right now, we don't want to let illegal aliens in like that, and I hope we continue on that road. But it's still up to Congress in the final analysis, not up to me. Congress takes a vote on such matters.
And here's another thing, kind of like a little bit of side into the weeds, son. Think about it from this perspective. The Civil War has just finished. It's 1865, right? The 13th Amendment is passed that December in 1865.
Right.
Who voted on that, son?
I don't know. Y'all gonna have to give me the history. I'm not in the computer no more.
No. All white men.
When a black man,
all ALL, because nobody else could vote.
Okay. So what does that mean?
so the 13th Amendment, which was passed, I think 6 months after the end of the Civil War, all white men made slavery illegal.
And not only that, you got to remember, the reason they had to pass the 14th Amendment was because even though the slaves were now freed men and freed women, none of the Confederate states would allow them to be citizens. No, you couldn't enslave them. They were free, but they couldn't vote. They didn't have the ordinary privileges and immunities that all the other citizens in the state had. They were essentially stateless except that they were free. Of course, unless they went to another state. So here's what happened. Before the 14th Amendment was passed, the way you were considered to be a citizen of the United States, if first you were accepted as a citizen in one or more of the states of the Union. That was the way you became a citizen of the United States. First, you had to have state citizenship legally recognized by the state you lived in. Number two, you then were accepted as a citizen of the United States. The 14th Amendment reversed that. If you were legally born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof in the United States, then you were a citizen of the United States first and of the state in which you were residing. So it turned it around because the Confederate states didn't want black people to be citizens of their state.
Okay.
So it's like
What's your
really when
point?
you, I think the point is this that I want reason why I think Sarge and I really want to slow this down is that we, due to technology and everything, we tend to think a little bit faster, with and place our time on that time. 1865. You're talking about the era when trains were just becoming to be. Horse and buggy and stuff was still the major way to get around. Mail systems were extremely low. Heck, it was just I think a few years before that, before we even synchronized time within the United States.
Wait a minute.
Every city was going on different time schedules.
Hey, the only electronic mass media was the telegraph.
Correct. So in order for all white men after the Civil War to make the 13th and the 14th Amendment all within the span of a few months is moving at light speed.
Okay.
All due to slavery, nothing else. They felt it was that necessary to get those amendments done that quickly after the Civil War that they were moving at light speed in our time to get that stuff done.
Okay. So are you saying that there was no forethought in the Constitution?
No, what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is with giving that time frame, and again, I just went through the technological advancements and so
right. I got out of it.
In order for all of that to be passed that quickly, it was obvious that the main order of the day is after this Civil War, in order for the country to be completely unified, we have to deal with this. With making sure that ex-black slaves are citizens and their children are citizens as well.
Okay, and I agree with it.
They were not moving at that speed to get that stuff done. There was no, we're also thinking about the what ifs of the future, and no. The entire country had just been involved in 4 years of civil war, which was threatening to destroy the entire union of the country.
Bloody,
right? Yeah, I understand all of that, but why wasn't it written that way if that was where it was?
Because they were not slaves anymore. They wanted to push the idea that we're not even using the term anymore because these are citizens.
Yes. See, again, you said just a moment ago, why didn't they do it? Why didn't they have foresight? The foresight was in the Constitution in the form of the ability to amend it. That was the
So
foresight.
I didn't say why didn't they, because I believe that they did. Like the whole document. So for the country to be 250 years old and that document still be relevant to this day, they had to have some type of foresight. So if it was specifically just targeted toward this particular demographic of people, why didn't they write it that way?
Okay,
It's
well,
not written that way. It's written to be up for interpretation.
okay,
I'll tell you
well,
why.
one of the things I think that is being missed in this is that, okay, and I'll let Sarge go, but we do get that in 1776 and in 1865 and 60 to 68, we're not talking about the same group of people. It's like 3 generations between there.
And I'll tell you this,
right?
The ones that had written the Constitution, they were long dead.
Mm-hmm.
But there's
so the people that you're saying that had the forethought at the very beginning, we're not even talking about the same people.
Right.
Yeah, but there's another thing you really got to consider about the Constitution. And this is what, whenever I point this out to people, they immediately call me a liar until they go through it themselves and say, well, I'll be damned. You're right about that. There is not a mention of race in the Constitution. Not one.
It's not.
Until
That's true.
Until you get to the 15th Amendment. They did not want the Constitution to be race specific in any way. They wanted a general document applying to all persons provided they were situated similarly. They did not want to have a racially exclusive country under the law. That's why they didn't mention race until the 15th Amendment. There are prohibited prescriptions on the right to vote on account of race. That's the first time you see race mentioned in the Constitution. Even then, it's not a specific race. It's just race in general.
Yeah, that's true. I know this. That's not news to me.
That's why they didn't write it for black people. They said if you were subject to the jurisdiction there, that was the criteria. Being subject to the total jurisdiction thereof, not just regulatory, but political allegiance, meaning you pledge your allegiance to the United States.
So the word total is not there.
And here's another thing about that stuff.
Like what a natural born citizen was. Everybody had a common understanding of that phrase. It's us people who can't understand how to read language in contemporary terms.
Right, and that's what I was going to bring up, son, is that another point of contention that's kind of lost in a lot of this is that from the time of the founding all the way up to the time that we're speaking, a lot of the judges and lawyers and so forth, a lot of them were fluent in Latin and in other languages. That's why they were even using those terms such as jurisdiction. It's a Latin term. Because all of that is built upon Greek and Roman law. So it's like it's very dumbfounding for people to play the game as if when they stated jurisdiction that they did not mean the authority to declare or apply the law. You can't apply law to people who are not citizens.
Like I said, they meant
no, because if you hear and you break a law, you can go to jail whether you a citizen or not.
No, that was the whole point of why Sarge was saying earlier. You can't find a dude that just came over from I don't know whatever country through Mexico and then got here and then they I don't know they went to a military base and tried to blow something up. You can't charge him with treason. He's not a citizen.
You charge him with other things, but not that. Can't charge him with that because he's not subject to the total jurisdiction of the United States.
Can't charge him with what?
I said you cannot charge an illegal alien or even an alien. You can't charge a non-citizen with treason. That is the highest constitutional crime in the land. It is the only crime mentioned in the Constitution, the only one. And you can't charge.
Subject to the jurisdiction thereof says that the only people that are not are invading armies and foreign dignitaries. Everybody else is subject to the jurisdiction if they're on this soil. What are we talking about?
No, they're not subject to. Okay, how can you be subject? How can you be less subject to jurisdiction than a citizen who can be subject to a charge of treason? How can a person that's not a citizen be less subject to the total jurisdiction of the United States when you can't charge?
You using the word total. Total is not in that amendment. What are you talking about?
It's not, but they understood it. See, that what we can
No, you're implying things to support your argument. That's not what it says.
Well, no. Well, when he says total, just take total out. When he says under the jurisdiction thereof, that automatically means the jurisdiction of the United States.
Total. That doesn't mean subject to some elements, some jurisdiction in the United States. When you say you're subject to the jurisdiction in the meaning of the 14th Amendment, we're talking about what it means in context with the 14th Amendment. And it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof. It doesn't mean any part of the jurisdiction is left out.
To give you an example,
there. It's in the description.
To give you another example that Sarge used earlier, son, take for instance the draft. Every one of us, so far as the men, whenever we got to 18 or whatever, we had to sign up for the draft. It's mandatory.
Yeah.
If you're an alien, you don't have to do that.
Yeah, because you're not a citizen.
Yeah, but you can get all sorts of other benefits and different things from here.
That's right.
Medicaid, and you can go to any hospital if you got hurt or something. You'll get treated.
Even if
they'll send you a bill, but even
if you're legally resident, you can get all those benefits.
But you don't have to. None of them have to sign up for. But none of them have to sign up for the draft.
Nope, can't be drafted.
They don't have to put their name on a line that says, "I will put my life on the line for these lands."
Nope. Now they might let them enlist, but they can't be conscripted.
It's like push come to shove. I don't know if you have a son or not. Son.
I do.
But okay, same here. Our sons can be drafted. An illegal alien cannot, and can live here and do whatever.
They are not.
Well, they can't do whatever because they can go to jail for breaking laws.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. So far as like, okay, here's a big difference. Let's say our sons went on a trip, and they got pulled over, and they were both of them were drinking. They both went to jail. The illegal alien, same thing can happen to them. Okay, what happens if I don't know, Iran does something and they say, "Oh man, we actually have an extra bomb," and they put that joke in the air and it hurts some part of our eastern seaboard. And Senior and 47 says, "Okay, we got to go put boots on the ground. We going conscription. You gonna get knocks on your door for your son? I'm gonna get knocks on mine." That other dude that got pulled over and went to jail, he don't get no knock at all.
Let's take a look at the argument you made a little while ago.
That's what I'm talking about so far as citizenship.
Yeah, let's take a look at the argument you made.
Right, because he's not a citizen.
Correct. So why are we even playing these games?
Again, let's take a look at the argument you made a little while ago, where you said that since the amendment doesn't say total, it means that you can be subject to partial jurisdiction, like the regulatory, meaning you can't commit murder, can't commit rape, can't commit armed robbery with immunity, like say a diplomat could. So therefore,
no, you going to jail if you break any laws.
Let me finish now. Therefore, since you can't do those things, all these criminal things, that means that you are completely subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. In the meaning of the 14th Amendment, Because remember, it's about citizenship. And what are the obligations of citizens? The obligations of citizens are duties to the state, among the most important of which are being prepared to bear arms in its defense when called upon. Now, since the framers of the amendment, in debates on the official record of Congress that are still extant, that are still there, that you can still look, said what they meant it would mean and agreed to by the rest of Congress, it should be clear it did not mean illegal aliens. It should be clear as a bell it didn't mean illegal aliens, because they don't assume all of the burdens and obligations of citizenship. Because in international law, everybody understands that your children assume the birth status of your parents. Because you can go, if you're an illegal alien in this country, and you can contact your embassy, and you get arrested or be deported, a lot of them try to get in touch with their embassy to find some way that their embassy can get them to allow to stay in the country. What citizen can make an appeal to an embassy? None. An illegal alien can, because he's a citizen of that country. And by extension, under every international law I'm aware of, your children assume your citizenship automatically upon their birth. By every law I know of.
And in addition to all of that, I think some of the rationale of why we're bringing up the whole thing about the draft and everything, son, is this. Again, we go back to 1865. What had just happened? The Civil War. What were people were just dealing with? Having their sons drafted.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole idea of the jurisdiction thereof, at that time, people understanding the jurisdiction thereof meant, oh yeah, you're willing to go get, send your sons off to battle for your country.
Okay.
It was automatic that someone that had never been here, they don't know anything about this place, they don't have any allegiance to anything here, that they did not fall under that jurisdiction. The country had just been in a civil war for 4 years, for God's sake.
Right.
And let's not forget that many of the newly freed slaves who had shed their blood on the battlefield in defense of this country and in response to its urging and call up were denied the right of citizenship in the states in which they were born, even though they were freed. They could not be citizens of Alabama and Georgia and Tennessee and Arkansas and Texas and all the Confederate states. None of them would allow them citizenship, even though most of the states, even the Confederate states, voted for the 13th Amendment. But they felt the 14th Amendment was a bridge too far. They didn't want to vote for that one.
So again, just bringing up all that context, that's the reason of why, I was stating earlier that Clarence Thomas was so heated about it, and so because he was like, dude, there's no way that you could think at that particular time with everything that was going on within those few months of when these two amendments were pushed, to deny that the very thing that was on everybody's mind was the ending of the Civil War and slavery. Is you would have to, it's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
it would be similar to how all of the pro-blacks now talk about their mythical race war. If an actual race war had happened and then it immediately ended, and then 4 or 5 or 6 months after, it's a new law was put forth about, I don't know, racial tendencies or something like that, but the word race wasn't in it. But it was right after that huge war for somebody years later to say, yeah, but this really didn't have nothing to do with the race war that had just happened. Like, are you insane? Do you know how difficult it is it had been for an amendment to actually be made in this country? And you're going to sit up here and say years later, oh, well, it really didn't have nothing to do with the race war.
But who said that?
That's what they were saying.
Sure were.
Who is they?
The opposition.
Confederate States. I mean, even during the Confederate, but I'll tell you what was interesting. Even during the last year of the war, when the Confederacy straits were getting dire, they were talking about ending slavery in Virginia. They were talking about doing it in Texas. They were talking about doing it in Tennessee. And I believe the other state was Louisiana. They knew slavery was on the way out anyway. And they wanted to end that as a faction before the war ended, several of the Confederate states. There wasn't really that much of a problem getting the 13th Amendment passed. Not much at all. It was the 14th Amendment that was contentious. And in fact, the Union states had to threaten the Confederate states at the point of a bayonet to be readmitted to vote in the Union. That was probably unconstitutional to do. They said, look, we're not going to seat your representatives in Congress if you do not agree beforehand to vote for the 14th Amendment. They literally did it at the point of a bayonet. That was probably unconstitutional, by the way. But they said you couldn't revisit it to the Supreme Court, so it was a moot point in the end. But, they had to threaten the Confederate states with, hey, you're going to lose your suffrage in Congress. That's clearly unconstitutional. But it was the only way they could get them to go along with it. They were scared to death of making black people citizens. Freeing them, not so much. Citizens, oh, hell no.
Okay, so you said that's why Clarence Thomas was so up in arms about it. So what did you think about Justice Brown Jackson's dissent to Clarence Thomas?
That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not embarrassed because I ain't got nothing to do with her. But if I could be embarrassed, I'd be embarrassed reading Jackson's dissent because it's constitutionally incoherent. I mean, it literally sounds like she's writing for some sort of high school after school show. The constitutional reason was almost completely lacking and gone. She's talking about things that have nothing to do with a constitutional decision. And I just don't understand how she does this. I mean, I do understand because she's a DEI hire. She literally doesn't know anything about precedent or constitutional reasoning.
Okay, that's crazy what you just said, but okay.
Well, I read her decision, and that's why I say it. Read her decision. Don't just take my word for it. What she uses words like to get the assignment. Right. What?
Yeah.
What was she writing this thing for?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm talking about a constitutionally good. You can arrive at the right decision in a constitutionally incoherent manner. So I understand. I can make the distinction between the two. But not only was her decision incorrect, she reasoned it unconstitutionally. Because look, you cannot argue that slavery, as evil as it was a constitutional decision that under the 9th Amendment, the states were allowed to make, just like abortion. That's evil too. But it's legal if the states choose to adopt it because it's not forbidden to them by the Constitution. So the states made a decision to have slavery. Now you can make a constitutional decision for slavery prior to the 13th Amendment. You cannot make it after. So the first and foremost thing you're supposed to do when you make a constitutional decision is to do it in the context of what the Constitution says, allows, and forbids. She doesn't do that. She aligns it with her personal preferences. I mean, worst constitutional Supreme Court appointment in history, except maybe Hugo Black. That might have been almost as bad. No, she's even worse than he is constitutionally.
I don't know, man. It to me that setup and everything is just the context around it all answers everything that you could possibly need to know. It's like right before the Civil War, you know something, Sarge, even SCOTUS before the Civil War was completely different after the Civil War. It's like before you had Taney, who was the Chief Justice. Immediately after 65, you had Chase.
Yeah, you're right. You did.
So it's like he's newly appointed. Taney had just died, and then they get to work very quickly on the 13th and the 14th. Chase is appointed by Lincoln. Lincoln is a staunch Republican who really the Republicans really got they were born with the Kansas Nebraska Act, but right after that Dred Scott case is where they really got rolling. That's what they really got rallied around.
Well,
you mean to tell me that during that little period of time, 57 to 65, with the Civil War in the middle of it, that they weren't constructing this law directly around slavery? It's like this is ridiculous.
But I just spoke about constitutional coherence a little while ago, and Justice Taney would have been right about it constitutionally, save for one thing. He said in his decision that a black man had no rights that a white man was bound to respect. Well, that literally was not true, because in some states of the Union, like Illinois and Missouri, Illinois and a couple others, where Dred Scott had gone to live, and he had established residency in those states and was eligible for Illinois citizenship. Justice Taney disregarded that completely. Illinois filed an amicus curiae with the court, saying that in our state, Dred Scott would have been eligible for citizenship, which means if he's eligible to be a citizen in Illinois, that meant he would be eligible to be a citizen of the United States. So Justice Taney literally disregarded Dred Scott's constitutional rights to be a citizen, because Illinois would have made him a citizen. He could have been a citizen. Many black people were citizens of the United States because they were citizens in the state that they lived in. So he disregarded that. Ketanji does a similar thing. If she doesn't like something in the Constitution, she acts as though it's not there. So Justice Taney was wrong about the Dred Scott decision on constitutional grounds.
Yeah.
When he's talking about the specifics of Dred Scott.
I'll throw something else in, just to give a little segue from all of this, son. We were talking earlier and stating the idea, Sarge was stating about just being factual, whether it raises this person up or puts them in a bad light. Just share the contextual facts about this or that. To this day, I have no idea why Harriet Tubman is placed on the pedestal that she is. It just doesn't make any sense to me, because in my tiny opinion, a lot of the people who did way more, first, they weren't black. And then two, it's like they're forgotten in history that for all the things that they did for black people, which in some aspects they could have, some lost in court cases and were punished and lost money and lands and so forth, and were financially ruined for helping black people. And so it's just weird to me how a lot of the pro-blacks make it seem as though black people were basically that all white people were just completely against black people during all of those times. A lot of the quote unquote underground railroad, as it were, where was the money coming from? How were they able to get from places to places, and where were they hiding in the north, or and so forth? They had a lot of help from people that didn't look like them.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I understand how you feel about Harriet Tubman, but I'm hoping one day that this country gets the guts to repeal Martin Luther King's birthday as a holiday, a federal holiday anyway. I hope they do, because I think we should take that away and give it to the only American, black or white, the only one, because he only got 365 days in a year. You got way more than 365 Americans worthy of their own holiday. So you'd have a holiday every day if you really did the right thing and gave one to everybody. So you really should pick one American who's the greatest of all time and give that one day to that American. And as far as I'm concerned, the single most indispensable American in the history of the United States is none other than the first president under the Constitution, George Washington. Without him, there was no American more indispensable, no single American more indispensable to the creation and survival of the United States than that man. He's the only one who deserves his own holiday out of all of them. I don't know why it's Martin Luther King who's been given this great honor.
Yeah, I don't understand that either.
It just bugged, but they ramrod. Look, as far as I'm concerned, Arizona was right. Arizona was the last state to do it. They pressured Arizona. They threatened Arizona with boycotts. They're going to punish Arizona. You got to get on board with this. Why don't you do it? They were the last state to come on board with it. And when they reveal all this stuff about Martin Luther King that's going to come out in 2 years, people are going to say, why the hell did we do this?
I hope they do them like that. What's that? I can't remember the name of the guy. Is it like Barrera or something like that?
Who?
It's some Hispanic guy where they found out he had done all this crazy stuff with.
Julio Cesar Chavez.
Yeah. And how they just start taking his name off stairs and all this stuff. I mean, it would be cool if they did that with MLK, man.
I got something for you that you need to get. In fact, if you can find a way to give me your address, I would even send you some DVD copies of this. It's called the MLA Project, Motives Unmasked. It's about a 6-part series by Chad O. Jackson. It is one of the most meticulously researched and documented documentaries I have ever seen.
Oh, I'm already on the Chad O. Jackson's train, man.
I got his video. I got his DVDs. I had him send me the DVDs. The Martin Luther King Project, season 1 and season 2. I am telling you, it is eye-opening.
Yeah,
I think to blame pro-blacks for their lack of knowledge about everybody that helped contribute to changing the status of black folk in this country is another disingenuous thing. They don't even teach black history in school for real.
Well, I mean, to a certain extent, this is my gripe with the whole Black history being taught in school thing. One, you should never coin it as being Black history. It should just be American history.
Well, you have to coin it as Black history because it's a part of history that is not taught. And if it's American history, then why isn't it being taught?
Okay, and here's the rationale for that. Here's the rationale. One, there's only so much time that you could put in history courses, especially K through 12. Or else you're gonna gloss over some very important stuff.
I didn't even get it when
spending enormous amounts of time on things like slavery, so far as like from K through 12, Underground Railroad stuff and blah blah blah. Look at some of the stuff that you're missing while you're focusing on that. Just think about it.
Yeah, Louisiana Purchase, the Lewis and Clark Expedition, the coast to coast expansion of the railroads.
Yeah, no, I learned about all of that. I didn't learn a lot of things that I've learned as an adult about slavery.
Right, but what I'm saying is as a kid, K through 12, and I'm really gonna say K through 8. It is I'm and this is gonna sound like some real cool stuff, but it's much more important to learn about the expansion of the United States and the Lewis and Clark expedition and the founder stuff than it is about the Underground Railroad.
Definitely true.
You can do more. You can do more with the former than you can with the latter.
Because you have to prioritize. There's so much history to teach. You have to prioritize it. And while the issue of slavery and the divisive,
I think there's nonsense.
It's enormously important to cover the issue of slavery. That is a huge American historical project. You got to talk about the Missouri Compromise. You talk about the border wars. You got to talk about all of that. You know, John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry. What happened as a result of it? That is important to all of American history. But not all of it is. The rest of it is niche stuff. Niche
Correct.
is important too, but you do that as a specialty. If you're talking general American,
knowing the lights of Harriet
over the
why we criticize this? This is a niche, and that's who is put forth. Booker T.
What do you mean?
Is put forth. Phyllis Wheatley is put forth. These are the people that are put forth inside of history. So how do you criticize people for regurgitating the information that they were given?
Well, all I'm saying is that I guess there are more important things, and I know that may, again, I'm gonna sound coonish and so forth, but for young minds, they'll be able to do more with that information than with the other. And I do agree with Sarge in that, you know, you can't just skip over slavery. I don't think that anybody should, but I think coupling that with American civics would be the best thing to do, particularly in high school.
I mean, then criticize the fact that civics isn't even taught.
And that's the other thing. It's like when you couple those two together, it gives you a fuller understanding of those laws and of that history.
Yeah, niche history, boutique history does not give you a full comprehension of the scope and breadth of American history. That's what history should concentrate on.
Yeah, and so I think that you're doing yourself a disservice when, let's say, you have a kid that goes in high school or something like that, and I don't know. Typically, I think around 10th or junior year, you get into American civics and so forth. I think that a precursor to that should be, okay, let's first do our coverage of world history, because then you get to understand, okay, a lot of the stuff that happened before America was even created, and you can go ahead and start touching on subjects like slavery in general. And then when you get to America, then you can say, okay, this is something that was inherited, and then go into that story.
Yeah, let me give an example of this with regards to me. I don't like to make myself the focus on anything personally, but in this case, I will. Right now, I got a book about the 9th and 10th Cavalry, Black Cavalry, in 1916 at Nogales, Mexico, in the Battle of Nogales, when the expeditionary force, the punitive expeditionary force, was launched with the cooperation of the Mexican government under General Pershing. And the 9th and 10th Cavalry had a very bloody skirmish with the Mexican federales at Nogales in Mexico. I'm reading about that now. Now, the reason I'm doing it is because, one, I'm interested in Black history. Number two, I'm interested in the border wars between the United States and Mexico when Pancho Villa invaded Columbus, Texas, got 89 of his men killed, and killed 21 Americans. Okay, I'm interested in stuff like that. Three, I'm interested in the history of the Southwest. But the Battle of Nogales is a niche affair. It's an important skirmish in the battle, the punitive expedition, but the big story of the punitive expedition is much more than the Battle of Nogales, with the 9th and 10th Cavalry being involved. So if you're going to get an understanding of why there was a punitive expedition going into Mexico, you don't just isolate it to the Battle of Nogales. You say, why were they sent there in the first place? Why do we have American soldiers going into Mexico under General Pershing before World War I?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you got to get the big picture of it first.
Yeah.
Not the niche part.
Right. And that's the part that I think is problematic, son. To kind of give you an example of what Sarge is stating. Take, for instance, when I was making mention of the Black Panthers. Typically, how were you introduced to that story of the Black Panthers?
Very passively.
Like what? They was, giving out free lunches or something like that?
No, like I was shown different documentaries and things like that. And the Panthers might be mentioned in said documentary, but my family didn't highlight the Black Panther story. And when I got older and was learning about it myself, I understood why they didn't highlight the Black Panthers for me.
Okay. So, but a lot of times, like what Sarge was stating, so far as understanding timelines and understanding why certain things occurred or the ideals behind certain actions, from some people, they will give this thought about, oh, America never trusted these Black people and they had to get the FBI on these people and the CIA and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, do you recognize the time frame of what you were talking about? Like I was stating earlier, World War I had just ended. You're in the Cold War era where you have spies and all this other stuff and blah, blah, blah that are, trying to undermine these nations and so forth. And then you have a group of Black people that are running around with another country's dictator writings in their hands talking about they gonna tear your stuff up. Wouldn't you put the 3 alphabets on them and watch them too? It hadn't even been 20 years. People make it seem as though there was like something ultra malicious about, oh man, they were scared of these Black people because they know these Black people gonna raise up and they got the melanin power. It's like, dude, you're in an international quagmire in the Cold War that just came about after this World War II power struggle, the largest war that the world has ever seen. And then you have people in your country with the enemy's writings talking about they gonna tear your stuff up.
You know what I was involved with in Illinois when I was assigned to a task force investigating the El Rookins? You ever heard of the El Rookin gang in Chicago?
I have not.
Well, the El Rookins were an offshoot of the Blackstone Rangers. You ever heard of them?
I have not.
Well, the Blackstone Rangers were a big street gang in Chicago, in the Englewood area of Chicago. Big, one of the biggest gang, the biggest gang, single gang in the Englewood area of Chicago. And they got conscious and became Muslims, and they changed their name to El Rookins. And their leader was a guy named Jeff Fort. And Jeff Fort was trying to get in contact with an arms broker to get anti-air man pads, anti-aircraft missiles. And the idea was that if he got them, he'd be willing to shoot down an airliner on behest of the Omar Gaddafi or a Middle East leader. And so El Rookins were trying to get a hold of an anti-aircraft missile, a man-portable anti-aircraft missile. And they set up a sting for him. And the guy was going to sell him a light anti-tank weapon. Now, I don't know if you know what that is. It's a law. It's a shoulder-mounted anti-tank weapon. It ain't a man-pad missile. It's just a light 66 millimeter anti-tank missile that's got percussion fired. It's an unguided rocket. It doesn't have the sophisticated guidance tracker system that a Stinger does. But they had convinced this El Rookin that that's what it was. So they set up a sting for him. He's showing him this launcher that's an anti-tank missile, unguided, shoots an unguided rocket like a bazooka, but it's disposable. And he's convinced them this is an anti-aircraft missile. And lo and behold, they set him up, and they eventually got him. Now, the reason they got him, because they had put surveillance on him. They had got a heads up. They were looking to get sophisticated munitions and ordnance to commit terrorist acts. And lo and behold, that's exactly what they caught. People trying to get exactly that. And believe me, there was a lot of that with the Black Panthers.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, dude, you got what was that? 49. I think Mao Zedong. He had just won the Chinese Civil War there, and then they started. I think that was after the Korean War. After they
the Chinese Civil War. The Chinese came to power in 1948.
Okay, but yeah. But wasn't it like during the Korean War that that's when you had American soldiers and Chinese soldiers fighting and so forth, especially.
Hell yeah! November of 1950, after the United States had pushed back the North Koreans and went across the Yalu River.
Yeah, because that was like in
China got nervous.
Yeah.
4,000 troops into North Korea to push back the United Nations forces.
And didn't they stationed, it was some fleet that they stationed like in the Taiwan Strait or something like that.
The 7th Fleet.
Yeah. Something. And so it was like after that, it was like it was on between China and America. Just like so it's like, man, what are we doing? You're really gonna run around with the docket with the manifesto of this dude and not think that the 3-letter agencies are gonna keep a look on you?
Let me tell you something, brother. The Korean War was one of the goddamnedest wars most people don't know anything about. You got to understand, the United States in the first few months of the war, when it committed poorly trained, out of shape, unfit troops to a battle with tough North Korean troops who've been battle hardened, tough as hell, and been fighting the Japanese for years from 1937 on, and they committed American troops to battle like Task Force Smith and the early elements of the 25th Division. They went over there and they were literally routed. I'm talking about American troops on the battlefield, routed. And remember, this is the same United States Army that just 5 years earlier was one of the most battle-hardened and toughest outfits on the planet. I mean, it had combat-hardened veterans through and through all over its ranks, excellent doctrine, excellent training, excellent equipment. 5 years later, they say, well, we ain't going to need troops no more on the ground because we got the atomic bomb. And they just let the armed forces go, especially the Army, the occupation army in Japan, just go to hell. And but that was all they had when the Koreans invaded in June of 1950. They were ordered to take what they had, equipment that was damaged, worn out, obsolete, and they sent them into battle against North Korean troops equipped with self-propelled howitzers and tanks, an armored spearhead, and they sent infantry in there, out of shape, badly trained, with deteriorating and obsolete equipment. It was a disgrace. I mean, Task Force Smith was routed. The 25th Division was routed. They took Seoul. They kicked them all the way back to the very corner of South Korea, the Pusan perimeter. And it was then that Walton Walker was the commander of the 8th Army. Told him, look, you're either going to fight here or die. We're not going to have no damn Dunkirk. You're going to stay here and die and defeat these people or die here. And he meant it. And they toughened up, and they were able to really inflict a huge defeat on the North Koreans. At the same time, MacArthur landed the Marines in Incheon, so he's got them encircled and outflanked, and the North Koreans started to make a pell-mell retreat. But the first few months, it was touch and go. And then when they crossed the Yalu border and they thought they were going to defeat the entire North Korean army because they were on the ropes, they didn't have any more defenses left. They were at that time thoroughly beaten by a reinvigorated U.S. Army and the Marines and the allies we had, the Brits, the Brazilians, all the others that were coming in on it. The Chinese entered and upset the apple cart and inflicted the longest retreat of United States forces in its entire history, 80 miles from Conakry to the port of Hungnam. So, it was pretty nasty. It was pretty bad. And they chopped to pieces the 2nd Division in the Conakry Pass on the west end of the fighting, on the western front of the fighting. Chinese ambushed the 2nd Division and chopped it to ribbons. So, it was really bad for the United States Army in the first year of the war. Now, by the end of the war, they had pretty much kicked the Chinese ass. Chinese had lost hundreds of thousands of men, hundreds of thousands dead. And then that's when they made the armistice with North Korea, which lasts to this day. So we're technically still in a state of war with North Korea. And we found out during that war that there were many, many, many spies in the Truman administration that were being controlled from Moscow.
Mm-hmm. And then that's when you had your whole, especially like and the spy era and different things. And that's what I'm talking about so far. It's like you can also look at like popular culture of the era. The whole Bond thing blew up on TV and all that other stuff and movies and so. And here in the midst of all of that, you had the Panthers openly expressing solidarity with revolutionary movements in Vietnam and Cuba and China. And it's like, are you stupid?
You think you're not going to be surveilled by
yes, and then you're going to play this game as though, especially the people later. By the time I came around, it's like it's 80s, 90s, and stuff, and people are talking about the only reason that they was surveying the Panthers and stuff because they want to keep the black man down. It's like, are you crazy? Look, there was so much other stuff that was going on.
Look, there was some.
You're totally missing context.
Yeah, there was some unconstitutionality. I'm not excusing it. I don't want to excuse it. You got to hold people account when they violate the Constitution. But I'm telling you, not all of it was. A lot of it was legitimate. They got warrants, they got surveillance warrants, and they got records, and they made audio tapes. These people were plotting revolution. They were plotting destroying American facilities. They wanted to attack American military bases. Most of their plots were foiled because they arrested them before they could carry them out. So, they did some unconstitutional things, but most of it wasn't.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about the constitutionality of it. I'm just talking about so far as if I don't care if you were in the United States or if you were in another country. If you are in that country and you are openly stating that you have some sort of solidarity with that nation's enemies, they are going to watch you.
You're damn right. They better. I don't care what country it is.
You up here doing it loudly and proudly, talking about, we down with these people and these people. And it's like, are you crazy? You actually in a great benefit of having a constitution, because in other places they would have just instantly got rid of you.
Now, to be fair to the Black Panthers, in some cases, sometimes the Panthers would scam these foreign agents just to get some money. So they weren't always sincere when they would make approaches to these foreign entities. A lot of that is, okay, these people going to give us some money, go buy us some stuff to raise some scatter hell with. Well, we'll just take the money and not raise scatter hell. That's what they did sometimes. And they would get in trouble on the other end.
Yeah,
it'd be kind of a mix of all of it, legitimate stuff, illegitimate stuff. But it didn't matter because you had to keep in touch with it all. You never know what's going to be when it comes to these kind of things. Remember, the terrorists can miss a million times. They only got to be successful once to really make an impact.
Right. And my whole argument of the whole thing is the idea that you could not in any way actually believe that you could openly state these things and not think that you would get surveilled by your government.
Oh yeah, and remember one thing. We talk about J. Edgar Hoover, however you want to put it.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever else he may or may not have been, he utterly hated communism.
Yeah.
Boy, you come look at there, you got any kind of attachment to anything communist, you're going to be on that man's radar. No matter what color you are, that man was a fanatical anti-communist. Believe that.
Well, I think, let me ask you, from your vantage point, was it necessary to be on that high alert about communism?
In the time J. Edgar Hoover was there, probably so.
Okay, now I agree with you.
There was still a lingering favorable consideration of the Soviet Union because of the fact that they tied down 75% of the German army fighting it. It was the Soviets that defeated most of the German army. Can you imagine what our casualty list would have looked like? Look how bad they were. Can you imagine what kind of casualties we would have suffered had we had to face just 50% of the German army instead of 25% on the Western Front?
Yeah.
So we knew the Soviets were taking casualties that we'd have been taking. Because by the end of the war, they had 11 million military dead and 19 million civilian dead, or 21 million. So they really suffered at the hands of the Germans. And they were tying down all those Germans. There was a lot of lingering sympathy for the Soviets for that reason. They saved us a lot of deaths, and they defeated the bulk of the German army. So a lot of people who were hoping to subvert the United States were using that as an end for favorable consideration of the Reds.
Mm-hmm.
And to some extent, it worked. Because after all, they were our allies. We were sending them billions of dollars in military aid. We had thousands of our sailors dying on the Murmansk run to deliver them supplies to keep them in the war.
Mm-hmm.
We were consulting with them at the Yalta Conference and the Yalta Conference and the Potsdam Conference and all these others, where we're getting together with Stalin and going over strategy. So, a lot of people figure, well, we can make a deal. We can deal with the Reds. They're not so bad. I mean, after all, they just want to control this sphere of influence, and they're going to leave us alone. And a lot of the fellow travelers were talking like that. So I'm kind of glad it was a guy like J. Edgar Hoover, as weird as he was, in that particular position, because he wasn't going to let it go.
Yeah, and I think to a certain degree, and this is just what my short reading of a lot of that, it really came about because way back when, reading, what was that, Upton Sinclair's Jungle, and then later finding out that he was pretty much a socialist until he saw that it wasn't going to actually go anywhere, and kind of went south with it. And how many people after that, what, in the early 1900s, when you had that first Red Scare, right after World War One.
Yeah, the Red Scare. Well, yeah, Palmer was the Attorney General who launched all kind of raids all over the east part of the United States.
Mm-hmm. And then of course you had the Great Depression, and then that kind of where you had a bunch of people in academia that had that, what do you call it, that Communist Party USA and all that stuff. So then it's like, when you look at the context of what was going on, of course you needed someone like a doggone Hoover that was gonna go haywire and clean a lot of that stuff, especially during the Cold War.
You raise his hackles, all I can do is say he's a communist. And look, let's face it, Martin Luther King's inner circle was chock-a-block full of communists. Bayard Rustin, Hunter Hill, Sanford Levinson, all of these guys were intimate advisors to MLK, and they were getting their orders. Some of them were getting their orders from Moscow.
Yeah. So
shit. I mean, what do they expect to happen with all that stuff up there, man. I'm telling you. Hey,
Yeah,
look, I'll tell you another thing too, man. Without the Russians, I don't think I'd be alive today, because my father was in the all Negro 92nd Infantry Division, as it was termed during World War II, and he's fought in Italy. The Germans didn't surrender until the 3 days before the war ended in Italy. They gave tough resistance all the way through. I can imagine if they had a lot more Germans that have fighting against my father, I don't think I'd be here. He probably would have been killed or something. So I'm just saying, man, look, so, it is what it is, but you can't let these things mislead you. The Russians had their own agenda. Hell, without the Russians, Hitler couldn't have done what he did, because he was able to secure his eastern flank by making a non-aggression pact with them. Remember? And then they agreed to carve up Poland between them. The Russians invaded Poland from the east, and the Germans invaded Poland from the west, and between the two, they carved it up right down the middle. That meant he could secure his eastern flank while he went after the Allies in the west. He avoided a two-front war. He was able to piecemeal defeat the French, drive the British off the continent, take Belgium, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, the Low Countries, took it all within 6 months. Wow. And the Russians helped him do it. And then he stabbed them in the back and invaded them in 1941 and killed millions of their people. I mean, millions. 31 million at least.
Yeah. That's the I would say and I hate using the word, but it's accurate here. The just disingenuous part of a lot of the left American academia of how they treat the death toll of Marxism and communism.
Yep.
It's like it's you talking about. Son was talking earlier about not teaching Black history. And I know your thought, but I'm gonna just ask you anyway. I don't know if you have children or not, Sarge, but which one do you think is more important for Black people to know? The death toll of what happened with Marxism and communism, or all of the intricacies of slavery and the Civil War?
Well, I'd say it depends on what time frame we're discussing it, because they're both kind of equally important. First of all, in order to understand the Civil War, that is a central experience of American history. I mean, American history literally pivots on that time period. What was the United States before the Civil War? What was it after? So it's vitally important to understand it and everything that led to it and its aftermath. At the same token, I think in today's world, it's at least as important to know how murderous communism is, how tyrannical it is, how all-encompassing it is, how absolutely totalitarian, in the true meaning of the word, totality, totally encompassing every aspect of your life and giving you no room to breathe. It's important. That's important too. So I don't know. It's a toss-up. Give me a coin to toss, and I'll toss a coin.
Well, I'll say this: in 2026, I would rather modern Black America to understand the atrocities of Marxism and communism when you have people like a Mondani in office, rather than, I think that helps them more than knowing things about Harriet Tubman and stuff.
Well, on that, I'll agree with you. But in the Civil War itself, an understanding of the Civil War, what led up to it and what happened after it, is absolutely vital to understanding American history. And it's equally as vital to understand the dangers of communism. So both are true. So in the way you put it, then I agree with you absolutely.
Because it's like you got people that are literally staring down the barrel of a regime that is pretty much openly showing them that they're trying to corrupt something completely. And what do people say in the community? Playing in people's face. I think that's the phrase. It's like they're literally showing you their hand.
Yeah.
And they're just not doing anything.
Yeah, and their hands wearing brass knuckles.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm telling you, man, but they had a velvet glove over the brass knuckles.
Yeah, it's like when you get to the point of a mayor talking about things that have to do with international law. It's like, what are we doing here?
Well, I think even he knew he wasn't going to get that far with that one.
But just the audacity.
Trial balloon. Yeah, I'll agree with you. It's outrageous. But
yeah,
you know what?
It's beyond it to me. It's beyond outrageous. If the shoe was on the other foot, and if it was a quote unquote, red mayor that was saying some crazy stuff like that, it would be nonstop news, and people would be talking about, you need to get this person up out of here.
Yeah, but
there's some sort of idealist that is trying to corrupt everything about the how the country is run and such. He's trying to. Who does he think that he is? The president of the United States? That's what they would be saying.
We know how two-faced the media is, so we're not going to get much in the way of truth out of them. But one thing I think even more alarming than what he said about Netanyahu, as bad as that was that we're going to seize the means of production. When you hear a communist talking like that, you better get ready to get your gun.
Yeah, that's a central part.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm back.
Welcome back, DJ.
Yeah. I heard it's been kind of crazy over here.
Not crazy.
Man, coon takeover.
Not crazy.
Yeah, like the coon coon takeover of my channel of this live stream. Okay. If you're talking about Madani, right? Well, y'all act like the government-owned, city-owned grocery stores is a new concept. There are quite a few city-owned, government-run grocery stores in the Midwest. Are y'all aware of that?
Okay.
And some of them are red cities and red towns. What do y'all own?
Can you give me the extent of their ownership and what do they distribute?
Well, I mean, just like, okay, the city, the town owns the store. It's kind of like I forgot what town it is.
Cooperative.
Yeah, something like a co-op almost. Yeah, something like a co-op where okay, like the one town is less than 10,000 people, and then the grocery store is owned by the city or town, whatever you call it. So
okay.
there was one in Kansas that I know of, but I forgot the name.
Yes, I think the Sunshine, and I think it failed. But the ones I know of that you're speaking of, and these are the only ones I know of, I don't really know that many. They're privately owned, or they're collectively owned, and they're regulated by the city, but the ownership, administration of them is privately done. Cities just regulate them as cooperatives. I don't think the city
right. But do you think that's what Madani is trying to do?
Yeah, I think he wants city ownership of them. Yes, that's what I think he's trying to do. Yes.
Now, I'm not a Madani fan, but I think some of the criticism of him is kind of unfair. I mean,
well, I'm not saying it's illegal, Jay. I'm not good. Look, New York has the authority to do it if they want to do it. I'm just saying it's a god awful bad idea, and we know what its inspiration is. It's Marxist. It's socialist.
Why is it every time we always have this paradigm between, if it's not capitalist, it has to automatically be socialist? Why can't it? There are other forms of collectivism and things where it doesn't has to be one or the other. I mean,
that's easy to answer, Big J, because Mondani said so.
Well, that's a little unfair, but I get your point.
No, it actually came out of his mouth.
Yeah, that too. But again, Look, the idea of it's not as though it is impossible for a city or state-owned grocery store to succeed. I'm not going to say possible, but if I'm going to give me the odds, I'm going to give you the odds. I'm going to say 9-1 against, because it's a bad idea and it never works, because it doesn't respond truly to the imperatives of the market. The problem with it is it can always get a state or city subsidy.
Well,
and right away, that puts it out of the true free market enterprise with the moral failings and the moral consequences of bad administration.
Okay. So by that logic, right? Do you think that the Green Bay Packers? You think is that is a socialistic NFL team?
I don't know enough about it to say it is or isn't.
Well, I mean, every other team in the NFL is owned by a company or owned by an individual, right? But Green Bay is owned by the city of Green Bay, and you have to buy, and in the city of Green Bay hires a director general who oversees the Green Bay Packers, and then every citizen gets a paycheck or some type of dividend at the end of the year. So and plus they also sell stock, special stock to its to the fans.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Do they sell stock? If they sell stock, they're no
Yeah,
different.
because again, like I even tried to buy some. Hold on, I forgot what it's called. Green Bay. It's called Green Bay Packers. I forgot what it's called. Hold on. Yeah, because they had a board and have a director general. Let me see. Hold on. Packers. Let me go on the Packers website. I think that's what some people who are into community ownership is trying to convey, or is getting, and y'all kind of being unfair trying to talk about is communist. I mean, if we gonna go by y'all's logic, not mine. I mean,
well, if the city is selling stock in the company, I don't see much difference between that and them being involved in the money market for a pension fund.
Yeah, to me, the big difference of what's being compared is it's like the owners are private citizens, not the government.
Right. It's not like a stock scheme actually, and the city's just bought maybe a controlling interest.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Green Bay Packers are owned by a nonprofit, and that the city of Green Bay doesn't own the Packers. The shareholders are the private citizens of the nonprofit.
Yeah, I don't think
in Mondani's situation, the city of New York would own those grocery stores.
Exactly. I think it's a whole order of magnitude different. And they're going to be, and all the people who run it are going to be appointed by the mayor, undoubtedly, or a commission or a council that he sets up to select such people.
So the big difference of when you bring that up, Big J, is like, take for instance the Packers. The shareholders, they voluntarily buy the stock. No one is being taxed to finance the team or anything like that. With what Mondani is doing, the initial capital is coming from public funds. Taxpayers pay that, whether they want to or not.
Yep.
Okay. Well.
So what you're comparing is like a voluntary investment versus tax-funded public spending
with unlimited access to taxpayer capital in the event of failure. No consequences from failing. Was why I hated the bailout in 2008. They didn't suffer the moral loss of bad investments and setting up derivative credit swaps. The government should not have bailed them out.
as I think about it, when SARS brings up the whole bailout thing, and I'm glad that you brought up the Packers, Big J. The Packers still have to play under the rules of the NFL.
True.
True.
The grocery stores that Mondani is opening, they don't have to play by the rules of the open market.
And that's just it. That's why I think people should object to these stores. I mean, I'm not saying it's illegal. I mean, if he can get the votes for it on the city council and the appropriate funds appropriated, well, there's nothing in the Constitution that forbids it, not in the United States Constitution. I don't know about the state of New York. There might be something in the state constitution prohibited, but I don't know of it. The question is it wise to do? Is it prudent? I think time will show that it isn't.
Yeah, it's like all of the quote unquote city-owned stores, they'll have funding from, public financing or various subsidies and different things. At the same time, all of the privates, they don't have access to none of that.
Yeah, it's
so pretty much while you're there, for the citizens that's living there, you're buying from the public stores whether you shop there or not.
Okay. Let me put down the list of city-owned stores, right? Adeline Fresh Market. That was in Atlanta, Georgia. That was a city-owned store to address food insecurity and food deserts. The city contribute $3 million of $5.4 million of project costs. Erie, Kansas. That this is the one I was talking about. Erie, Kansas purchased the town's only grocery store in 2020 to prevent closure after operating at a loss. The city leased it to a private company in 2024.
Now, did you get that? After operating at a loss.
Right. To what? Okay. What happened in 2020 though? SKC.
I don't know, but I'm just.
I mean, you know what happened to the early part of this decade? COVID, the pandemic, and then the food scarcity because of the shipping. So yeah, I mean, you can't just say it's just because of it was a socialistic idea that pipe dream that failed. It was other issues, and then Baldwin, Florida, operated a city-owned grocery store between 2019 and 2024, which closed through financial challenges. At the same time. Oh, the one that's still here is Madison, Wisconsin. Which just started in 2026, and then the ones like St. Paul and Venice in Illinois. So I don't, So what's the problem?
Well, the problem that I was seeing is that even if you bring up COVID, other grocery stores survived. That's just market. It happens.
No. A lot of grocery stores took a massive hit.
Yeah, but they survived.
Right, but they're limping. Okay. Walmart you used to be 24 before COVID. They can't even do because of the profit margins. They can't even get back to open up 24. HEB is probably the only one, and if you're in Texas, you know what HEB is, right?
Yeah.
HEB is probably the only one. Well, you know what? Three of us in here.
Oh my God, I love HEB.
Man, listen.
I want to quit home just so I can go to HEB.
Man, you ain't you wouldn't know what you're lying about HEB. HEB brand is better than the HEB Cheetos is better than the regular Cheetos.
Look, HEB carries a wine by a company named Texas South Moon. It's so good. I signed up for the wine club. just so I can have access to it because ain't no ATV up here.
Man, listen, HEB will whoop the shit out of Kroger and Safeway, and I don't know what y'all have up there in Washington. It whoop everybody's ass.
All I was saying is that you had all of these different, I would say, government owned things that you were talking about, and the majority of them failed, where private industries survived.
Okay, but
and they did this with being able to have access to public funds.
Okay. Whatever. I need to get ready for work. So yeah, I've been here. This been on for what 9.5 hours at least.
Yeah, it is like I said, Coon takeover, huh?
Yeah, the Coons take over, and this is supposed to be a 2-hour live stream, 3-hour live stream, in a you Negroes took it over and everything. So I mean,
hey. Oh, by the way, just a little aside in conjunction with what you brought up there, Jay, about New York. Oh, what we brought up about New York. Did you know that Poly Market, or rather Prediction Market, Kalshi, they hosted a $50 gross weight giveaway for that store when it opened. And now that's drawn concerns about that betting app, as you know, which allows gamblers to gamble on world events like military actions, outcomes. Now that has brought a lot of concern in New York City over the possible use of classified or insider information to make wagers. So, Letitia James now, as the New York Attorney General, has kind of gotten a little in her panties in a wad over this betting stuff. She made a consumer alert warning people that platforms could violate state gambling laws and put users at significant financial risk. And so there's a Assemblyman in Queens who introduced a bill that would categorize prediction market contracts as unlicensed gambling. So people are actually making wagers on whether or not this store is going to survive.
You know what? Where is Robin Hood located? The guy who owns the Robin Hood website. Where he's located? Because the reason why I'm asking, because he is if you go on Robin Hood, there is a betting part. I just saw this a few weeks ago because I'm in stocks and stuff, right? In my retirement fund. But I also saw there's a betting where you bet who's going to win Congress, or who's going to win the House of Representatives, who's going to win the Senate. Betting on wars and shit, the war in the Middle East, all of that. So I just want to know if he's in New York or something, which I doubt. I think the Robinhood might be effective. Robinhood is in New York, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let me see where Robinhood is located. Hold on.
Hey, Sarge, I just saw a thing that police chief in Seattle got fired.
I knew they're gonna get him. The cat was let out of the bag. That he got a home in Chicago and he's commuting regularly to Chicago. And I guess the number was outrageous. The amount of time he spent in Chicago was supposed to be in Seattle.
Yeah.
And all of it came out because all of this shooting, where they delayed releasing information to the press for hours, awaiting that stupid politician Jayapal, what her name is, that Indian woman, Jayapal Gazan. She's either Gazan or Indian, I forget what she is. They had to wait her to get there to make a press announcement and give her a press display. And they delayed releasing information to the public about an at-large killer. The guy was behind it. And those two reasons are probably the reason they fired his dumb ass. I watched him at the press conference.
It was funny to watch, man. It was funny to watch, man. He wanted to lead in.
I saw it. hilarious.
On the reporter, he looked like he wanted to punch the reporter for asking him, "Hey,
yeah,
why are you not in town?"
He stayed there to get in between him and the reporter because he was getting ready to fire on him. It looked like.
Yeah.
Because all he did was ask him, how much time are you spending away from Seattle commuting to your family? That was a question. I mean, that's a legitimate question to ask.
You know something. So it's like crazy how you have to.
Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, you took a job that's very important.
Correct.
And you flying, and your family's still in Chicago.
Yeah, he no, not just flying, driving.
Do you know how far that's what 3-day drive?
Yeah. That's 6 days round trip, or 8 if he's gonna spend a couple of days with his family. That's 8 days at a time he's away from his job. How long?
That's a week. That's a week.
Yeah. So how long was? Let me refresh my memory. How long was Karen Bass away from the LA fire over there in Africa?
That's what I'm saying. These people are crazy, man.
Now this is the example of what people talk about.
Wait. Hold on. But Karen Bass, I don't like Karen Bass, but the problem is we got to be fair, right? But Karen Bass was there for a trade deal.
Dude, what are you doing? You're the mayor.
But a lot of mayors go there to make trade deals because of the sister city project that's been around since the mid 1950s.
But
go to other cities, partnership with other cities to bring jobs and trade.
Yes.
What was the report she was given before she left?
Yes.
About the conditions.
Exactly. And she
didn't. It would be similar. It would be similar to this. Big J, you're here in Texas. I'm here in Houston. It would be similar to the mayor stating in the middle of hurricane season, stating, "There's a brewing storm in the Gulf." Okay, well, I need to go to Africa to go to this business meeting thing, and it's like the news is saying, yeah, it has a probably like a 70-80% chance that it's going to hit Houston. Would you go?
And wait a minute. She didn't come back right away when she was notified. And she took another 3 days before she caught a flight to come back.
Well,
she didn't come back right away.
Well, I think it's more likely she's going to lose her seat to a more left wing member of the especially DSA. DSA is going to take over the Democrat. Well, they're not going to take over the Democratic Party. They're going to take over portions of the Democrat Party where they're going to, let's just say, sandwich the regular Democrats in the Midwest and the South. So, like I said, though, they're going to it's going to be a bloodbath because I see it. It's going to be Kamala versus AOC. They're going to bloody eat each other in that primary, and you can find a surprise candidate coming up in 2028, and that person will come from the South.
You think so?
Well, riddle me this, Jay. How do you get more left wing than a former member of the Vincent Ramos Brigade?
What you mean?
She went to Cuba and trained with the Vincent Ramos Brigade.
You talking about the lady? You talking about? I don't know. I mean, she's not as.
It's on her resume.
But she's not as liberal or left wing as y'all make her out to be because she's too busy with the with the business community.
Look, I'll admit to you, she can't do the thing she did in her youthful endeavors when she was in college and hanging out with all the hip kids in Cuba with the Vincent Ramos Brigade. She's got to tend to some of her duties as mayor. But I'm telling you, whatever she does, I believe whatever she does that she can heavily tinge on the left, she's going to do. Like those people she appointed to be fire chief.
Oh my goodness! Oh yeah, the lesbian lady. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can find yourself in a fire where you need my help, well, you got yourself in a mess of trouble.
Yeah.
Ain't my job to get you out.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh man, I swear, that ultimate DEI right there.
Big J.
Go ahead.
Crockett made a statement a few hours ago. I wonder what you think about it. She says, "Black women, the most educated demographic in this country, somehow ended up the most unemployed out of everyone."
Oh God,
It's true.
That's not true.
What about it? But no, y'all have to put it in the context.
Yes.
What was the context at SKC? What was the context at SKC? Because I know how y'all like to take sound bites. What was the context?
Well, she was giving a speech at the Urban League, the National Urban League, and that's what she stated.
Okay, but who was getting fired and laid off at the beginning of 2025?
I don't know. I'm just
most of these educated black women were what? SKC.
But I think the majority of those.
You see.
No. I'm not dancing. I'm trying to answer. I think the majority of those were government jobs, right?
Right.
Okay.
Though, so when the administration took over, and when Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy's I want to be white ass went ahead though and got these women up and out of there on the premise of DEI, and which is kind of stupid because DEI is mostly benefiting Caucasian women, not black women. I find that very odd that it's Caucasian women, not Negro women who are getting the praise, the actual who are the real winners when it comes to DEI. How come white women are not being fired or laid off or furloughed and so forth?
I think there's an interesting answer to that. And maybe Sarge, maybe you can help with this. I don't know, but I just have a question.
Yeah, I can definitely help.
just as a quick one.
Yeah, I can definitely help.
For people who are supremely educated. I mean, you're talking about PhDs, so forth, masters and so. Do they generally find themselves at large scale working for the government or in the private sector?
Well, first of all, our statement literally isn't true. It's true if you compare black women to black men. Yes, in that context, it is true. But in the general educational field of the rest of the population of the country, no, it is not. It's not even close. Asian women are at the top of it.
Oh, yeah, it's not even close.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Followed, of course, by white women. So in the context of black men and black women, yes, it is true. As far as degrees go. Now, most of the degrees don't indicate their level of competence, though. And I'm going to tell you why I'm saying that. And I go on TRS fairly often, Jay. I went on TRS to give these people these facts.
What is that, TRS?
Talk Real Solutions. It comes on tonight. I've been missing. I've been MIA from there for a couple of months.
Yeah.
Ever since my work schedule changed, I hadn't really been calling in as much.
Well, Jay, let me explain what happened when I brought this fact up. These facts, not my opinion about them. I said, I contend to you that the most corrupt political demographic of elected officials in the United States today is Democrat black women. I wish to stress Democrat black women. Now, why do I say this? Because I can objectively prove it. And I gave them a list that I've been keeping since 2023 under the Biden administration when it started. A list I've been keeping from 2023 of black women that have now listened to the criteria, either pled guilty to, been convicted at a jury trial of, or indicted for various forms of fraud, much of it related to COVID relief fraud, but not all, or Social Security fraud, or some sort of federal government program fraud, tax evasion, wire fraud, and various other offenses related to those sort of shenanigans. And I told him, I've got a list here. I've got the names, I've got the dates, I've got the places, I've got the charges. I haven't updated it yet, but at the time I was calling TRS, it was 46 names. And I said, let me read them to you. They told me they didn't want to hear it. They said they didn't even want to know the facts. Because I said that per capita, not even per capita, probably in absolute numbers, this level of political corruption has got to be literally unprecedented. And I'm talking about federal, state, and local officials. I've got the names, I've got the dates, I've got the charges, I've got the outcomes.
Are you putting in Letitia James in that list?
No.
What about Stanley Willis?
No, not her either. I said my criteria was pled guilty, convicted, or indicted. So they didn't meet that criteria. I didn't include them.
So like Tiffany Henyard is not on that list.
No.
Right?
No.
Well, I'll be damned.
Although I was going to mention them after I gave my list of saying they're sus.
She should be. She needs to be on the list.
Yeah. Maybe Tiffany Henyard, she should be locked up. I'm sorry.
She was going to be mentioned as being suspect, but I was going to make it clear, a clear delineation between those who are actually caught up in the criminal justice system formally and those who might be suspect. I made a clear delineation. Like, for instance, Sheila Sheriffless McCormick.
Oh yeah, she just resigned.
Latoya Contrell, that sheriff in New Orleans.
Oh man, she was horrible.
Peterson, the Christine.
No, the mayor of New Orleans. She's the mayor of New Orleans.
Yeah, mayor of New Orleans. That sheriff in New Orleans who got indicted. A woman, Christina Peterson, the probate judge in Douglas County. This woman, Carol Ammons, who's a member of the Illinois Assembly in Illinois. I've got an endless list. They're all, not it's just that they're black women, they're all Democrats. Every single one. Now that means one of two things. Either they're singling out black women Democrats, which is possible, but I got to admit, most of these started under the Biden administration, just for context. I'm just saying it for context. And number two, or they're really lousy at covering their tracks. One of the two or both.
Hey, Sarge, if you did that research, you do not want to go into
they didn't want to back. Remember, wait a minute. Sister Alicia, Alicia over there at TRS, she started to cry. She was about ready to cry. She said, "I'm hurt by me literally telling her factual information."
Wait, don't. Man, hold on. You made Sister Elisa cry.
No, I'm saying she cried as a result of my willingness to release factual information to her. I wouldn't even go render an opinion about it. I was just going to tell her who these people are, in what jurisdiction they were charged, what crimes they were charged with, and what was the outcome of it. That's all. That's all I wanted to do. She didn't even want to hear it. She said it would hurt her feelings to know.
Man, you don't want to bring up the DA.
Hold on. I'm going to have to write down the phone number of TRS. I know he changed the phone number. Hold on.
I can give it to you now if you want it.
No, hold on. No, not right now. Hold on.
But I'm just saying, man, she didn't want to know. She didn't want to be made aware of it.
Yeah, man. Like Sarge, if you go into the DAs all the way from like the, what was it up in Chicago, the Kim Foxes, the it's a long list of them.
Yeah,
man.
That's the suspect category, but I'll admit they haven't been indicted. I wouldn't include them on the list. But I would include Catherine Pugh, the former mayor of Baltimore. I would include Danya Sartoro. I can't pronounce her name. It's a Spanish last name. Sonia McKnight, Monique Owens, Marilyn Mosby. Tanya Fernandez Henderson up there in Boston. Let's see. Christina Peterson, Shalita Robinson. That's just a few. Wait a minute. Sherry Tao, Tracy Hunter, Let's see. Who we got here? We got who else we got here? Alice Wallace, the former Winsboro, Louisiana mayor. The list goes on and on and on. And remember, I'm not including the sus women. I'm not including them. I'm talking about
but Sarge,
who've been convicted, they pled guilty, or they've been indicted.
Ooh, I need a master list.
I'll give it to you. I don't have it with me right now, but I'll get it for you.
But SKC's palms are greasy and sweating because he's rubbing his hands together and shit. But the thing is, though, what's the purpose of you naming these names, though, Sarge? I mean,
that's
in the context, Sarge, you can't really say that when you got Trump making millions off the taxpayers, and where's the tariff money at?
Well, it seems to
see
me
what I'm saying. Where all the money from the tariffs that should be trickled down to the American people?
It seems to me that Sarge is showing me a pattern of behavior amongst many people, not just one.
Democrats. They're all Democrats. Every single one. Now, look. Let me explain. I understand I was very deft of you, Jay, to sidestep the issue by bringing up Trump. But I'd like to point out to you that mostly all the money Trump has made, and yes, he's made a substantial amount of money, is at the hands of people voluntarily giving in the money because they're buying stock. Wait a minute, they're buying stock, or he got taxpayers who contributed their own money to make a ballroom for the United States that would benefit the United States. Most of the money's coming from voluntary donations. Very little is tax money. Very little. And that means we can stop putting up a tent on the White House lawn when we have affairs of state. What other big major country in the world puts up tents on the White House lawn instead of having an appropriate ballroom? I don't understand what the hubbub about it is.
Sarge, putting out a trashy fighting event up on the White House lawn. That was trashy and
look, that's aesthetics. You can argue for or against it. Say, should look. As far as I'm concerned, Obama bringing in them trashy rappers. And Biden bringing in a transgender woman showing her titties on a White House lawn, I think that's even trashier. So he pays your money, takes your choice, decide which is more trashy.
Well, I mean, if we really want to go here with this, when Richard Nixon brought Elvis Presley, cokehead ass up in there, I mean, or when when let's not go there because I gotta go to work though.
No, man, it's all fair game. If you want to say that's inappropriate and trashy, believe me, that's fair game. I don't have no problem with you objecting to a White House event on the lawn, but please don't tell me it's illegal and they ought to be impeached for it.
No, you shouldn't be impeached for that. But I'm just saying you should be impeached for other things like I don't know, starting the war with Iran, dick sucking Benjamin Netanyahu. He should be impeached for that. Invading Venezuela that goes against the 1947 treaty of the OSA treaty, the Organization of American States treaty. There's a lot of things Trump should be impeached for.
Well, you do realize though we had an extradition treaty with Venezuela, and we had a guy who was indicted in the federal court, Maduro. He was indicted in the federal court for crimes against the United States.
Yeah, but other people got killed in the process. It wasn't just y'all just got this man and got him up and out of there. You got other people got killed behind that.
I understand that, but you are aware that the Constitution of the United States does not apply in Venezuela.
Yeah, but the treaties are laws, right?
To a great extent, yes.
Right. So if treaties are laws, therefore, though, our laws are under what? The United States Constitution, right?
Yes.
I mean, if we making a treaty, the Constitution tells us that the federal government has to be bound to the laws that it makes, right?
Yes.
Well, then so what is the argument?
Because there's nothing in the treaty that forbade us from invading Venezuela.
The OSA treaty.
Well,
Article. No. You know what? I wish I had the treaty in front of me. I wish I had the treaty in front of me because I hold on. Organization of American States Treaty of 1947.
Why you bringing that up, Big J? Sarge.
Yes.
There was a black lady who's a professor at Tufts. She wrote this book called the Grimps. It was a legacy of slavery in an American family. She just got fired because they found out that the award-winning book is absolutely a lie.
So much of this is true. There are so many of these rewards being given out to people who literally make things up. It's not even funny. As long as they make up the right sort of narrative, they get rewarded with Pulitzer Prizes. It's amazing.
Article. Wait a minute. I got the treaty in front of me. Article. I'm trying. Let me see. I did a live stream on this. Oh, Article 3, Section H. An act of aggression against one American state is an act of aggression against all the other American states. Section G. The American states condemn war of aggression. Victory does not give rights. And we signed this treaty in 1947. No, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Oh, 1967. Okay. The protocols was added in 67, 92, 93. But the charter itself was in 1947. So right there, Donald Trump can be impeached on that alone, with the invasion of Venezuela and the War Powers Act of 1973 and the clause of Article 2 of the United States Constitution.
I don't think the latter two would apply. The first one might. So okay. I would like to see people do that, given the fact that the United States justified it, or rather said that the Maduro government was running a narco-terrorist network and flooded the United States with cocaine at the behest of the Venezuelan government. The generals who ran what they call it, De Sol cartel, that's worth almost $2 trillion, that they directly administer.
Okay, that's fine.
Under the self-defense treaty clause of the United Nations, the United States is justified in removing its head of state that they have an indictment against.
Well, okay then. Where does fentanyl come from, Sarge?
China, mainly.
Okay, but you don't see us invading China, do we?
No.
Why? Why ain't we? How come there ain't no American troops in Saigon and not Saigon? I mean, not Saigon, Vietnam. Beijing and Shanghai.
Well, I'll tell you, for one thing, there are practical logistical considerations to make, and Venezuela is in our sphere of influence directly.
Oh no, you know why? Come on, you know why? They got something that we don't want. They got something we don't.
Got nuclear weapons, baby.
Right. So why? So again, can like we stop this already? Okay, we're going to invade somebody because we can, but yet to the biggest one we don't want to invade because they have the potentially to whoop anybody's ass.
Nah, I kind of disagree with that. I think the long-term thing has more to do with the Monroe Doctrine, which is why they were more interested in Greenland at the beginning and then going south with the cartel and making friends with ones that you could make friends with in the South, in South America, because it is more about a sphere of control.
But y'all are very misconstruing the Monroe Doctrine. Now, the Monroe Doctrine was mostly um, guaranteed by the British Navy, not the American Navy. And the thing was about the Monroe Doctrine was mostly protect Latin America from the influence of European countries. That was the whole point.
Yes.
Right, but yeah,
So
but all you do now is
it didn't give America the license to conquer or take over or police those other sisters republics south of the Rio Grande.
True.
right, but I'm just saying what they did was they just built upon the Monroe Doctrine. You sprinkle in a little bit of the Roosevelt Corollary, and then there you go. It's like that's why you want to have more control in Greenland, and you want to get rid of the cartel, which I think that they've been actually being pretty effective in, and then you make as many friends as you can in South America.
Also, too, Jay, might I point out that right after we kidnapped Maduro, yeah, we damn sure snatched his ass up, but right after we did all that, we implemented diplomatic relationships with Venezuela. So it's kind of a moot point now.
You sure about that? Yes, Gen Z. I'm about to end this soon because I gotta go to work and
DJ,
yes.
This is free labor. Okay, it's the capitalistic way. Let these niggas work for you.
Wow. Oof.
Yeah, this slave labor right now.
It is? Okay.
It's voluntary. It's indentured servitude.
But Jay, again, man, we got diplomatic relations with Venezuela. We're cooperating with them, helping them ramp up their oil production to 4 times what it was when Maduro was in office.
Forced them. Okay, why deal with cocaine and drugs when you got the oil?
Well, about the same. It's like a two birds with one stone. We're able to tamp down the drug distribution and help them ramp up their petroleum output. Both have been accomplished. I don't think that's a bad deal.
Ramp up the oil distribution. Okay.
No, tamp down the drug distribution. That's been crippled. But the oil production has been greatly enhanced.
But you're not following what I'm saying, right? You're not following what I'm saying. Why do drugs when you can be 10 times rich or 5 times rich with the oil?
Okay, that's another reason. Okay.
But that's a transactional, but that's a transactional means to an end, not a moral end. It's based on transactional, not on the moral basis.
They haven't been able to efficiently extract their own oil for years. Ever since Chavez took it over, it's gone downhill.
Why should we worry about somebody else's oil when we got the Eagle 4 shell in South Texas that they closed the cap on?
They got the refinery.
Here's the reasons. One, you by doing that, you completely shut off Cuba's oil. 2, you don't have to worry about Chinese ships coming in and getting oil from there.
Just sitting there putting China into a box that we don't want them to go.
No, I don't think that has the whole thing about putting China in a box. I think that's kind of like weak sauce. One, it's like, why would you want China in the Panama Canal doing whatever they want to do anyway?
Okay. It's like this. It's like this in the 1930s and 40s. It's like the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, right?
You get them up out of there.
No, when we did this to the Japanese is an island country that needs resources, and then they got no other option but because of the white man. Oh yeah, I'm saying it because talking about the Washington Treaty of 1923. Y'all really want to talk about the real reason why Japan joined the Axis powers when it used to be an ally of the United Kingdom and the United States. The reason why they felt betrayed because the white man, the white European countries saw Japan as a emerging power, and they didn't want a yellow skinned people nation to be rivaling them. So that's why they took away the oil from the Japanese. The Japanese had no other choice but to invade Korea. Well, they already owned Korea at this point. They went to China and then went into Russia. And then when that didn't work, they went to Pearl Harbor in Australia and started fighting.
Wait a minute,
It dragged us in World War II. Come on.
China doesn't have petroleum adequate for Japan's needs even during World War II.
Yeah, but based on
South Asia, Malaysia, and Indonesia, and the British and the Americans were in the way of that.
But China is resource because of the huge population. They need a lot of resources. So if you keep cutting off their oil, the access to natural resources, they have no other choice but to sit there and seek it somewhere else by force.
Yeah, well, China had a lot of coal. Now, if you mean coal, yeah, they were still using a lot of coal, and they got a lot of that from China. But their main grasp, what they really wanted was Indonesia. They wanted Asia for the Asians. It was part of their platform. And all those colonial powers were in the way, particularly the United States Pacific Fleet and the Royal Navy. And they had definite plans at some point to get rid of them somehow, somewhere. Yes, it was the China lobby that caused the pressure on the United States to get the metal embargo, and the scrap metal embargo, and the oil embargo. And that accelerated their plans for what they intended to do already. Remember, they occupied Indochina from the Vichy French, a putative ally of theirs. They occupied in China in 1940. That's when the hammer came down on them, economically, not before.
Anyway, I gotta go to work, y'all. Did he talk about Katie? See. Brandon Tatum never even mentioned Katie. He only mentioned Katie in passing, but not on the as a main player though. See, I'm talking about Katie. I'm talking about the Nolan Wells. Katie supposed to be his Nolan Wells' girlfriend or something, or some girl she taking a liking to. I don't know. Who knows? So anyway, let me get off of here. It's been a long ass live stream. I hardly ever do live stream over 8 hours, hell, over 5 hours at least. So let me get out of here. I'll see you next time. I might need to call in on TRS tonight. I might need it. I need to write down the phone number. I write it down on their webs, on Tyrone's
and Big J,
channel.
Before you do, look up the list of all these Democrat black women that have been indicted and convicted. It's astonishing. In such a short time span. And most of it is due to COVID fraud, government tax money, COVID fraud, or fraud from people under their protection, like judges in guardianship courts.
All right then, Sarge. All right, Sarge. But I'm gonna get off of here. It's been easy, and yeah. I'll see you next time, Sarge. Queen, I thank you for taking over. I wasn't,
no worries.
Yeah, I you know what? Yeah. Expect an email from me because you need to take credit for this. You need to take credit for this. Just saying. You take credit for this.
Okay. All right.
Well, she did say that if you wanted to look.
Once in a blue moon. SK, yeah, you know what? It must be a full moon. It's a harvest moon. I see why SKC showed up because he hadn't been seen in a year or 2 years at least. So yeah, let me get out of here. I'll see you next time. How many people was watching? Okay, only one person watching me on Twitch. Yeah. Anyway, let me get out of here. I'll see y'all later. I'm out.
All right, take care. Nice talking to you.
Yeah. Hopefully, when I'm on break, I might call in on TRS Talk Real Solutions channel. I might need to sneak up over there.
Oh man, we got to tell him about Dr. Fauci because I'm gonna let him have a.
Oh man, oh yeah, I saw that when they got his lawyer up and out of there.
Oh Lord,
I saw that. Yeah,
he gave me hell about. He just ridiculed and scoffed at me about Dr. Fauci and all this stuff and ivermectin and horse medicine and all the crap he gets from all these. I'm gonna dump dead smack in his ass tonight. I swear to God. I swear to God. I'm gonna get him like I ain't never got him before.
Okay, hold on. Let me do some advertisements for Tyrone. Hold on, let me do some advertising for Tyrone Thompson real quick.
You should have heard the things he said about us who opposed what he had to say. He was unrelenting and absolutely merciless. We were the worst kind of stupid morons in the history of mankind for not accepting hook, line, and sinker. Everything Fauci, the National Institute of Health, and all of their acolytes were telling us about it. I'm going to kick that mother. Ooh, you just wait till I get a hold of that fool tonight. I'm going to have at his ass. I swear to God.
Okay, right here's Tyrone Thompson's show, Talk Real Solutions. And hold on. When was the last time y'all was live? Hold on, last week?
Yeah.
See, I ain't been there in about, damn, I ain't been there in months. About 4 months at least. No, the last time I've been there was 6 months ago. I ain't been there in 6 months because the last time I was there was like the Black Line Party of January 29th, 2026. That was the last time I showed up.
Well, Jay, I'm just saying, the guy pled the fifth 111 times for crimes that he's allegedly been pardoned for. He's got immunity. He's got to testify. Otherwise, he's obstructing a congressional investigation. He can't be prosecuted for anything he says about that time period. Read Joe Biden's pardon. It was total from 2014 when he was director of NIH under Obama until when Biden left the White House. He was pardoned for everything he might have done in that capacity, director of National Health. Every crime he might have conceivably committed, he had a pardon for. He's got immunity. He's got to cooperate.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get on going, and I'll talk to y'all next time, y'all. So
indeed.
All right then. This actually, I'm out of here, y'all. Y'all be easy, and hold on, let me stop sharing that. Yeah. Anyway, oh, by the way, let me do a shameless plug. Real quick. Yeah, my Cash App right there. Yeah, my Cash App. So anyway, let me get out of here, and I'll see y'all next time. And I'm out.
Till then.
All right. I see you on Talk Real Solutions then later tonight. All right, I'm out.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.